In the blink of an eye. The mutts behind them had stopped their pursuit, but the mass of dandelion fluffs was drifting toward them. The color of the fluffs was changing. At first, it was white, but in the blink of an eye, it turned bright red. By the time it reached the others, it had turned dark red. Bang! 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 There was a seed under the feather. These seeds exploded when they hit Han Fei. Even though the power wasn't comparable to the detonation of a spiritual weapon, the frequency of the explosion was just too high. It was as if fireworks were being set off. No matter how small a mosquito was, it could still hurt people. When such a high-frequency explosion occurred, Han Fei felt that this path was not easy to take. However, Luo Xiaobai was surprised and said frankly, "What a strange spiritual plant. I can use it, but it seems to require a lot of energy." As the saying went, when 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showed their own power. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai waved her hand in the air, and a large amount of sword grass was pushed away. That was Wen Renyu's usual method. Although Luo Xiaobai did not use grass swords, there were a lot of them. They were like locusts passing by, blowing up the dandelion fluffs in the distance. When the vines stopped moving, Han Fei and the others passed through the dandelion-filled area. Han Fei also looked back. This is a challenge. Ordinary hidden fissures can't enter. Luo Xiaobai said, "It's not absolute. If it's a good combination, it won't be a problem for you to come in. However, I don't think ordinary people can handle the danger after coming in." Zhang Xuanyu said, "In any case, I think it's easier than the Blue Sea Soul realm." Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "Not necessarily. Right now, we are only in the middle of the prehistoric soul realm at best. We haven't even found a visualization stone." Han Fei was also curious. The fossils should be underground, right? Weren't they dug out? Just as Han Fei and the others were about to go in, Li Luoluo suddenly said, "Something's wrong. There are bugs." Bugs? Han Fei said, "There are many bugs and snakes in the forest." "Are they dangerous?" As he spoke, Han Fei suddenly twisted his neck. A finger-thick worm fell to the ground, coiling like a mutated earthworm. However, it looked more disgusting than an earthworm. Han Fei was speechless. Worms? He certainly wouldn't care about such powerless insects that could be crushed with a single step, just like how no one would care about the ants on the roadside. Even if he activated his perception, Han Fei would automatically ignore it. However, as soon as the worm landed on the ground, it began to melt into a puddle of yellow water and smoke. "Ow! I hate bugs." Lu Renquang shook off 2 bugs that fell on his head with spiritual energy. Luo Xiaobai was surrounded by spiritual plants. Any bugs that fell would be eaten by the spiritual plants first. However, when these worms fell, they turned into water. It looked like poison. Li Luoluo frowned. "Not good, it's the poison of the soul. This poison can directly harm the soul." Everyone was horrified. Zhang Xuanyu hurried to say, "Fatty, activate your shield and let me dodge these bugs." Lu Renquang covered everyone with armor and shouted, "Why are you hiding? Run!" Li Luoluo sighed. "Actually, I don't think these bugs are dangerous." Han Fei was also sprinting. "It's not what? These bugs are like rain. Are they attacking people with their lives? If we don't leave now, we will be poisoned." to death. The further they ran, the more they found that there were many bugs on the ground. Some of them twisted and bounced, trying to land on Han Fei and the others. Of course, this was almost impossible. At this moment, they were all peak-level hidden fishers. How could this happen? As they ran, Luo Xiaobai said, "That's not right. There are too many bugs." Han Fei glanced at the green and sticky trees that they passed. At this moment, they looked gloomy. Zhang Xuanyu said, "Why do I feel that we're in the wrong place? This is different from the underground city. At least the forest and the underground city is normal." Suddenly, everyone keenly noticed that not far away, there were 3 small mounds rising from the ground and crawling towards Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai pressed the air and hundreds of vines grabbed at the 3 mounds. However, as soon as the vines sank into the soil, they seemed to melt. However, they also lifted the ground. What they saw then made them feel dizzy. Han Fei immediately remembered the wormhole under the seaweed wall of the level 3 fishery. Yes, it was exactly the same. Countless small, twisted worms were tangled together, forming a big worm that seemed to want to swallow Han Fei and the others. Damn. F***ck. Li Luoluo cried out, "This is a bit troublesome." A large number of 7-colored bugs drilled towards these bugs. For a time, there was a fierce battle. In other words, a large number of Li Luolua's 7-colored bugs had withered. And it seemed that their souls were directly crushed. Of course, there were also a large number of bugs that had been bitten to death by the 7-colored bugs. In any case, they were evenly matched. However, Li Luoluo could not withstand the large number of the bugs. She was not here to enforce the law. With the control of the insects, even if she could get rid of these 3 groups of countless insects, what if a few more came? She would still have to run. Li Luoluo shouted, "Run!" The 5 of them had just stopped and started running again. This time, it was Li Luolua's home ground. The insects that fell from the trees turned into colorful ones and gradually gathered together, running after Han Fei. Fortunately, the bugs were rather slow. The only thing they had to worry about was the annoying rain-like bugs. They had to guard against them. Otherwise, if they accidentally poisoned them, they might die. Luo Xiaobai said, "We haven't reached the center yet. These bugs are slow and easy to dodge." As soon as Luo Xiaobai finished speaking, they saw a long-nosed creature that was as fat as a pig and covered in armor picking up bugs to eat. Ant-eating beast? No, I don't know this thing. When the creature saw Han Fei and the others, its scales erected, as if it felt that Han Fei and the others had invaded its territory. Then it curled up into a ball and rolled toward Han Fei and the others with dazzling golden light. Han Fei threw a punch back. However, layers of ripples appeared on the surface of the creature's body, which seemed to be some kind of counterforce. Han Fei's punch failed. Lu Renquang shouted, "What creature is that?" Han Fei asked, "How do I know? Anyway, it's weird." Zhang Xuanyu said, "What's strange? We've seen many strange creatures in the underground city. Look, there are 3 more balls over there." Li Luoluo was speechless. Why are these creatures all living in groups? Han Fei replied, "Otherwise, wouldn't so many insects eat the entire forest? There must be creatures that can restrain them." After the balls failed hitting them many times, Han Fei finally arrived at the real forest. Why was it called a real forest? It was because there were more plants here. There were exotic flowers and small amounts of fruits. However, Han Fei was a bit confused. In this world of souls, would they feel anything after eating these fruits? Lu Renkuang followed the creed that Han Fei taught him. Anything black could be eaten. He immediately grabbed one of the spiritual plants. However, the moment he stretched out his hand, the fruit that was originally a fruit suddenly split open its mouth and eyes. What the hell? Han Fei chopped the black fruit, and much green liquid spurted out. It looked more like blood. The fruit turned out to be a snake. Han Fei was lost for words. You idiot, all you know is to eat. Lu Renkuang was speechless. They're disguised too much like fruit. Ga. Suddenly, a burst of laughter was heard. It was from a tree not far away. A red-backed monkey was laughing while pointing at Lu Renkuang. Lu Renkuang's face turned red, and he slashed over. The monkey grabbed the branch with one hand and jumped onto another tree at lightning speed. Lu Renkuang's attack seemed to have angered it. The monkey bared its teeth at Han Fei and threw the banana in its hand at them like a cannonball. Luo Xiaobai waved her vines to block the banana. At the same time, blue flowers appeared beside the monkey. Bang! 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 The flower exploded, giving the monkey a fright. It quickly ran away. Occasionally, it would stop and scratch its butt, baring its teeth at Han Fei. And the others? Lu Renkuang shouted, "Don't run if you dare. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Han Fei looked at Lu Renkuang in disdain. Enough. You're quite capable of quarreling with a monkey. Luo Xiaobai immediately looked at Han Fei. Monkey? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself, I've let it slip. So, Han Fei hurried to say, oh, I've seen such creatures in the snow gods' temple. They seem to be called monkeys. Zhang Xuanyu asked, why are there all kinds of creatures in the snow gods' temple? Han Fei sneered. It's a prehistoric secret realm too. Isn't it normal to have these creatures there? Besides, I don't know all of those creatures. Roar. Han Fei was still talking. Suddenly, deep within the forest, there seemed to be a thunderous roar. Han Fei thought it sounded familiar, but he couldn't hear it clearly because it was too far away. Anyway, it was at least 500 kilometers away. Why does it feel like a tiger's roar? Han Fei didn't think too much about it. Even if it was a large creature, he should be able to defeat it, right? Anyway, it was just the first stage of the prehistoric soul realm. Everyone continued forward. There were definitely demons in the forest. Along the way, the slaying of snakes and exterminating insects happened more than 30 times. The most powerful one was a 3-headed python that could spew 3 kinds of strange flames. More than half of Luolua's insect swarm had been destroyed in one go. Even Luo Xiaobai had suffered a little. Lu Renkuang finally picked the fruit that he wanted to eat. It was the loquat that Han Fei gave him. It also grew here, so he recognized it. Lu Renkuang munched on the fruit and said, and juice. I feel that there's no difference between the state of the soul and the normal state. With a thought, a peach appeared in Han Fei's hand and he took a bite. Are you stupid? Where are we? This is the ideal palace. Can't you think of something to eat? Lu Renkuang, who was stuffing loquat into his mouth, froze and was dumbfounded. Yes. I'm in the ideal palace now. Can't I think about what I want to eat? At that time, Lu Renkuang vomited loquat, and 2 grilled fish appeared in his hand. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. Stop eating. This is a soul realm, after all. You have to be careful. Your imagination will consume your mind. Squeak, squeak. Han Fei's ears twitched. He seemed to have heard a commotion. It sounded like monkeys. Han Fei immediately shouted, "Wait, there's something." Luo Xiaobai and the others looked at Han Fei. Zhang Xuanyu mumbled, "You have good hearing." Han Fei's ears twitched again, only to find that the voice was gone. He thought for a moment and said, "We might have broken into the territory of some creature." Thinking of territory, Han Fei thought of the playful husky he met in the underground city. Creatures with their own territories were usually not easy to deal with. As expected, there wasn't even a single large-scale battle after traveling for over 100 kilometers. It was as if the surrounding creatures had suddenly become much weaker. Suddenly, Li Luoluo pointed at a shadow in the distance and said, "Look, isn't that a monkey?" Han Fei turned around and saw that it was really a monkey. A monkey was casually eating bananas on a tree. The monkey seemed to have noticed Han Fei and the others. It bared its teeth at them, and Lu Renkuang pretended to raise his knife to cut it. Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment and said, "That thing doesn't seem to like fighting. Other creatures want to kill us, but that monkey seems to like eating. His personality is similar to Fatty's." Lu Renkuang was lost for words. "I look like it? How can I look like it? I can cut that skinny thing with one slash." Han Fei said with a smile, "However, this monkey seems to be very familiar with the environment here. We can follow its trail and walk inside." Luo Xiaobai nodded. It was rare to meet a creature that did not seem hostile. Besides, the monkey did not seem very strong. Since it was safe here, the route it chose might be safer. They immediately changed directions and chased after the monkey. Seeing that Han Fei and the others were running towards him, the monkey jumped onto a tree branch and roared. With its hands on its waist, it pointed at someone, bared its teeth, and threw the banana skin over. However, Han Fei and the others were definitely not slow. When the monkey saw Han Fei and the others rushing over, it immediately ran for its life. Its agile movements were like Spider-Man's, and the monkey could even enter the void. After running for more than 100 miles, the monkey was anxious when it saw that it hadn't escaped from Han Fei and the others. It quickly changed directions and started running. After about half an hour, the monkey suddenly jumped off of a nearby tree. Roar! In an instant, whistling sounds shook the forest, and all living things were terrified. That roar was like rolling thunder, raising a cloud of dust. A colorful tiger more than 10 meters long jumped out. When the tiger's face, sharp teeth, and its overbearing aura were shown in front of Han Fei and the others, even Luo Xiaobai was scared away. Zhang Xuanyu jumped backward in shock. "What is it?" "Tiger, king of the forest." Hearing that, Lu Renkuang immediately covered them with armor and said with a trembling face, "I can tell that it's not simple. It has already written the word king on its head. How can it not be powerful?" Han Fei didn't understand Lu Renkuang's logic. That was just the way tigers looked. They didn't write that word on their heads, okay? Squeak, squeak. The monkey had climbed to a tree far away and pointed at Han Fei and the others, especially Lu Renkuang. Then it threw a banana at him. Roar! In an instant, a fierce wind howled through the forest. The wind carried a terrifying vibrating force, and the tiger's roar directly attacked everyone's souls. Han Fei spread his phantom glass wings, stepped on the coiled turtle array, and punched directly. However, in everyone's eyes, they saw the tiger strike out and tear the void apart. A fierce claw mark dozens of meters long directly shattered Han Fei's attack, but it was completely fine. However, Han Fei's punch provoked the king of the forest. The tiger growled again, and an illusion that was at least 5 times larger than itself appeared on its body. With a pounce, the tiger came down from the mountain. Divine Turtle Shield, Ultimate Defense. Sacrificial Punch. Han Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. Previously, he had thought it might be his illusion instead of a tiger's roar. But now, he really did not expect it. In Han Fei's impression, this thing could easily dominate the ocean if it could have swum. Han Fei dodged in the air, ignoring Lu Renkuang's ultimate defense. The moment the tiger lunged at him, he unleashed the sacrificing punch. Crack! Ultimate defense that Lu Renkuang had always been proud of was slapped so hard that cracks covered it like broken glass. The violent quake caused Lu Renkuang to vomit blood. Fortunately, Luo Xiaobai was quick enough to pull Lu Renkuang and the other 2 out. Han Fei's sacrificing punch burst out with the help of the array and the law of gravity. He first pressed the tiger down with the law of gravity, but it didn't fall to the ground. That fierce tiger turned its head and roared. A wave of yellow shockwaves hit the sacrificial fist. However, Brother Tiger was not as powerful as that azure dragon. The explosion was so powerful that it flattened everything within 100 meters. Within 1,000 meters, there were broken branches and trees. Squeak, squeak. The monkey was blown away. When it managed to jump out of the chaos, it pointed at Han Fei and cursed. In the blast, the Tiger King's blast failed to block the sacrificial fist. Its body was sent flying and rolled on the ground for dozens of meters. To Han Fei's surprise, the tiger shook its head and growled. The huge shadow disappeared, leaving only a body emitting a faint golden light. Hiss! Not only Han Fei was stunned, but even Zhang Xuanyu and the others were also stunned. How could this prehistoric soul realm be so powerful? Was a random creature here a king? Even Han Fei's punch was useless? However, although Han Fei was surprised, he was not afraid at all. His figure flashed in the void and he shot out the void line, ready to take down the tiger directly. However, when that tiger raised its head, the lines on its forehead transformed into a strange king's shield to protect its body. The void line returned empty-handed and could not hold the soul of this tiger. Buzz! Han Fei's body shook and the gravity law that he had just cast was shattered. However, Han Fei took the opportunity to drip the infinity water on the tiger. Explode! Rumble! The tiger was blown more than 100 meters high. Finally, a large part of its belly was blown up by Han Fei. Roar! The roar of a tiger shook the heavens as a gigantic tiger shadow descended from the sky. Lu Renkuang was shocked. It's still alive? Swish! 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 Vines drilled out, quickly forming giant vines that lashed at the void like giant whips. With Zhang Xuanyu's time freeze, the giant vine was instantly turned into ashes. Luo Xiaobai frowned and pointed at the air. Parasite! Zhang Xuanyu took the opportunity to freeze time, and he suddenly stabbed the tiger in the stomach. With a thought from Han Fei, the golden giant appeared. He formed the sacrificing punch with his hand, and the array was condensed at the mouth of his fist. Lu Renkuang was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth and tried to eat the tiger with sky-swallowing technique. However, in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They saw the giant tiger suddenly grow a pair of wings on its back. It flapped its wings and actually jumped up to avoid the attack. As for the sky-swallowing technique, it was useless. The tiger's body rolled in midair as its body suddenly enlarged 10 times. Its claws tore through the void where the sky-swallowing technique was. Han Fei's terrifying punch collided with the enormous shadow of the tiger claw and exploded in midair, creating ripples in the air. However, the tiger was once again sent flying high into the sky by the sacrificial fist. In an instant, everyone was in the air. The ground battle had turned into an air battle. Li Luoluo was dumbfounded the entire time. She had wanted to hit that tiger. However, the battle happened in that split second, and the attack was too fast and too fierce. In just a moment, the surrounding 100 meters and hundreds of meters had been flattened. Is this the fighting speed of the Thug Academy? In the sky, all kinds of weird branches and leaves were growing on the tiger's body. They were all Luo Xiaobai's masterpiece of parasitism. However, the tiger's body shook. Yes, it shook. All the spiritual herbs that were parasitizing it shattered. This was the difference between the king of the forest and ordinary creatures. The first thing Han Fei thought of was the monkey. He was sure that the monkey was up to something. They had taken a different path, thinking that following the monkey would save them some trouble. Who would know then they directly bumped into this damn Tiger King. At this moment, the tiger had grown 100 meters long. It opened its bloody mouth, and a strong wind raged. It seemed to be working hard, but Han Fei injured it repeatedly. This made the Tiger King lose face. Therefore, the Tiger King just ignored Luo Xiaobai and the other three. It simply struck out with its claws, causing the void to vibrate. Its might was unparalleled. Seeing that the tiger had its eyes on him, Han Fei dodged in midair and saw explosions in the sky. From time to time, the tiger would turn around and let out a roar. Nether blue, soul eating. True martial fiend saber. Momentary. He, worm eating. The sky was filled with spiritual plants and 7 colored lights. As the saying went, 2 fists couldn't defeat 4 hands. Even though the tiger was very strong and its claws were powerful, it couldn't defend against so many people at the same time. Therefore, it was hit by Han Fei and company more than once. However, the heavens were fair. If they gave you flaws, they would also give you strengths. Although this tiger did not have many tricks, its strength was unparalleled. Its physique was very strong. Besides, it still had a strange soul-protecting power. It was like a super fighter that could both defend and fight. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Is the prehistoric soul realm so dangerous?" "It's only the middle stage, right?" Han Fei said in a low voice, "Shut up, we're probably going the wrong way." As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, a void stone tablet appeared in the sky. Instantly, Han Fei's name was branded on the 91th place. Lu Renkuang was at the 98th place. The others were not on the list yet. The moment they saw the void stone tablet appear, the 5 of them perked up. Indeed, they had taken the wrong path. This monkey had probably directly brought them to the latter part of the prehistoric soul realm. However, Han Fei was surprised. They hadn't gone far, so how did they suddenly encounter such a powerful creature? At this moment, the Tiger King roared. 4 golden wheels appeared under his 4 claws, resembling an array diagram. Shwa! With a leap, the Tiger King disappeared into the void. Han Fei and the others immediately went back to their defense. Han Fei widened his eyes. It just disappeared? Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Over here." As he spoke, Zhang Xuanyu used Soul Explosion and aimed at a corner in the void. Then a giant tiger claw reached out of the void. The Soul Explosion and Spear Light were directly shattered, and the tiger claw phantom was also pierced through. Lu Renquang raised his saber and shattered the claw. On the other side of the void, the shadow of the tiger claw reached out again. Luo Xiaobai's vines wrapped around the void. The vines collapsed, and 1,000 blue flowers bloomed. They exploded one after another and shattered the tiger claw again. However, in the void, the shadow of the tiger claws extended faster and faster. Han Fei stood proudly and punched in all directions. Luo Xiaobai said, "Something's wrong. Where is it hiding?" Han Fei shouted, "Fuse." When the Yin-Yang Eye appeared, Han Fei saw a 1,000-meter-long invisible tiger flapping its claws in the sky. He was stunned. What ability is this? Swish swish swish. Han Fei activated the agility of wind and continued to rush forward. With his invincible will and the sacrificing punch, he punched at the void. Zhang Xuanyu shouted, "Fei, where are you going?" The scarlet-red sacrificing punch imprint was like a stream of fire in the sky, streaking across the sky, leaving behind blazing traces. Even the sonic boom clouds were dyed red. Roar! In the void, a pillar of light descended. The huge pillar of light was more than 10 meters wide and enveloped both Han Fei and the self-sacrificial fist. Rumble! On the void stone tablet, Han Fei's name directly appeared above the 68th place. The giant shadow dissipated and a brightly colored tiger jumped back into the battlefield. It was not until this moment that they realized how terrifying the creatures on land were. In terms of toughness, they seemed to be even stronger than Han Fei. The battle lasted for an hour. Even though Han Fei was also attacking, they failed to take down this powerful tiger. Of course, with Han Fei around, they cooperated well and the tiger couldn't do anything to them. Han Fei was horrified. This was the first time he had encountered an unkillable creature. After all, it was only a soul, and all his methods were useless. Even if he used his full strength, he couldn't kill the tiger. Han Fei was speechless. However, this also made Han Fei realize the benefits of body tempering. As long as his body was strong enough, no matter how others bombarded him, it would be very difficult for him to die. Below, the monkey nearly fell asleep from watching. In the beginning, it clapped its hands in excitement and even ate a banana. However, as it fought, it lost interest when it saw that even a tiger couldn't beat those people. Squeak, squeak. In the end, the tiger seemed to realize that these people were too powerful to fight. Thus, it jumped and ran. Han Fei and the others were also stunned. Why did it just leave after fighting for so long? After the tiger ran away, the void tablet also disappeared. In the end, Han Fei was only ranked 57th. Perhaps because the battle had lasted for too long, evenly Luo had entered the rankings and was ranked 98th. And once the tiger ran, the monkey ran as well. Under everyone's gaze, the monkey dashed through the trees in the distance, heading deep into the forest. The direction that the monkey was heading toward was within the mountain range. Everyone could not help but feel curious about that mountain range. Luo Xiaobai's face was slightly pale. This creature is too strong. Its body is far stronger than any other creature we have encountered so far. Han Fei nodded and couldn't help feeling amazed. For the first time, Han Fei felt that his body and strength were not strong enough. He felt that if he could use the power of law enforcement, he might have a chance of winning. Han Fei said, "Forget it. Some creatures can't be beaten. This shows that we are not strong enough." Li Luoluo grimaced. As a bystander, she was quite speechless. Is this not strong enough? What kind of power do you want then? Lu Renquang sighed. This is the first time I've found a creature that can crush my ultimate defense with 2 slaps. This creature is too terrifying. Han Fei glanced at the direction where the monkey had just run and said casually, "Shall we go over and check it out?" Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "I'm thinking about something. It's said that there are a lot of visualization fossils in the prehistoric soul realm. Why haven't we seen them yet?" Lu Renquang nodded. Yes. Did we go to the wrong place from the beginning? Han Fei looked at the distant mountain range and asked, "Is it there?" Zhang Xuanyu was lost for words. How many people can get the visualization fossils if it's over there? Han Fei thought that it made sense. They thought that the so-called visualization fossils were just there and they could get them as long as they came in. However, even now, they only fought, not even seeing the fossil's shadow. Han Fei said, "Then let's go in another direction. At least find other trainers first." 2 hours passed. Han Fei and his team ran to a mountain range where many people were digging in groups of 5. The arrival of Han Fei's team did not attract anyone's attention at first, because they were all 5-person teams. They were equally matched in strength, so they would not panic if they really fought. Li Luoluo said, "As expected, we went in the right direction. That monkey led us the wrong way." Han Fei scratched his head. It seemed that he proposed to follow the monkey. Also, the visualization fossils were indeed dug from the mountains. The 5 of them landed and blocked the entrance of a cave. Immediately, the expressions of the 5 people digging the mountain changed. These people seemed to have been digging here for a long time, so they didn't know Han Fei. The woman in the lead looked at them coldly. "What do you mean?" Han Fei thought for a moment and smiled. "I have a few questions." Before the woman could say anything, the others were already prepared for battle. Someone shouted in a low voice, "Don't try to find trouble. There are opportunities below the mine. Everyone mind their own business. If you want to find trouble, I'm afraid you found the wrong place." Buzz. As the law of gravity descended upon them, their bodies suddenly went limp. And they were extremely shocked. Someone cried out in alarm, "The power of laws, that's impossible. How could you use the power of laws in the ideal palace?" Han Fei smiled. "Well, I really just want to ask a few questions. It's very simple." The woman's attitude softened. "What do you want to ask?" Luo Xiaobai said, "Are the visualization fossils dug out?" Those people were stunned. This was the first time these people came to the prehistoric soul realm? That woman nodded. Most of them were dug out. The deeper we go into the mountain range, the better the visualization fossils we can dig. It's even said that there's a visualization cliff in the deepest part of the mountain range that allows us to comprehend the Tao. Another person said, but digging the visualization fossils can also be dangerous. When digging, you must stay clear-headed and not get lost. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. Lost? Han Fei asked, what do you mean? The woman said, being lost means being attracted by the visualization stone and entering an illusory space. There's a chance of dying there. Han Fei and the others looked at each other tacitly. Luo Xiaobai continued, is there any level of visualization fossils? The woman didn't mind answering such a simple question. She said, straightforwardly, there are several types of visualization fossils. One is the Enlightenment visualization fossil, which can be used at any time after being dug out. It can be used to comprehend certain characteristics of prehistoric living beings and strengthen one's comprehensive strength and the power of the soul. Another type is visualization skeletons, which are the fossil remains of prehistoric living beings. They can be forged into weapons. But you must distinguish the difference between the remains and fossil remains. Even outside the soul realm, they can be extremely lethal to the soul. As for the third type, Han Fei asked, and? The woman said, they're quite peculiar. I heard that someone was lucky and obtained one before. They said that he obtained an entire visualization bone and had the chance to comprehend a certain ability of that prehistoric creature, but we've never seen it before. Han Fei and the others were surprised. Zhang Xuanyu's eyes glittered. Is there a way to improve one's physique? The woman shook her head. I don't know. Even if there is, it's not in the ideal palace. No more? The woman nodded. Visualizing fossils are already very powerful. With ordinary visualizing fossils, one can already comprehend some characteristics. Although the effect might not be ideal, it accumulates. Comprehending a little of all the characteristics and raising one's overall strength might not necessarily be weaker than comprehending the ability of a prehistoric creature. Therefore, every visualization fossil is very precious and rare. Han Fei didn't intend to rob them directly, because he had just arrived at the foot of the mountain and hadn't even gone up yet. What could they dig up? However, Luo Xiaobai asked, what dangers are there in this mountain range? After experiencing the ferocious tiger, Luo Xiaobai felt that monkeys and tigers were not ordinary creatures. Even though monkeys were much weaker, they seemed to have high intelligence. Therefore, she felt that she had to be careful. That woman said, there are naturally some powerful creatures in the mountain range. However, with your strength, I don't think you are afraid. However, there are two things you need to pay attention to. Luo Xiaobai asked, which 2 points? The woman said, do not enter the territory of some powerful creatures. If you reach Death Valley, do not enter. Han Fei and the others were slightly stunned. They certainly knew about territorial awareness. For example, in the territory of the powerful tiger. Just now, they couldn't kill the tiger even with their combined strength. It seemed that creatures with territories were not weak. However, what kind of place was Death Valley? Luo Xiaobai asked, where is Death Valley? The woman shook her head. No one knows where Death Valley is, but there will always be people who meet it. Most of the people who went in didn't come out. So no one knows what's inside Death Valley. Han Fei asked, how do we know what Death Valley is like? The woman was silent for a moment before she said, it's said that it's a low valley in a mountain range. No one knows exactly where it is until now. Although the mountain range looks like it's only this big, there's fog in the depths of the mountain range. Therefore, it's unknown where you'll go and what you'll see. After all, it's shrouded in fog and no one knows where to go. In short, unless you're strong, you can't barge in recklessly. Han Fei withdrew the law of gravity and looked at Luo Xiaobai before they left. The 5 people in the cave heaved a sigh of relief. After a long time, someone said, "Who are these people?" They can actually use the power of laws in the ideal palace. Is there any precedent? Someone shook his head. It might not be the power of law. This doesn't make sense. Even the top 10 geniuses probably don't have this ability, right? The woman pondered for a moment. No matter what, we should dig somewhere else. Did you guys notice? When they heard about the creatures with territories, they didn't take it to heart at all. They didn't even ask. What does this mean? Someone took a deep breath. Does that mean that they've been to those territories? The woman nodded. To be able to survive under the hands of those territorial creatures, they are definitely not ordinary people. We shall not mess with them. Han Fei and the others were already climbing the mountain. Of course, they were not the kind of people who would retreat just because of a word from someone else. Besides, they did not believe that they could encounter terrifying creatures like the tiger just by entering a random territory. If that was the case, how should they continue challenging the prehistoric Soul Realm? Lu Renquang suggested, should we dig somewhere first? We have to see what we can dig out first, right? Li Luoluo raised her hand. I agree. Zhang Xuanyu sneered. Are you stupid? Good things are usually in the most dangerous places, so what good treasures can be here? Even if we want to dig. It's not here. Don't you think so, Fei? Han Fei nodded. Yes. What we're looking for is no ordinary opportunity. But we can look for the complete visualization bone. If we can find it, we might be able to figure out something from it. Zhang Xuanyu nodded quickly. Yes. It would be best if we can dig out the visualization bone of the king of the forest just now. That body is too strong. If I can figure out how it strengthened its body, my strength will definitely change drastically. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes at Zhang Xuanyu. You're thinking too much. If you can get it so easily, who knows how many peerless geniuses will appear from the prehistoric Soul Realm. Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. I was just thinking. After crossing a mountain, the mountains were covered in mist from the second mountain. However, Han Fei could still hear the sounds of digging. Han Fei thought to himself, I didn't bring 9 tails with me. Otherwise, I would have him dig through this mountain in a minute. Han Fei said, let's go to the 3rd mountain. When the few of them entered the fog, they passed 2 mountains in a row and arrived at the peak of the 4th mountain. Only then did the knocking gradually disappear. Luo Xiaobai asked, is there a problem with the direction we're going? Lu Renquang asked, the direction of the mountain range seems to be the direction we just crossed, right? Han Fei scratched his head and narrowed his eyes. It doesn't make sense. Did we just enter the deepest part of the mountain range? Luo Xiaobai said, that's not bad. That tiger is too strong. We don't know if there will be stronger creatures in the depths. Also, it won't be easy to find visualization stones there. We have to start from the beginning. I dug something up. Suddenly, they heard Li Luoluo shout. Then they saw the narrow crack in the stone turn. A moment later, a large bug crawled out with a light red stone. Li Luoluo picked up the red stone. On it was actually a conch. However, after seeing the shell fossil, Han Fei was surprised. Nautilus? Everyone looked at Han Fei. Nautilus? Of course, Han Fei recognized it. It was called the panda in the sea. The Nautilus was memorable because it had a golden screw, called the Fibonacci spiral lines. Even the famous Mona Lisa portrait followed the Fibonacci spiral lines. Of course, this was just an ordinary conch for Han Fei, so he was not surprised. Han Fei thought for a long time and didn't find such a fossil useful. But why was the Nautilus here? That could only mean one thing: the scenes created by the prehistoric soul realm were either on land before land was drowned by the seawater, or this place was at the bottom of the sea before becoming land. However, Han Fei didn't think so. From various signs, it was clear that the ocean must have swallowed the land during the Age of Doom. Therefore, Li Luoluo easily found the Nautilus. Han Fei smiled. Then you can visualize it and see if it can give you any enlightenment. Li Luoluo didn't mind this little thing. Instead, she really tried to visualize it. However, when Li Luoluo put her soul power on the shell, Han Fei and the others suddenly saw that the visualization stone was emitting a faint milky halo. All of a sudden, their eyes lit up. Even something so small could react? In just a short span of 10 breaths, the Nautilus in Li Luoluo's hand silently shattered into dust and dissipated in the wind. Li Luoluo suddenly opened her eyes and said in surprise, "I seem to have become this Nautilus. How magical." Everyone was stunned. Turn into a Nautilus? Han Fei asked hurriedly, "What did you learn?" Li Luoluo's expression immediately became somewhat awkward. She hurriedly shook her head and said, "No, there's nothing. This thing is too small." Han Fei and the others didn't believe her. "If so, why was your expression so strange?" Han Fei seemed to remember something. When the Nautilus was swimming, it swam through the air bubble circulation in its body like a diving propeller. Were these characteristic skills left behind? Han Fei changed the topic. "Well, if you want to dig, you should dig from the bottom of the mountain. Since this is the ocean, the good stuff must be below." Thus, the group of 5 arrived at the valley between the 4th and 5th mountain peaks, preparing to dig. In fact, the boundaries between mountains were not clear. It would be more accurate to describe them as he should just be in the mountains there. Deep. Way deep in the clouds somewhere. After all, there were tall mountains all over here. It was dead silent. With the thought of Han Fei, the infinity water turned into a drill and drilled into the mountain. Lu Renquan directly used the sky-swallowing technique and started devouring the rocks and plants. Han Fei was surprised. "Fatty, why do you eat everything?" Lu Renquan mumbled, "I'm not the one eating anyway." Everyone had their own methods. Zhang Xuanyu had to rely on himself, while Luo Luoluo dug with worms and Luo Xiaobai drilled with vines. He wielded a long rod and unleashed the 9 layered waves of the furious sea at the mountain. Han Fei was lost for words. "You. Why don't you dig further away?" Zhang Xuanyu sighed. "I'm not as capable as you, sigh." With that, Zhang Xuanyu ran away. On the other side, the woman who answered their question suddenly said in surprise, "Oh, I Forgot to tell them something. Someone asked, "What's the matter?" The woman said, "You must not open the mountain alone." Someone laughed and said, "One look and you can tell that they're a team. They will definitely team up together." The woman thought for a moment. That's true. Hanfei soon drilled a big hole in the mountain. There should be many ancient fossils here. However, Hanfei had already crushed several pieces of visualization fossils. Because he wasn't careful enough. Of course, these fragile fossils weren't of high quality, so Hanfei didn't feel sorry at all. However, he definitely couldn't be an outstanding archaeologist. About half an hour later, Hanfei dug out a curved white horn that looked like ivory 100 meters away from the belly of the mountain. Hanfei was delighted. Sure enough, it was better to dig deeper into the mountain range. Perhaps he might even dig out a dragon horn. Huh? Suddenly, Hanfei was stunned. Why is it so quiet? Weren't Luo Xiaobai and the others digging the mountain? Why is there no sound? Hanfei came out of the cave with the ivory. Fatty, Xiaobai. In the end, Hanfei's face changed. It was quiet and peaceful here. There were no signs of digging around. Where were they? F***ck, what happened? Hanfei was in a bad mood. He just dug into the belly of the mountain, but why? Did all of the others disappear? Hanfei looked back at the cave he dug out. That was nothing wrong. The cave was right here. Luo Xiaobai, Lu Renquang, and Zhang Xuanyu were digging next to him just now. Why were they gone? No. Is the mountain in the ideal palace really a mountain? Immediately, Hanfei had a bad feeling. The entire ideal palace was actually created out of thin air. If the mountains here were dug casually, wouldn't they have collapsed long ago with the capability of all these peak-level hidden fissures? If not, they should be riddled with holes. Why were these mountains intact? There was no cave at all. Damn it, I seem to have overlooked something. Hanfei didn't care about the ivory in his hand, because he found that something was wrong with the place where he was standing. There was death energy here, extremely rich. There weren't many plants here, but mountain rocks and earth everywhere, some of the rocks even dyed red. Blood? Hanfei narrowed his eyes, and his heart sank. They didn't go far, did they? They had only passed 4 mountains, but they couldn't see anything when they looked outside. He could not hear anything either. No one was mining, no one was talking, and no one was fighting. It was extremely quiet. Holding the ivory in his hand, Hanfei walked into the mist step by step. After 1,000 meters, Hanfei saw the bones of an animal scattered on a rock not far ahead. Who knew how long this creature had been dead for? It was like a wolf, most of the flesh on its body already rotten. The entire skeleton was made from the remains of fur and bones. But it was unexpectedly complete. If that woman hadn't lied to him before, anyone who could obtain a complete visualization stone could use it to comprehend the abilities of prehistoric creatures. Hanfei thought that it would be extremely difficult to find such a skeleton. If he could find it so easily, strong masters would have been everywhere. But now, a complete corpse was right in front of him. The only thing Hanfei didn't know was whether the corpse was a visualization fossil or not. Looking down at the ivory in his hand, Hanfei extended his hand and a fishing rod appeared in the air. With a wave of his hand, he hooked the wolf corpse over. Hanfei didn't intend to go further in. Instead, he slowly retreated after he hooked over the corpse. He decided to observe and see if he could comprehend anything from the corpse. After retreating for 1,000 meters, Han Fei suddenly realized that something was wrong, because not far away from him another corpse appeared, which looked like a pig. Han Fei? Han Fei immediately looked back. In the end, what he saw sent a chill down his spine. That was not King mountain behind him, but a dense fog. He could not see any mountain at all. Ck. Where's the mountain? Han Fei took a deep breath. Is this Death Valley? It wasn't that he was afraid of this place, nor was it that he couldn't get out of the Valley of Death, just because others couldn't get out. Han Fei believed that there was no real danger in this world. The terrifying scene created by the danger spot was either that the explorer was not strong enough, or that some secrets had not been discovered. Han Fei looked at the intact corpse that could only be a porcupine. On the back of the corpse, there were large thorns scattered like steel needles. Han Fei took a breath and summoned Little Fatty and Little Gold. They didn't think they were in their soul form. Han Fei had never told them about this. Han Fei said, "Guard me." Han Fei began to think and spiritual energy lines appeared on the ground one after another. After about 5 minutes, Han Fei set up a great killing array and 7 layers of defense arrays around him. Among them, there were 3 layers of great coiled turtle arrays. Seeing that there was still no movement around, Han Fei was relieved. Little Fatty was looking around and asked curiously, "There's an ominous feeling. The smell of blood here is too strong." Han Fei nodded indifferently. "I know. I'll cultivate for a short time later. Don't act rashly." While speaking, Han Fei patted Little Gold's head, who rubbed his head against him. The reason why he wanted to cultivate now was because there was still no movement in the valley. He suspected that there was something wrong with the ivory in his hand. Perhaps he would know why he was here. At this point, Han Fei sat cross-legged. He didn't look at the wolf corpse, but held the ivory and branded it with his spiritual power. The next second, when Han Fei felt something again, he suddenly noticed that the world in his eyes had changed. The changes were more vast and his vision was clearer, but there were bumps. In his vision, there was a cliff, and he was standing at the edge of the cliff. Looking at the scenery, there were mountains in the distance, clouds and mist could be seen, there were valleys and orchids under the cliff. It was like a paradise on earth. He subconsciously wanted to move his limbs, only to find that it was difficult for him to control his body. When he looked down, he saw a long nose and 2 long tusks. Holy shit! Han Fei was dumbfounded. Did I become an elephant? For some reason, Han Fei suddenly felt that there were some strange memories in his mind, a kind of absorption technique. Roar! Han Fei heard a voice behind him. He turned around and looked at it. However, he was not used to this body, so it was not convenient at all. So, when Han Fei turned around, he found that a strange creature covered in scales was attacking him. Han Fei instinctively attacked. As an elephant, Han Fei didn't know how he attacked. Anyway, he instinctively flicked his nose and saw a divine whip of the void piercing through the sky. It directly cut open a crack in the void. The monster was sent flying and rolled hundreds of meters on the ground, leaving a long gully. That powerful? Han Fei was a little stunned. Are elephants that powerful? Han Fei wanted to swallow, but a strong wind blew around him and he swallowed a lot of spiritual energy. Roar! Sonic waves rippled through the air. Each ripple was like a layer of wind blades. At this moment, Han Fei finally saw the creature in front of him. It was a weird creature that looked like a snake but had a turtle shell. Its head resembled an oval bun. It was obviously a freak. The other party twisted his body and used his tortoise shell to block the sound wave. Clang! 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 The impact was continuous, but the elephant cry contained a strange sound wave. It was as if there was some kind of magic in this world. A furious roar shook the air and twisted it. The snake tail exploded with a loud bang. Han Fei was shocked. Wow, so King strong. After a short period of discomfort, Han Fei found that as an elephant, it was really powerful. However, in less than 3 seconds, Han Fei saw 7 or 8 more strange creatures coming out of the forest. Gosh, so many? Roar. Another burst of sound waves swept over. However, this time, the 7 or 8 strange creatures actually began to spin. A shield appeared on the surface of their bodies and actually blocked his sound wave attack. Han Fei panicked. Evidently, it was these creatures that had forced the elephant to the edge of the cliff. Han Fei wanted to kill these creatures. As a result, Han Fei raised his feet. His feet, which were like pillars, turned into a 100-meter footprint in the air and stomped down from the sky. Even Han Fei was a bit confused. Does that work? However, on the other side, huge void turtle shell shields appeared in midair, trying to block the footprint. Rumble. The shields exploded in the air as a strong wind swept across. At some point in time, a living being had bitten down on his chest. Ouch! Ouch, ouch, ouch. Buzz. Han Fei's body shook subconsciously, and the tremendous force sent the creature flying. However, a large piece of flesh was bitten off. F***ck. This is too much. Am I going to be eaten to death? 7 or 8 of these living beings pounced on him. However, Han Fei could only use his nose, mouth, and feet now. However, it would be difficult for him to make a move now that they were so close. That's not right. I can still poke them with my teeth. Han Fei immediately charged at one of the creatures. No matter what he was. Now, he couldn't wait to die, right? Crack. Pfft. A white light shot out of the ivory, and a white beam of light appeared 100 meters away. Han Fei pierced a turtle shell and left a big hole in its body. It was dead for sure. However, after seeing Han Fei's attack, those strange creatures turned into fireballs and rolled in the air, crashing into Han Fei crazily. Hit me? Are you King crazy? Who am I? I'm an elephant. I have thick skin. Let me kill you. Han Fei immediately turned into a crazy elephant with 2 white teeth and charged forward. Ouch. It hurts. I'm gonna kill you. F***cku, chase me away and bite my butt. I'll crush you to death. Hey, bite my nose? I'll slap you to death. Bang. After half a day of fighting, Han Fei was crippled. The 7 or 8 creatures on the other side were all torn apart by his crazy strength. Of course, the price wasn't small. One of his elephant tusks was broken, and 2 of his large ears were torn off. His entire body was dripping with blood. And some of the wounds were so deep that even the bones could be seen. Han Fei wanted to curse, son of a b***tch. Ouch. It hurts. Crack. Han Fei was stunned. Huh? What's that sound? The next moment, the cliff broke and a huge crack appeared on the ground. It was caused by the destructive power of the battle just now. F***ck, so am I going to die from falling? The ground collapsed and Han Fei fell down the cliff. Han Fei thought to himself, can't an elephant fly? Just as he was about to try and see if he could fly, he saw a huge mouth stretching out from the cliff. Smack! Han Fei's last consciousness was that he was eaten by this thing. Han Fei was a little stunned. I'm an elephant. How can I be eaten by a head so easily? When the elephant that Han Fei possessed died, Han Fei's consciousness returned instantly. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes and shivered. It didn't feel good to be eaten. Although he had been eaten more than once, he still felt terrible. Recovering his consciousness, Han Fei looked around and saw Little Fatty and Little Gold staring at him with their eyes wide open. Seeing that there was no danger, Han Fei finally noticed Little Fatty's expression. He asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Little Fatty looked at Han Fei for a long time and seemed to confirm that Han Fei was Han Fei, so he said, "Just now, the energy fluctuation in your body was very strong, as if you were fighting." Han Fei was stunned. How could he tell? Wait a minute. Han Fei looked at the ivory in his hand, but it had turned into powder and was mostly gone. Han Fei wondered how he possessed the elephant when he was in the soul state. And that wasn't the point. Why were there abnormal energy fluctuations in his body when the elephant was fighting? If someone attacked him after he possessed the elephant, would he wake up? Also, what was it that swallowed an elephant? To be honest, Han Fei hadn't noticed it yet. Of course, Han Fei knew the legend of a serpent swallowing an elephant, but in this world, only snakes could swallow an elephant. Obviously, that wasn't the case. At this moment, Han Fei was a little puzzled. This visualization was said to be able to help him obtain or comprehend something. I was too focused on fighting just now. I don't seem to have comprehended anything. Han Fei suddenly thought of something. It seemed that he did comprehend something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have got a nose, nor tusks. As for the void hand, that was only a method of utilizing energy and spirit. Chi. This was something he had learned long ago. The only thing left was the elephant's roar. Han Fei closed his eyes and tried to remember it. He found that when the elephant roared, there seemed to be two kinds of power. One was the waves of wind blades that were like ripples, and the other was the strange sound waves that seemed to have the power to stir the enemy's blood. Han Fei suddenly stood up. Roar! The air in front of Han Fei trembled slightly, and a wind blade flew out. As for its strength, it was very weak, probably comparable to a dangling fisher's wind blade. As for the mysterious power of sound waves, it didn't carry any of it. That's not right. The way I use my voice is wrong. Roar! Roar! He howled again and again. Finally, after the possession experience just now, Han Fei seemed to be able to spit out wind blades. Although the strength of the wind blades was not enough, Han Fei finally adapted. It was as powerful as the attack of a peak-level hidden fisher. Han Fei was shocked. So simple? However, Han Fei couldn't produce the sound wave ripples continuously by roaring like a real elephant. He could only make one. But no matter what, this was still a form of comprehension. Although there was only one sound wave blade and one roar, this could also be considered as having an additional skill, right? When Han Fei was satisfied with the result, he saw little Fatty staring at him. In a daze, so was little Fatty. Little Fatty was probably on the verge of a mental breakdown. Why had his master been howling for almost half a day? It was simply the most unpleasant noise in the world. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at little Fatty. Hey, why is this look? Tu Feiyuan hesitated for a long time before saying, it sounds terrible. Han Fei was speechless. Han Fei snorted and thought to himself, stupid little Fatty, do you know that your master has comprehended a new ability in just a moment? He had only visualized an elephant tusk for a moment, but he had gained a skill from it. While Han Fei was feeling proud, he suddenly saw that the porcupine's corpse nearby seemed to have moved. Huh? Han Fei's pupils were constricted. What happened? Aren't they fossils? Little Fatty suddenly said, the smell of blood is getting worse, which must be caused by your shouting. Han Fei was lost for words. Come on, I just stayed where I was. Why do I have a bad feeling? Did I wake it up? However, that shouldn't be the case. How could an inanimate object be resurrected? Han Fei pinched his finger subconsciously. Suddenly, he had a feeling that something bad was coming. Han Fei panicked. I just roared and practiced a small combat skill. Does it affect a certain big shot? At this moment, Han Fei saw that the porcupine not far away was moving again, seemingly struggling. Not only the porcupine, but even the wolf corpse that Han Fei dragged over began to tremble. A blue fire appeared in its eyes, as if it were alive. F***ck. Another zombie? As soon as he saw blue fire in the eyes of a corpse, it was most likely a zombie. Han Fei had no doubt about that. Han Fei had been taught many times that it was a fact. Therefore, Han Fei didn't give the wolf corpse a chance at all. He directly went up and blew up its head. When the head was gone, the wolf corpse would become a real corpse. Perhaps millions of years later, this corpse would also become a visualization fossil? However, when Han Fei looked up, he saw that the porcupine had got up and was staring at him. Cough. Why does it feel like this place is like the bone jar plane of animals? When they were in the undying soul realm, they fought with large numbers of human corpses. Well, now he was in the prehistoric soul realm, and his opponents became animal corpses. Swish. 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 More than 1,000 arrows, shining with white light, pierced at Han Fei. However, Han Fei had already set up an array. All the arrows were cut off outside the defense array. However, the sharp arrows' attacking method soon changed. They began to spin wildly. On the other hand, that porcupine was digging the ground with one foot as if it was going to launch a suicidal charge at him. That action of digging the ground with one foot was simply the signature move of a porcupine. Boom! Han Fei punched out with a golden fist. Do you think I'll give you that chance? Do you think you're an elephant, or a bull? Humph. However, the moment Han Fei threw out the golden fist, the porcupine really rushed over. As it dashed, layers of red light appeared on its body. His golden fist print was actually shattered by that porcupine. Huh. Han Fei punched 8 more times, and finally broke the red light, turning the porcupine into scraps. The spinning arrows also fell to the ground because of their owner's death. Han Fei said disdainfully, although you're not weak, you're not my match. Moo. Roar. Roar. As soon as Han Fei despised the pig, he saw 2 horns sticking out of the mist. In the distance, Han Fei recognized the horn. Isn't that a bull horn? Wait, an elephant head appeared, and then a huge wolf appeared. Then there were rhinoceros, large cataract, and creatures whose bodies looked like they had tumors growing out of them rushing out of the mist. Han Fei immediately felt that something was wrong. They came out of the mist. Not from a distance. That was because if they ran over from afar, he would definitely be able to hear them. There would definitely be a loud noise along the way. With so many living beings racing, the ground should have been shaking. It was impossible for him not to feel it. Thus, the only explanation was that these creatures had simply emerged from the fog. Han Fei panicked. I can deal with 1 or 2 creatures, or even a dozen or so. But now, there were hundreds of beasts galloping. Behind them, there seemed to be even more creatures emerging from the fog. How can I possibly handle this? No matter how amazing he was, could he defeat an army of mutated beasts alone? Little Fatty glanced at Han Fei. Aren't you going to run? Han Fei cursed, of course. Do you think I'm stupid? Shwa. Shwa. Han Fei took back Little Fatty and Little Gold instantly. Han Fei abandoned the array he set up just now. It couldn't stop the stampede of tens of thousands of beasts. Han Fei began to run. It was all fog, and he didn't know where to go. He couldn't sense it here, so he just randomly. Of course, before running, Han Fei tried flying into the sky. If he could fly in the sky, these creatures could run however they wanted. However, he had only flown a few dozen meters before being pressed to the ground by a terrifying force. Flight is prohibited here? Han Fei was shocked. With the power of law, he couldn't fly here. This was definitely Death Valley. Han Fei had no idea why he suddenly dug into the Death Valley. At this moment, Han Fei finally understood why no one had ever come out of Death Valley. There was no road here. How could one get out? Han Fei began to run through the mist. The large array that he had just set up blocked those ferocious beasts. However, the large array only lasted for about 30 seconds before it completely collapsed. However, Han Fei could no longer see. He was running in the mist. However, as he ran, Han Fei discovered that there were a few more creatures. Around him, a few corpses that looked like shadow cheetahs. Roar. Shwa. So fast. Han Fei extended his hand and slashed with the draw. On the other side, he threw out the infinity water, which soon exploded. Han Fei fought as he ran. However, some creatures were extremely fast. Fortunately, Han Fei's phantom glass wings could still be used. Although he couldn't fly high, he could move fast. Otherwise, such a battle would definitely delay him. Han Fei ran as fast as he could. The ground was shaking violently, and all kinds of weird sound attacks were coming from behind him. Fortunately, these were nothing. Han Fei's soul power was extremely powerful. And he was not afraid of them. Seeing that a shadow cheetah was coming, Han Fei's figure flashed and the void line shot out. The next moment, Han Fei jumped and sat on the cheetah's back. Who? Comfortable. Han Fei cracked his neck. It was more comfortable to have a mount. It was tiring to run. Han Fei had also become a member of the beasts as they galloped. At this moment, he was riding a shadow leopard and racing as fast as lightning. Han Fei looked back from time to time and saw that the creatures behind him were becoming more and more ferocious. There were all kinds of creatures, as if thousands of different creatures were roaring and shouting. Splash! After running for a long time, Han Fei suddenly heard the sound of splashing water, which sounded like waves crashing on reefs. He was too familiar with this sound to have misheard it. Where did the sound of waves come from? Han Fei had a bad feeling at that time. This world was too complicated. There were all kinds of weird things every day. He had been used to all kinds of weird places popping out from time to time. Go, charge! The shadow leopards were not the fastest. However, Han Fei soon discovered that these creatures were not only chasing him. It seemed that they were chasing him because he happened to be in their way. At this moment, 7 or 8 creatures were running side by side with Han Fei. Some of them were even faster than the shadow leopard under Han Fei. You're not here to hit me? But why? This answer was soon explained. Han Fei sprinted. Suddenly, there was a whistling sound. When Han Fei looked back, he found that the powerful tiger he had seen before was also among them, running crazily. It's the one from before? Han Fei wasn't sure if it was the one just now. After all, tigers all looked the same, and he wasn't their kind, so he couldn't tell them apart. However, the Tiger King was extremely fast. He led the way, and no living beings dared to approach him. A moment later, the tiger was about to catch up. Han Fei finally found a huge shadow in the mist. The further they went, the better the visibility of the fog became. When the mist began to thin, Han Fei saw the endless sea. In front of him were raging waves and real shrimp soldiers fighting against humans. However, that was not the point. As he got closer, Han Fei's field of vision suddenly widened. Han Fei saw a super island with no end in sight. No, it was a giant boat stuck in the rocks. In his eyes, he could only guess that it was a ship, because it was too tall. Like a huge city falling from the sky, the hull was like a city wall, towering into the clouds. F***ck. Han Fei was dumbfounded. How big was this ship? Compared with the giant creature in front of him, the so-called dragon ship in the level 3 fishery was like a mini boat. Han Fei was so surprised that his eyes almost popped out. And this ship was already moving. Except for a small part that Han Fei saw, 99% of the hull was already in the sea. However, the seawater was still too shallow. It wasn't enough to support the boat to sail in the sea, so it couldn't move. Therefore, Han Fei's eyes fell on the figures of the super giants around the hull. Half of the giants were in the sea, and their hands looked like small mountains. Han Fei always thought that the 5-finger mountain didn't exist. However, he believed it now. The giants' 5 fingers formed mountains, grasping the hull. The large hands pushed the hull forward. Countless arrays were unleashed from the gigantic ark to defend against the attacks of countless sea monsters. In the void, the battle had turned into an earth-shattering scene. Which strong masters were fighting? Han Fei didn't know, but there were people fighting. Those people fought until the sky was dark and the sun and moon were dim. Boom. Roar. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the ground was shaking violently, and something heavy seemed to be falling behind him. When Han Fei turned around, he saw a giant ape more than 50 meters tall. Of course, it was very big in Han Fei's eyes, but compared to the boat and the giant's hands, the ape was probably like a miniature person. As for him, he might not even be an ant, but a speck of dust. The ape held a stick and roared, "Where's the beast race going?" Han Fei's head almost exploded from the roar, but a new name appeared in his Mind. Beast race? The super divine boat had been pushed into the deep sea. Han Fei was touched. He looked ahead and back. Were the beasts rushing towards the boat? Han Fei swallowed. During the Age of Doom, there were people who led humans to cross the sea on a peerless ship. However, these people seemed to have abandoned the other creatures on land, the beast race. Han Fei immediately understood what was going on, but he was very confused. Which space was he in? Which era? Which environment? Anyway, he was wondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? The giant ape was unwilling to give up. Sharp teeth could be seen in its mouth. With a furious roar, it smashed out with its staff. Like a cigar-shaped spaceship, it cleaved through the sea at an unbelievable speed. The shadow of the rod flew past and created a super-strong wind that blew the shadow leopard under Han Fei into pieces. Han Fei himself was not much better. His body was rolling on the ground like a ball. If it weren't for Han Fei's strong physique and the protection of the will of War God, he might have been blown to death by the wind. Everywhere the rod passed, all living beings were crushed. Shrimp soldiers, crab generals, crab kings, mountain-moving hands, everything was crushed. In the end, Han Fei saw a figure appear in the distant void and block the power of the rod with one hand. A huge circular wave was raised on the sea. Wherever the wave swept, all lives were shattered. The terrifying blast slowed Han Fei's running speed by more than 30%. A voice rang out in the void. There are two paths for the human race. Some are exploring the seas, while others are fighting to the death. The beast race is unable to transcend the seas. I am unwilling to abandon you, but I cannot take you. You can return. Roar. That monkey roared angrily and jumped into the air. He extended his giant stick and roared, "The beast race shall not be left behind." As it spoke, the huge ape went berserk. No one knew what kind of power it had used, but it directly condensed into a huge shadow that was hundreds of meters tall. The staff cleaved straight at the divine boat. Han Fei cursed in his heart. Damn it, this monkey is crazy. Obviously, the human beings didn't bring the beast race with them, and the beast race wants the human beings to take away a batch of their descendants to ensure the survival of their race. Damn it, this has nothing to do with me. Why did you bring me here? In the sky, strong masters attacked. In an instant, a terrifying shock wave swept across the world. Han Fei's body was sent flying and smashed into the mountain, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Was it a coincidence? Han Fei smashed into the belly of a mountain. It was a good place to hide from the outside world. After all, Han Fei didn't even know where he was. However, for some reason, Han Fei was holding a bone, a particularly thick finger bone. Where did this bone come from? Before Han Fei could tell what bone it was, he was attracted by the strange power contained in the bone. The next second. Roar. When Han Fei came back to himself, he found himself standing in the battlefield outside. However, his vision was very high at the moment. Not far away, he saw the monkey fighting fiercely. Wait, I become so tall. Han Fei looked down and found that he had turned into a monkey, covered in fur. And holding a rod too. However, he was much smaller than the ape in front of him. However, Han Fei was full of explosive power. This made Han Fei very excited. It was an extremely strong psychological awareness. Han Fei felt that he had reached a level of strength that he could not understand at all. It was as if a single wave of his fist could shatter mountains and shake the seas. My son, beat him up. Today, we must fight for a way out for our beast race. Han Fei was stunned. The big ape in front of him looked at him fiercely. F*CK, you're calling me? I'm not your son. I'm freaking F*King outright. Now. Han Fei hesitated only for a moment before a huge tiger roared at him. Then. Han Fei understood what it meant. The brightly colored tiger said, "Kill. Today, we will kill until the sky turns upside down." The surging beast tide was pushing Han Fei forward. Han Fei thought to himself, fine. This is just a scene imagined by the ideal palace. I'll just fight. I don't have a good impression of these fleeing humans anyway. Besides, his mother should have been one of them. In the end, they'd conquered billions of territories and created 36 heavenly palaces. No matter what, he should have been one of them. Besides, wasn't it too cruel to treat the so-called beast race this way? After all, there were countless types of living beings in this race. If they were still alive, then perhaps this world would become more colorful. What could Han Fei do now? Of course, he had to go. His body was probably in the belly of the mountain right now. Even if the mountain collapsed, it shouldn't be able to crush him to death. However, he had to fight as far as possible in order to avoid affecting that area. Han Fei, who had turned into an ape, stepped on the ground and a large coiled turtle array was imprinted on the mountain. When Han Fei stepped out of the coiled turtle array with the body of an ape, the scene was shocking. He really saw an old turtle lying horizontally, looking like an old monster that had lived for 10,000 years. Han Fei rushed forward. Every step he took shook the earth. The big ape seemed to be surprised. Why did his son use the method of a human spirit gatherer? However, it didn't care and was already fighting on the sea. At this time, the sea surface had long collapsed. Vicious beasts, humans, and sea races fought together, killing until corpses covered the ground. Maybe it was because he had become a very strong monkey, but Han Fei felt that he was about to explode. With a leap, he jumped hundreds of meters into the sky. Han Fei was also proficient in rod techniques. After all, he had studied the staff technique before. However, when Han Fei thought of the staff technique, he suddenly felt that they were not the strongest. What made Han Fei realize the most powerful was power, infinite power, and the law of armor breaking and void piercing. There seemed to be a profound understanding of staff arts that fell on Han Fei. When Han Fei jumped into the sea, the first thing he slapped was a lobster. However, its huge claws broke the 100-meter void. Fight. Han Fei slashed the air with his long rod. Before the rod arrived, the waves split, the clouds rose, and flames covered the rod. At this moment, Han Fei couldn't even tell how strong he was. Currently, what he could understand was the power of one wave. However, it was obvious that this giant ape's power had surpassed 100 waves. Han Fei firmly believed that the monkey he possessed now definitely had the strength of an explorer. Also, it was likely that they were not ordinary explorers. The solid body and the explosive power. In the void, the two large claws had no power to resist at all. They tumbled down and shattered from head to toe. Clang. Crack. Bang. The giant shrimp head was smashed into pieces by Han Fei's rod. D*MN, so awesome? Han Fei was stunned. That lobster looked extraordinary. It was covered in armor that was extremely thick. But it was smashed by his rod? No, there's armor-piercing mysterious energy on the rod. Han Fei didn't realize that the rod he had struck with all his might was so powerful. At this moment, Han Fei had already forgotten about the staff technique. This thing was too awesome. It was the peak of the power he felt so far. Moreover, this staff strike did not end immediately. Wherever the staff wave passed, dozens of shrimp soldiers and crab generals were crushed. My son, board the ship. Han Fei bared his teeth. My son? If old Han heard this, he would kill you. However, he could not expose himself yet. After all, this ape was too strong. If he knew that he was not his son, he would be doomed. Han Fei stomped his feet and immediately wanted to jump onto the towering ship. However, as soon as Han Fei jumped into the air, a strong master arrived with armor. It was a fierce armorist. In the territory of the humans, only such a powerful armored master would be able to stop creatures like the ape. The powerful tiger with wings was also stopped by someone. In any case, even the most powerful beasts had been stopped. The man in front of Han Fei had an armor box floating in the air, holding 2 sledgehammers in his hands. He looked at Han Fei solemnly. Retreat. This boat is full. The beasts have boarded the boat elsewhere. The beasts won't go extinct. Han Fei pondered for a moment. Since he was here to fight, he had to fight first, didn't he? When the time came, it would be good if he couldn't win, so he wouldn't have to get involved in this. Therefore, Han Fei didn't say anything and smashed his big rod down. Clang! The first to appear was a giant turtle with strange array patterns on its body. It seemed to be the armorist's spiritual beast. The turtle's eye emitted a strange light that caused the void to tremble, preventing Han Fei's rod from hitting it. At the same time, the void was torn apart and cold light swept Han Fei's body, making clanging sounds. Some of Han Fei's fur was cut. Perhaps because he was not used to the fighting style of apes, Han Fei lost the initiative. However, he was also shocked. This monkey's body was ridiculously strong. The void rift had been torn open, but only its fur had been slashed. Didn't this mean that this monkey could withstand the attacks of explorers? The armorist's face turned even uglier. At this moment, he roared and a divine weapon exploded in front of Han Fei. For a cultivator of this level to blow up a divine weapon, how powerful would it be? Han Fei was blown thousands of meters away and crashed into the sea, crushing a giant centipede. Han Fei was also infuriated. How could such a strong body be so weak? Of course not. Thousands of rod shadows appeared in his mind. Han Fei's eyes turned red and he stepped on the air again. But this time, he threw more than 100 strikes. Even he didn't know what kind of rod technique it was. Anyway, he could just smash whatever appeared in his mind. Clang! 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 Although the space around the turtle's eye was shaking, Han Fei didn't care. If he couldn't hit it, he would hit it 10 times. If he couldn't hit it 10 times, he would hit it 100 times. Maybe it was because Han Fei was too fast, but from other people's perspective, Han Fei waved the fire rod and attacked with it. Han Fei felt more and more satisfied. He felt that this rod technique was very special. Every rod was faster and stronger than the previous one. It was very similar to Zhang Xuanyu's 9-layered wave of Furious Sea, but the number of waves it could create was countless times higher than Zhang Xuanyu's. Han Fei smashed the turtle so hard that its head shrank back and cracks appeared on its shell. The armored master turned into a giant and tried to resist with his giant hammer. However, after Han Fei smashed more than 500 rods, the armorist finally couldn't take it anymore. The giant shadow was directly dispersed by Han Fei. His entire body's bones broke, blood crazily rushing out, flying outwards. At this point, Han Fei finally had a chance to rush to the boat. He had to break through the formation first. However, before Han Fei entered the formation, he suddenly heard the roar of thunder. Someone shouted, "Enough, monkey, this road is long and the future is uncertain. If we humans succeed, the beast race will rise in the future." Roar. The great ape shouted angrily, "We'll be all dead." "What are you talking about? Let us board the ship." Humph. It seemed that they didn't come to an agreement. Then Han Fei saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. He saw a huge hand covering half the sky and descending from the sky like a mountain. The giant ape was covered in blood. It tried to struggle against the giant hand, but it was pressed to the ground. Han Fei, the Tiger King, and the Monoceros were all pressed down by the giant hand. F***ck. Han Fei thought, "I haven't had 2 minutes of fun. I just hit one person, but then I was pressed down." Although it was said to be pressing, there seemed to be boundless gravity on the hand. The few beast kings were all pressed into the sea. There was a word describing the kind of power that could even topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Han Fei used to think that it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that this word was inadequate to describe this power. Even a complete mountain range could be smashed by this hand. Boom. 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 At that moment, Han Fei didn't know what he was feeling. He felt like a little kid who was slapped. When Han Fei came back to himself, he was buried in the sand of the ocean and his bones seemed to have been crushed. Just now, he had arrogantly defeated an explorer. At this moment, he felt like a sick patient who was groaning in bed and was about to die at any moment. Han Fei finally came to a conclusion: the strong were too terrifying. When he hit Han Fei just now, it reminded Han Fei of old Han. Han Fei felt uncomfortable. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die just like that?" Han Fei felt that he really couldn't take it anymore. He was obviously not as strong as the big ape, and its power was supposed to be used against the big ape. Now, Han Fei felt that he couldn't move. Countless undersea giant insects rushed to his wounds and tried to crawl into his body. Han Fei waited for a long time before he gathered some strength and killed all the creatures. When Han Fei crawled back to the shore with his devastated body, he saw that the big ape was also beaten to the ground, dying. He was pressed into the ground. He was probably no better than him. Suddenly, Han Fei felt a fatal danger. He tried to dodge, but he could only make a move to escape. Pfft! A silver spear directly pierced through his body. He slid on the ground for several thousand meters along with the spear, smashing through half the mountain before coming to a stop. Rocks rolled down and pressed Han Fei. Bang! The silver spear actually exploded. Han Fei, who was about to die, was blown up, leaving only a trace of his breath. In that second, Han Fei fully experienced death. Han Fei had experienced death before. For example, when he fought with Chen Huangdian, but that time, he died too quickly to feel anything. For example, when he was killed by Snowmorn, but the experience wasn't quite painful. But this time, he did not know how much time had passed. It seemed very long. But also very short. Hanfei murmured in his heart, I haven't even shown my power, and I'm already dead? While Hanfei was dying, he felt that his soul was about to shed. Suddenly, a big hand pulled away the gravel and half of the big ape's body crawled out of the hole and looked at Hanfei deeply. Hanfei didn't know if the ape was speaking to his son or Hanfei, but he said, with difficulty, if the beast race doesn't go extinct, please treat the beast race nicely. Hanfei didn't know when he woke up, but he felt very tired. He did not even see the void tablet when it appeared. Hanfei's bones seemed to have scattered. At this moment, Hanfei finally woke up after throwing countless divine healing techniques at him in a daze. When Hanfei woke up, he found that he was indeed pressed into the rubble. A huge rock was pressing on his face, almost crushing him into a pancake. Bang! Hanfei struggled and blasted a path through the rubble. When he crawled out, he realized that the scene from before had already disappeared without a trace. However, not far from him, he saw hundreds of all kinds of creatures. There were wolves, pigs, crocodiles, shadow leopards. In any case, there were many living beings, but these living beings were different from those on the battlefield. These living beings' bodies had long decomposed and were incomplete. At this moment, their eyes flickered with blue soul fire as they tried to kill Hanfei. That's not right. Why is the timeline here so chaotic? Hanfei tried to calm himself down. From the moment he dug himself into the hole and came out, the timeline had changed. When he visualized the ivory, Hanfei had somehow returned to the time when the elephant died. When he possessed the elephant, it was probably not the same time as when he came out of the cave and saw the wolf corpse. But he had been pursued after he had visualized the elephant tusk. Something unknown must have happened. And so he had been led into another timeline. If possessing an elephant was a timeline, killing a wolf was a timeline, and being chased was a timeline, then this should be the timeline of killing the wolf. However, these were not his original timeline. Hanfei immediately understood. Time was chaotic in this mist. But now, the key was how should he return to the normal timeline? However, there was no time for Hanfei to consider, because these creatures were about to pounce on him. Roar! As a wolf roared, Hanfei took out the embroidery needle. Eh? Why am I grabbing the embroidery needle? Hanfei was not conscious. He was ready to fight, so he naturally had to grab a weapon. However, his first reaction was to grab the embroidery needle instead of the blood-drinking knife, which was quite strange. But now, Hanfei didn't have to worry about that. He would just fight. Seeing the wolf attack, Hanfei spat out his tongue and swung his long tail. Hanfei roared and raised the embroidery needle. The moment the embroidery needle was raised, Hanfei felt something different. He seemed to be good at rod techniques. A nameless rod technique flashed in his mind. The big ape staff technique? In the blink of an eye, 100,000 strikes were unleashed. Clang! 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 The rod was played by Hanfei violently. At this moment, Hanfei's memory became clearer and clearer. He felt that there were 3,000 overlapping mountains that could shake the world in his mind. An hour later, Hanfei covered himself with the divine healing technique while holding the embroidery needle. Hanfei murmured, "What a powerful rod technique. To be precise, there are probably 3,000 overlapping waves, but I think I can only cast one." 100 overlapping waves. Then I can't improve anymore. Interesting. Could this be the terrifying power of the visualization stone? Han Fei sighed. No wonder the value of the visualization fossils was the highest. Although he felt that it was strange from the beginning to the end. The 3,000 waves were indeed very powerful. He had probably raised his staff technique from the bronze level to the master level. However, there was still a long way to go before he could reach King tier. Forget it. Even though I don't quite understand it, I've inherited your staff technique. If I have the chance to encounter the beast race in the future, I'll treat them better. Han Fei looked at the embroidery needle in his hand and couldn't help but focus. Let's call it the 3,000 strikes of the Monkey King. Han Fei sighed. That giant ape was truly powerful. If not for the giant hand that covered the sky, it might have really attacked. Of course, Han Fei had no time to think about it. If nothing went wrong, he was still in the Death Valley. This place was very likely the battlefield of the past. Countless beasts had died here. Could it be that he really had to clear this place before he could leave? What? A joke. Han Fei still remembered that there was a single-horned rhinoceros that charged together with him. He had better not run into it. Otherwise, it would kill him. Han Fei rested for a moment and began to walk in Death Valley with his rod. Along the way, Han Fei encountered all kinds of land creatures. Some of them would attack him, some of them had hatred in their eyes, and some of them didn't, because they were really left with broken bodies. Fortunately, Han Fei didn't encounter any particularly powerful creatures. He walked out of Death Valley into a dense forest. The moment Han Fei saw the forest, he felt that it meant that he had left Death Valley. After sprinting through the forest for a while, the corpses of the beasts had also disappeared. There didn't seem to be any special creatures guarding the area. About an hour later, Han Fei suddenly realized that he seemed to have come to a cliff. Eh? This looks familiar. Han Fei was surprised to find that this was the cliff that he had come to when he possessed the elephant. So, he walked back here? Han Fei remembered that there seemed to be a big head at the bottom of the cliff. He wondered what kind of head it was that could swallow an elephant in one bite. However, Han Fei thought more about the deformed creature with the turtle shell, snake body, and bun head. After listening carefully for a moment, Han Fei was relieved when he didn't find anything. He wasn't an elephant, and those creatures didn't seem weak either. It was better not to encounter them. Squeak, squeak. Just when Han Fei thought he was fine, he suddenly heard a squeak, which made him think, little monkey? Han Fei looked for the source of the voice, and saw a little monkey eating a banana hanging upside down on a tree vine on the cliff far away. Han Fei thought, is this little monkey the little monkey I just met? Although this little monkey seemed to be quite bad, it didn't seem to like fighting. Although the path the monkey took was dangerous, he wasn't afraid of the Tiger King anyway. If he could meet the Tiger King, it meant that he had already left Death Valley. Immediately, Han Fei spread his phantom glass wings and flew to the opposite side. In this place, it was not really flying, but flapping. But it was much better than walking. Han Fei didn't want to jump over. What if another head popped out and ate him? Wouldn't he be doomed then? Seeing that Han Fei was here, the little monkey threw the banana in panic, pulled a vine on the cliff, and jumped down. Monkey, don't run. We are relatives. Han Fei dived into the clouds and chased after the little monkey. However, although the monkey did not like fighting, it was not slow at all. It was as though this was its backyard. The cliff was 7 or 8,000 meters high. Han Fei chased after it and found that the little monkey had disappeared. Han Fei fell to the bottom of the valley and his heart sank. This was still Death Valley. Yes, he saw a large number of monkey corpses, just like mummies. But there were many monkey bodies lying on the ground. Some even died while sitting upright. There was also a group of monkeys with arms on their arms, forming a circle, standing there without moving. No one knew how long they had been dead. Han Fei swallowed and said tentatively, "Brother monkey, look at me. I just fought side by side with your ancestor. I'm obviously a good person. Can you send me out?" However, there was no sound. The little monkey seemed to have disappeared. Han Fei could only walk along the valley. Fortunately, these monkeys had no intention of reviving, which made Han Fei feel relieved. However, the more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. Because everything here seemed more suitable for living. There was even a stone table here. Monkey was playing a game of pitcher, and there were even some wine jars. Han Fei even ran to the wine jar to see if there was any wine inside. Wasn't there some monkey wine that could strengthen one's body? What if there was some treasure here? Unfortunately, the jar was empty. Thinking about it, it was possible. This was only the soul realm. Although this place might really exist, it was definitely not in the ideal palace. The ideal palace only had one island. Would it be able to safeguard the 7 soul realms? Therefore, this should be a projection of a certain place, existing in the form of a divine soul space. After walking for a while, Han Fei suddenly saw a place that looked like a throne. In fact, it was a huge stone chair surrounded by rock paths and all kinds of lines were carved on the ground. On the side of the stone chair, Han Fei could vaguely see the cliff. There seemed to be a pattern there. When Han Fei got there, he found that the figure of the big ape was carved on the cliff, and he was playing with a rod. Whoa! There must be treasures below the cliff. Routine, this is a routine. I know it. Han Fei had discovered that the rod technique was the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks that he had learned. But now he was not going to learn the rod technique, but to find a way out. Han Fei stood in front of the cliff and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he found that the little monkey was sitting not far away from him. However, at this moment, the little monkey had a stick in his hand and was looking at him. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. "Monkey, why are you holding a rod?" Squeak, squeak. The little monkey's body suddenly expanded and transformed into an ape of the size of 2 men. Son of AB*TCH. I knew it. It's not that easy to get out. Unlike Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai and the others also dug out the problem, but they didn't come to Death Valley after all. Zhang Xuanyu was digging. When he came back and saw that Han Fei and the other 3 were all gone, he was stunned. I just ran next door for a short while. Where are the others? Curious, Zhang Xuanyu ran into the hole that Han Fei dug. As soon as he came out, the hole behind him was gone. Therefore, all 5 people, including Zhang Xuanyu, dug themselves into disappearing. At this moment, Luo Xiaobai was moving around on a big tree with hundreds of spiritual plants around her, welcoming the danger from the tree. Yes, unlike Han Fei, Luo Xiaobai found herself in a tree after she came out. The tree was so big that Luo Xiaobai thought she was lost. Besides, she had lost her ability to move around in the spiritual plants. Fortunately, the death substitution technique could still be used. Otherwise, Luo Xiaobai felt that she would be doomed. However, Luo Xiaobai's mind was clearer than Han Fei's. At this moment, she was guarding the end of a huge branch and frowning. Such a huge spiritual plant, is it a coincidence? Luo Xiaobai usually did not believe in coincidences. As a manipulator, she happened to come to a huge spiritual plant. On this tree, there were all sorts of spiritual plants growing on its bark. There were also many birds that flew in the sky, as well as large numbers of worms and snakes. Luo Xiaobai thought this place was dangerous because the birds were too scary. As a powerful manipulator, she wasn't afraid of the bugs. Although snakes were difficult to deal with in battle, he had many attacking methods. Even if she didn't have Han Fei's strong fighting means, spiritual plants were her weapons. In the world of spiritual plants, there was no reason for her to lose to the creatures living on spiritual plants. However, birds were different. She had very little experience fighting birds. At this moment, a flying creature was chasing Luo Xiaobai. Luo Xiaobai thought that they were birds. They had a pair of transparent wings, fur on their bodies, a steel needle spike on their mouths, and a tail that had split into three. If Han Fei were here, he would have been shocked. Damn it! Do all mosquitoes in this world look like this? Of course, it was impossible for them to really be mosquitoes, but they did look like that. They were shaped like bees, only having a needle in their mouths. Their three tails were like whips, able to break through the void. Most of the spiritual plants summoned by Luo Xiaobai's great spirit summoning spell were sucked dry by the three tails, making her speechless. Fortunately, Luo Xiaobai did find something. She had visualized the claws of a terrifying spider before. Now, as she jumped and turned, her body flowed in thousands of streams. In the void, she only appeared faintly before turning into nothingness. However, the mosquito-like creatures couldn't see them. Thus, many of them were cut into pieces by the invisible strings. Vine explosion. Luo Xiaobai stepped on the vines and darted among the branches with invisible threads as hooks. She wanted to reach the top. Although there seemed to be other creatures there. Lu Renquan came to an orchard. Logically speaking, this should be something to be happy about. However, what if these fruits were bigger than humans? What if these fruits could attack humans? What if there were worms bigger than humans here? Roar. Lu Renquan was also running crazily because there was a group of fruits chasing behind him. The fruits were all grinning with their mouths full of steel teeth and sticky liquid between their teeth. In the prehistoric times, there weren't necessarily only beasts or strange trees. There might also be some things that simply couldn't be understood. At this moment, Lu Renquan and the group of fruits chasing him were like a bean-eater game, funny and weird. Armor box, blade storms were unleashed in all directions. It was because not only were there fruits chasing after him, but there were also some strange roots like the piranha plant on his head. There were also fruits that could shoot poisonous thorns. If they were just fruits, it was possible that they wouldn't be very strong. At most, their characteristics were a bit abnormal. However, in the boundless universe, there were all sorts of strange things, so this wasn't strange at all. However, the insects here were not so easy to deal with. Some human-faced half-winged beetles would often lie on some spiritual plants and cast illusions. If Lu Renquang's soul hadn't become stronger after he had gone through the demon plant soul realm and the blue sea soul realm, and if he hadn't had the mint leaf, he would have been fascinated by them. Also, the bugs were screaming and piercing his soul, which irritated Lu Renquang. Why else would Lu Renquang and the bugs have some unspeakable opportunities? The most terrifying ones here were not the illusion-type bugs. Most importantly, there were a lot of mantises here. If Lu Renquang hadn't activated the ultimate defense, he might have been killed. It's too dangerous. Too dangerous. I want to go home. When Lu Renquang thought that he had run out of the orchard and reached the mountain range in front of him, he saw a group of broken corpses looking at him. Lu Renquang recognized those corpses. Weren't they giants? He had seen them on the murals in the Thousand Star Proving Ground. Good Lord, one of the giants had half his head gone. The other giant had holes all over his body and seemed to be about to attack. Roar. Deep blue roar. Zhang Xuanyu was not in a better situation. He came to a spider forest full of spider webs. There were also sea spiders in the sea. However, those spiders rarely appeared at the same time, let alone dozens of them. If one insisted that spiders and crabs were very similar, then he must be blind. At the very least, crabs could still be eaten, but very few would eat spiders. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu was facing a group of spiders. The spiders were generally larger with longer and unusually sharp legs. At this moment, Zhang Xuanyu was not only in danger of spider silk, but also faced the endless, sharp spider legs. Ding ding ding. Clang. 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 Soul explosion. Zhang Xuanyu's body had already turned into a phantom, and the long rod in his hand struck out overlapping waves. As a guy who dared to cross the sea when he was only a fishing master, Zhang Xuanyu was quite confident. In some ways, he was even comparable to Han Fei. In terms of combat experience, except for Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu was best at fighting alone, not in a group battle. When a lot of spider legs were pierced and sprayed with spider silk and venom, it was too difficult for Zhang Xuanyu. Fusing with the bloodthirsty shark, he tried to draw the blood from the enemy's body. Using the power of the soul to pierce through, he guarded himself. Using the tertiary body as bait, he attempted to divert the spider's attack. Zhang Xuanyu tried his best to escape from this place. Covered in wounds, he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den. A giant spider was giving birth, and a large group of little spiders was chasing him. His scalp was numb. He didn't even dare to think about what he would do if he was caught. Among everyone, only Li Luoluo's situation was the most normal. Li Luoluo also appeared in a forest. However, that was a normal spiritual forest. The creatures that appeared were normal creatures that she had never seen before. La la la. Li Luoluo was still humming a little tune, because along the way, she had already made countless living beings into specimens of plants. There's something wrong with the timeline here. How am I supposed to get out? Without Han Fei and the others around, Li Luoluo transformed into a nine-eyed spider. If Han Fei and the others were here, they would be shocked. The nine-eyed spider was crawling through the forest with thousands of bugs following behind her. It was like a mighty army of insects. Many creatures even chose to flee when they saw her. Only those who had lost their consciousness would form groups and charge forward. Everyone had different encounters. The prehistoric world just barely revealed a corner, and no one was unable to see everything. Han Fei had no idea how long he had been fighting the little monkey. Anyway, he had already fought him more than 200 times. He had tried using the void line, but this ape had the ability to protect its soul. The void line could not hit it. What made Han Fei the most speechless was that the physique of the monkey was no weaker than his. This shocked Han Fei. If you say I can't beat the ape, then I admit it. After all, the difference in strength is obvious. However, an ape that was turned from a little monkey was so strong that it could fight against him, which surprised Han Fei. Of course, in terms of movement techniques and saber techniques, the little monkey was at a disadvantage. However, the monkey also knew the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes, and its control was much higher than Han Fei's. After 100 strikes, Han Fei found that it was difficult to increase the strength and speed of each strike. However, this little monkey was able to cast 300 shadows. Han Fei was blown away countless times. Also, this little monkey had the intention to kill him. Han Fei could clearly feel it. If he was killed here, he might really die. Of course, with Han Fei's physique, it was extremely difficult for the little ape to kill him. Han Fei was like an unbeatable cockroach. Not only did he not lose any of his combat ability, but his raw arts were also improving slowly. Heh. It really is a training ground. The prehistoric Soul Realm had many timelines. However, Han Fei felt that he had discovered the path here. This place had been destroyed in prehistoric times, but the prehistoric creatures were unwilling to give up, just like how the ape asked Han Fei to treat the beasts kindly. Also, Han Fei thought he had discovered the secret of the Soul Realm. It was the disappearance of the beast race and their complicated relationship with human beings. Han Fei thought that maybe in the future, the beast race could be his friend. The scary thing about Death Valley was that it wasn't really that dangerous, but that it was hard for people to leave. Whether they possessed an elephant or an ape, in the end, it was just an experience. The chaotic timeline brought one's soul into some mysterious time node. Or rather, it was a fantasy that seemed extremely real. However, the rules were not meaningless. The reason why it wanted people to comprehend something was definitely for some reason. According to the Ideal Palace's routine, whether it was the Demon Plant Soul Realm, Undying Soul Realm, or the Blue Sea Soul Realm, all of them had extremely swift and terrifying experiences. At the very least, as long as there were no problems with their natural endowments, these people would grow rapidly as long as they did not die. Even if he could not reach the end of every soul realm. This way, the chances of a human being nurtured into an expert would greatly increase. It was the same in the prehistoric soul realm. Although he had yet to visualize a few pieces of visualization fossils, what he felt was almost the strongest. Even in this prehistoric soul realm, there were probably not many better visualization fossils. At this moment, Han Fei had been fighting the ape for 3 days and countless times. In terms of combat strength, Han Fei and the monkey were evenly matched. Although Han Fei had more tricks. The problem was that every time Han Fei used some fancy tricks, the ape on the other side would fly into a rage and his strength would increase significantly. Therefore, Han Fei could only fight with the monkey bitterly. Of course, there were also times when he did not fight. For example, based on the Monkey King's 3,000 staffs, Han Fei condensed arrays on his rod and had finally knocked the monkey away. This time, he won. Han Fei sat on the ground and gasped. Monkey. I know you want to help me. Practice rod arts, but can you stop thinking about killing me? If it were anyone else, they would have been beaten to death by you. Hiss hiss. The ape didn't seem to understand what Han Fei was talking about. It bared its teeth and looked fierce. However, it didn't attack him immediately. Instead, it reached out and took out a banana. Han Fei sneered and grabbed a jar of wine from the void and drank it. Normally, Han Fei would grab some food, but he felt like drinking recently. That monkey bared its teeth and also grabbed a wine jar from the void and started drinking. Hence, a man and a monkey sat facing each other across 1,000 meters and drank. Han Fei had just finished a jar of wine when he saw the monkey suddenly stand up. Han Fei thought that it was going to fight again, but he saw the monkey begin to pound its own chest with its fists. Heh. So what if your chest muscles are big? Han Fei picked his rod, ready to fight again. At this time, the monkey surprisingly didn't attack him, which made Han Fei quite curious. Not fighting anymore? Then, Han Fei saw the monkey dancing in the air. Slowly, the void changed and the vague shadow of the big ape appeared. Han Fei recognized the ape. It was that big ape. The shadow dispersed as soon as it was touched. A ball of fire suddenly appeared in the monkey's eyes and spread outwards. Monkey's body seemed to be unable to withstand this shadow. At this moment, his entire body was trembling, and his skin was beginning to crack. Then Han Fei heard a deep, hoarse voice. It was unknown if it was said to Han Fei, on the day the Beast Emperor returns, and when the terror descends, the east, the sea. Bang! Then, to Han Fei's surprise, the monkey exploded. Buzz! The void stone tablet appeared and Han Fei's name was branded on the 23rd place. Han Fei was not surprised by this ranking. Although the experience this time was unusual, there were not many real battles. The chaotic timeline wouldn't destroy the souls of outsiders. The danger that Han Fei faced was mainly the remains of Death Valley and the little monkey. That seemed to be the examiner. Han Fei frowned. On the day the Beast Emperor returns, and when terror descends? Does the East mean literally? And the sea, can't you finish your sentence in one go? Han Fei murmured and thought for a moment, what level is the Beast Emperor? And what does the East mean? Han Fei's mind was racing quickly. If the big ape knew something, why didn't he say it when the timeline was messed up? Or rather, when the little ape that he had possessed died, what else happened after that? Unfortunately, he knew too little. The only thing he could do was to remember this piece of information. The return of the Beast Emperor would bring about great terror. When Han Fei came back to himself, he suddenly realized that he was standing in the misty valley. Where was the cliff? I'm out? In another timeline, Luo Xiaobai was half paralyzed and covered in blood. In front of her, a creature with the head of a goat, the body of a human, and 2 wings was nailed to the top of a giant tree by 9 branches. Those beneath the king are nothing but ants. No one can escape their fate of being sacrificed. Above the giant tree, in the void, there seemed to be a faint ethereal voice repeating these words. In Lu Renquan's timeline, the guy had gone crazy. His body was red, and even his hair had turned red. In front of him was a void. The sky swallowing technique was tearing at the void like it was eating something. There were many giants around Lu Renquan, but they seemed to have been dead for a long time. A demonic voice sounded. I'm afraid no one would dare to kill a god for the 100,000 years after I died, ha ha ha. That laughter was sharp, frightening, and crazy. Compared to Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu's experience was very special. After Zhang Xuanyu escaped from the spider territory, he found a human skeleton. At this moment, he was in a chaotic timeline, possessing the body of an unknown person. That person stood proudly in the void, the spear light in his hand striking out again and again, piercing into the sky. Every time he made a move, a dark hole would be pierced through in the sky, as if a huge hole was punctured in the sky. Even mortals can open the heaven gate. My fate is up to me, and not the heavens. Those words kept popping up in Zhang Xuanyu's head. The person possessed seemed to already know, this path was his own Tao, his final will. Li Luoluo was sitting on the edge of a cliff. Beneath the cliff, waves crashed against each other. In front of them was an endless sea. Li Luoluo just sat there alone, her gaze fixed into the distance, her two hands on the ground, looking like a lonely little girl. Li Luoluo's eyes were somewhat lonely. Her face no longer had any gaudy colors, and she looked like a rather quiet little girl now. She muttered to herself, so, they're all dead. But I can't remember anything. After I go out, what do you think I should do? Kiki. Li Luoluo's expression changed, and her lips curled up slightly, revealing two dimples. I'll remember. Han Fei didn't know whether he should go deeper into the mountain range or not. He returned to the valley where he dug the hole in the beginning, and the hole he dug was still there. However, Luo Xiaobai and the others were no longer there. He wondered if they had fallen into an inexplicable time flow like him. This wait lasted for an entire day and night. Luo Xiaobai was the first to come out. However, she was in an extremely bad state. She was covered in wounds and looked extremely weak. Han Fei hurried to ask, what happened? As he spoke, he threw the divine healing technique at Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei also took out a soul fruit for Luo Xiaobai to consume. Luo Xiaobai was relieved to see Han Fei. There's a time problem here. Luo Xiaobai did not hide what she saw. When Han Fei heard the words those beneath the king are nothing but ants, he couldn't help but feel frightened. In his opinion, the Age of Doom was definitely not as simple as the ocean sweeping across the land. Han Fei's scalp turned numb when he heard that everyone would be sacrificed. After experiencing desolate Heaven City, the Undying Soul Realm, and the prehistoric Soul Realm this time, Han Fei realized that the dead creatures of that era had probably exceeded the limits of his imagination. All these couldn't just be simply explained with the sea sweeping the land. The third to come out was Li Luoluo. However, when Li Luoluo saw Han Fei, she smiled sweetly. Brother, sister. Pfft. Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai looked at each other. Li Kiki? Han Fei tried asking Li Kiki about something. But it turned out that she knew nothing. What information could you get from an 8-year-old? However, Luo Xiaobai asked telepathically, can Li Kiki walk out of the timeline alone? Han Fei was slightly surprised, but said nothing. Keep an eye on her from now on. Han Fei was also suspicious. He had never seen Li Kiki fight. In fact, he believed that Li Kiki couldn't fight. However, Luo Xiaobai reminded her. How could an 8-year-old girl walk out of time turbulence? Buzz. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the sky. A towering spear light was shining in the sky. The sharpness of the golden spear was extremely strong. It was as if one's body would be penetrated as long as it was touched by its aura. Zhang Xuanyu appeared. However, his clothes were already tattered, and the terrifying sharpness was also restrained. After Zhang Xuanyu landed, he chuckled. It was a close call, but I benefited a lot from it. Huh, where's Fatty? Bang! A mountain exploded, and a shadow mouth appeared. It was Lu Renkuang's latest version of sky swallowing technique. Han Fei greeted, Kuang Kuang, what are you doing? Roar. The big mouth bit at Han Fei. Everyone's expressions changed. Because Lu Renkuang showed a strong killing intent and had gone crazy. Han Fei and the others had never expected that Lu Renkuang would go crazy. Although Lu Renkuang had a crazy name, it was not a problem to call him a coward. Since their first meeting, Lu Renkuang had never lost control or gone crazy. Since he had gone crazy this time, it meant that what Lu Renkuang encountered was very likely to be terrible. Luo Xiaobai shouted, hold him down. The vines swept out, covering the ground, the void, and even a gigantic flower. However, when Lu Renkuang pressed the box, the wind blades were full of killing intent. Their speed and power were greatly improved, and they tore Luo Xiaobai's spiritual plants into pieces. Since they were on the same side, Luo Xiaobai couldn't attack him with her full strength. She could only rely on Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu to suppress him. Together, Zhang Xuanyu roared and his soul power landed on Lu Renkuang. Wake up. Han Fei's actions were even more violent. He immediately attacked with the embroidery needle and crashed into the blade storm, ignoring the violent blades. However, the giant mouth still wanted to bite Han Fei, but Han Fei stepped on it and the coiled turtle array appeared. The golden giant grabbed the huge mouth with his hands. Devil's blade. Han Fei's pupils constricted. This guy's attack caused the void to tremble. The true martial devil blade broke through the void and slashed at Han Fei. Crack! The coiled turtle array was shattered by 2 strikes. Han Fei's Monkey King attacked with his 3,000 staves, fast and violent. Anyway, Lu Renkuang's body was not weak at all. Since he couldn't wake him up, he would smash him until he woke up. Bang! 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 In front of Zhang Xuanyu's shocked eyes, Han Fei threw more than 200 strikes at Lu Renkuang in various positions, smashing half of the hill, before knocking Lu Renkuang out. Who? Han Fei took a breath. This fatty is really hard to beat when he goes crazy. After a while, Lu Renkuang woke up slowly and saw Han Fei and the others surrounding him. He mumbled, it hurts, it hurts. Why do I feel like I've been beaten? Luo Xiaobai asked, what did you encounter? Han Fei hurriedly cast a divine healing spell on him. He didn't throw it at him just now because he was afraid that Lu Renkuang would go crazy again. Now that he was awake, he threw it at him. Luo Xiaobai said directly, if there's anything important, tell us in private. Don't say it in front of Li Luoluo. Lu Renkuang's hand trembled slightly, and he said calmly, oh, I was almost scared to death. You don't know that I was chased by a bunch of fruits. Yes. Fruits. They are bigger than humans, and they have mouths. And worms. I hate worms. I hate worms. Zhang Xuanyu said, huh? Are you scared silly? Fruits eat people? Lu Renkuang jumped up. Yes. They were so fierce. I also saw a huge fruit. Well, I think I was poisoned by it, and then I lost my consciousness. With that, Lu Renkuang winked at the other 3, behind Li Luoluo. Li Kiki said adorably, "Fat bro, you're so pitiful." Lu Renkuang froze and looked at Li Luoluo in shock. Kiki? Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai. Let's go. We finished exploring this prehistoric soul realm. Let's see if we can explore all the 7 soul realms. Han Fei's idea was actually very simple. He even felt that he might have guessed why those people on the genius list didn't compete for the rankings. Because the information obtained from a single soul realm was too little. All the soul realms seemed to be able to elevate one's cultivation base. Thus, under such circumstances, most people would not choose to walk a single path to the end. At this moment, Han Fei had the same idea. Although he had obtained a lot of information from the prehistoric soul realm, it would be more difficult for him to enter the top 10 or top 3 if he was only ranked 23rd. After all, they had passed 3 soul realms. Which soul realm's final segment was easy to pass? Although he had been forced to use the Demon King's contract in the past and had not been able to carefully experience the 3 great demonic plants in the demon plant soul realm, it was still not easy. In Han Fei's opinion, few people should be able to survive the battle with the Undying Soul and the Necropolis of the Returnless. The Blue Sea Soul realm was even scarier, where an ancient azure dragon had appeared. Who knew what kind of living beings would appear in this prehistoric soul realm? It wasn't that he was afraid. The soul realm's existence was mainly to help humans gain experience and increase their strength. Indeed, he could obtain more growth from the 3 secret realms at the back. First, at that time, he could return to challenge the prehistoric soul realm. Perhaps the outcome would be even better. Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and agreed. All right. Let's go to the other soul realms first. However, we must be careful in the War Soul realm if nothing goes wrong. The 6th and 7th soul realms are extremely mysterious. If the big clans want to take action, the 5th soul realm might be their best opportunity. Han Fei nodded. Zhang Xuanyu grinned. I'd like to see what the big clans can do. Lu Renkuang said, yes. Li Kiki blinked. Are we going to fight? Everyone froze. Han Fei and the others were speechless. Right, Li Kiki is still an 8-year-old child. Should we take her to the War Soul realm? However, Li Luoluo wasn't weak. Without her, they lost a good helping hand. Indeed. Luo Xiaobai frowned. Kiki, can you ask Li Luoluo to come out? Li Kiki blinked her large eyes and said with some grievance, Luolua's asleep. Everyone was stunned. Li Luoluo fell asleep? Zhang Xuanyu immediately said, well, Kiki, we have something important to do now. Luoluo is asleep. Where's Li Kuang? Can you call him out? Li Kiki pouted. Okay. Then she kept her eyes closed for a moment. After pausing for 10-odd seconds, Li Luoluo suddenly opened her eyes filled with fervor. Ha ha ha. I heard you were looking for me? I told you, Li Kuang, have unparalleled talent, so I'm certainly the one you need the most. Brothers, why are you calling me? The faces of Zhang Xuanyu and the others stiffened. Didn't Li Kuang come out too fast? Luo Xiaobai said telepathically, there must be something wrong with Li Kiki. She can change her personality at will. If she can control it, she can suppress it. Otherwise, according to Li Kuang's personality, he would have come out himself. Hearing Luo Xiaobai's words, Han Fei looked at Li Kuang with a smile. Brother Kuang, we're going to do something big. Are you interested? Li Kuang was delighted and patted Han Fei in the shoulder heavily. Of course. I'm best at fighting. Since Li Kuang had come out, it didn't matter if there were any problems later on. In any case, his combat strength should be better than the 8-year-old. Li Kiki, right? In the outside world. Before the prehistoric Soul Realm, the changes on the stone tablet caused many people to ponder deeply. After all, Han Fei was too eye-catching in the first 3 Soul Realms, so many people were relieved that he stopped at 23rd place. Although he was still very strong, as long as he did not enter the top 3. It meant that Han Fei was not as strong as the strongest genius in history. After all, Han Fei had asked about Tang Yen and Li Daxian when he went in. At that time everyone thought that Han Fei was trying to challenge the two's positions, so they had high expectations of him. Now, Han Fei's final ranking was quite reassuring. However, this time, what surprised everyone was that unexpectedly, all 5 students from the Thug Academy were on the list. Furthermore, their rankings were not low, especially on the way back. Lu Renquan avoided Li Kuang and said to Han Fei, I saw a king's corpse. Do you believe me? At that moment, Han Fei and the other 2 were all shocked. Although they hid from him, Li Kuang didn't care about it, which made Han Fei and the others slightly relieved. Han Fei replied, don't panic. Stay calm. No. Fatty, are you sure it's a king? Lu Renquan replied, I think so. In the end, he seemed to have said something to me, but I didn't seem to be in a good state at that time, so I didn't remember it clearly. It seemed to be Godslayer or something. Zhang Xuanyu rolled his eyes and said, Fatty, don't try to fool me. Are you sure it's Godslayer? Godslayer? However, Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were lost in thought. It seemed possible. If Han Fei had never seen the sky-shrouding hand, he might not have believed it. But he had seen it. And he had been beaten by it. Oh, that was not right. To be precise, the ape that he had possessed was not even qualified to be beaten up by the hand, but he was still killed. Luo Xiaobai, on the other hand, thought of the words, those underneath the king are nothing but ants. It made sense to understand the Godslayer as a Kingslayer. After all, in the eyes of mortals, what was the difference between a king and a god? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, you. What did you see in the timeline? Zhang Xuanyu said, I possessed a person and learned a peerless spear technique. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. How peerless? Zhang Xuanyu chuckled. Break the void and open the heaven gate. Luo Xiaobai asked in surprise, so, you've got a combat skill? Zhang Xuanyu thought for a moment. It's not a combat skill. It seems to be a path. The path I opened is very compatible with my own path. I have a feeling that I will be very strong once I become a law enforcer. They all clicked their tongues, wondering if Zhang Xuanyu was bluffing. However, if he said he was strong, so be it. Zhang Xuanyu asked, Fei, what happened to you? Han Fei thought for a moment. That scene would probably shock them. So, Han Fei changed his words. I experienced the power of an explorer. For the first time, Han Fei and the others didn't talk about their rankings. It seemed that they maintained their usual tacit understanding. When the 5 of them appeared outside the prehistoric Soul Realm, they immediately aimed at the stone tablet. Han Fei exclaimed, that high? Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. What? My ranking is so low? Lu Renquang asked in a daze, is there a mistake? Li Kuang smirked. What is this stone tablet for? Why am I only ranked 99th? Han Fei looked at Lu Renquang speechlessly. Lu Renquang went crazy for a moment and somehow ranked 12th. This number really stunned him. Han Fei had thought that what he had experienced was already bizarre enough. A giant ape. A giant hand. A giant divine boat. How could anyone not be excited? However, he was only ranked 23rd. God knew what Lu Renquang had experienced. He was actually ranked 12th. And it was more than that. Didn't Zhang Xuanyu say that he only comprehended one path? He possessed a strong master. Han Fei wondered who Zhang Xuanyu possessed. He was ranked 21st, 2 ranks higher than him. As for Luo Xiaobai, Han Fei thought that Luo Xiaobai's experience should be on par with his, but Luo Xiaobai was ranked 37th. He thought to himself, Zhang Xuanyu's experience was definitely not simple. Lu Renquang's experience was probably even more bizarre than Luo Xiaobai's, but her experience might be safer. However, when Luo Xiaobai came out of the timeline, she was seriously injured. In this case, it meant that what Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu encountered must be more complicated and weird than he thought. As for Li Luoluo, he directly ignored her. As soon as Han Fei and the others came out, someone rushed over and said, I'm here. Han Fei looked at a dwarf and asked in surprise, who are you? That person transmitted his voice. Wang Santai. I, Wang Santai, have information. Wang Santai had made up his mind to earn money from Han Fei. They were so strong and must have obtained a lot of visualization bones in the prehistoric Soul Realm. He had traded with Han Fei for several times. Although he had been told that the Thug Academy was very violent, he felt that they were fine. He had made a lot of money outside of the Blue Sea Soul Realm. Other than Wang Santai, there were others who wanted to surround him. Someone shouted, we also have information. Wang Santi's expression changed. What the hell do you have? My information is unique. Han Fei immediately waved his hand and pointed at Wang Santai. Okay, you're picked. Let's go and have a chat. When the others saw this, they were filled with resentment. It was such a good bargain, but it was taken by this guy alone. Seeing that Han Fei and the others were about to leave, someone shouted, many law enforcers and senior experts have entered the Ideal Palace. Han Fei and company frowned. Although they had expected law enforcers to come in, when they did come in, it meant that his enemies had been prepared to kill them all. Wang Santai was instantly enraged. He turned around and bared his teeth. ****, do you think this is all I have? A person replied with a sneer, I don't believe you have much information. A moment later, Han Fei led Wang Santai to a small hill. Han Fei thought for a moment. This time, he didn't find any visualization fossils. He thought that the significance of the prehistoric soul realm was not the visualization fossils, but the chaotic timelines. So, when they came out, Han Fei and the others had been recalling their experiences and forgot about the visualization fossils. But although he didn't have visualization stones, he had soul fruits. He took out a few intermediate-level soul fruits and said, tell me, what's your information? Wang Santai chuckled. Well, that guy was right just now, but he doesn't know the exact strength of the law enforcers. But who am I? I'm Wang Santai. This Ideal Palace is my backyard. Luo Xiaobai interrupted him. Get to the point. Wang Santai said, according to my incomplete statistics, there are probably more than 30 law enforcers who came in this time. Tisk. Han Fei was obviously disdainful and didn't believe Wang Santai's words. Before entering the ideal palace, Han Fei had seen more than 100 law enforcers on the island. It seemed that those people had come in, but he had only seen them. He didn't know if there were more. Why didn't these people come in before? This logic was very simple. How precious were law enforcers? Although there were hundreds of them, it was also the accumulation of their foundation. How difficult was it to nurture a law enforcer? It would be too much of a loss if they died easily. So, those people were just waiting. If their hidden Fisher-level clansmen could kill Han Fei and the others, they wouldn't have to do anything. After all, in the outside world, they did not know what the ideal palace was like. Even if the big clans had some guesses about the ideal palace, guesses were only guesses. Once one entered, life and death were hard to predict, so who would want to enter? Luo Xiaobai said, this information is not worth much. There are more than 30 law enforcers and at least 100 of them. Tell me something else. Wang Santai was stunned. There are so many people? Did I get the wrong information? Wang Santai hurriedly said, don't panic, I still have more. I know that. People from the various great clans have come. Among them, there are some geniuses from the previous generation. Among them, there are at least 10 people who got listed on the 7 soul realms. Luo Xiaobai frowned. This news was a bit too important. In fact, they did not need to care about ordinary descendants of the big clans. After experiencing the 4 soul realms, they felt that they had already reached the pinnacle of their current state, regardless of whether it was their soul, realm, or comprehension. If not for the rules of the ideal palace, they would have become law enforcers long ago. Han Fei, it's too vague. How many of them? Wang Santai laughed dryly. This, I really can't be sure. I also found out after much difficulty. It's probably because they prevent their whereabouts from being leaked in case you guys are on guard in advance. Oh, right, the Chao family is here too. Especially Chao Qiao, he's almost rumored to be the strongest in the younger generation of Thousand Star City. I heard that the Chao family has a grudge with the Thug Academy? Han Fei was slightly stunned. Chao Qiao is here. That's right. I haven't heard anything about Chao Qiao in a long time. Chao Qiao must have been adapting to his war god bloodline in the past 2 years. 1. Han Fei asked, when did they come in? Wang Santai said, they didn't hide it. They came in a few days ago. But they came out of the demon plant soul realm yesterday and directly disappeared. Luo Xiaobai looked at Han Fei. Coincidence? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know, but don't worry about it. Chao Tian listens to Chao Qiao. Chao Qiao is a good person. As for Chao Jiaran, you have to be careful. Han Fei looked at Wang Santai. Is there nothing else? For example, what are the law enforcers going to do? How are they going to fight? Where are they going to fight? Do they have any special methods? Wang Santai's expression froze. What do you mean? It's either inside the 5th soul realm or outside. Not just anyone dares to enter the 6th soul realm. As he spoke, Wang Santai suddenly said, when it comes to methods, it's not that there aren't any. It's said that someone once dug up a special item in the prehistoric soul realm. It's said to be able to annihilate one's soul. It can be used in or outside the soul realms. Luo Xiaobai asked, what is it? Wang Santai shook his head. I don't know. It's just a rumor. It's rumored that only one item was dug up, but it seems to be related to time. Han Fei narrowed his eyes and gave the intermediate level spiritual fruit to Wang Santai. This is real intelligence. What you just said is basically nonsense. Wang Santai was stunned. This is a rumor. No one has verified it before. You call this important information? Han Fei asked, what else, any more important information like this? Wang Santai shook his head. The probability of death in the War Soul realm is extremely high. Does that count? Han Fei asked, have you been there? Wang Santai shook his head. Of course I haven't been there. Why would I go there for no reason? Do I have a death wish? Wang Santai said, even though I've never been there, I know a bit about it. To be honest, there will be many chaotic battles in the War Soul realm. Moreover, I can't be sure if you'll be together after entering, because some people will be together, while others will be separated. It seems like it's because the battles they encounter are different, but what I can be sure of is that you're definitely in the same place, at the same timeline. Han Fei and the others looked at each other. The situation of the War Soul was very complicated. Zhang Xuanyu asked in surprise, does that mean that the big clans won't be able to find us? Wang Santai hurriedly said, that might not necessarily be the case. If they can't find you, then they wouldn't have set up an ambush. Luo Xiaobai said, all right, that's enough. Let's go. A moment later, they left Wang Santai behind. Luo Xiaobai did not look happy. If the Battle Soul realm is like this, we are in danger. In the Battle Soul realm, if there is no problem with time, a lot of strong masters will flood in. If the 5 of us are separated, the consequences will be unpredictable. Zhang Xuanyu said, we can disguise ourselves. Luo Xiaobai said, since the big clans are ready to fight, they will pay attention to everyone who enters the War Soul domain. After a moment of silence, Han Fei suddenly licked his lips and said, in fact, this might be an opportunity. Luo Xiaobai, huh? Han Fei grinned. In the outside world, do we have a chance to attack the people of these big clans? Zhang Xuanyu took a breath. You don't want to fight them, do you? Lu Renkuang also took a deep breath. The law enforcers are fine. After all, their realm is suppressed. But what if a group of former geniuses comes? Luo Xiaobai said, it's risky. Li Kuang immediately shouted, fight. Fight. I, Li Kuang, have never been afraid of anyone. Zhang Xuanyu glanced at him. Dozens at our level. Han Fei did not feel threatened, nor did he feel any fear because he had guessed the big clans would attack them in the War Soul realm. However, Han Fei had to take care of Luo Xiaobai and the others. In his eyes, fighting alone required one's physique. Only Lu Renkuang could fight with others here. However, if Yang Nanchi was here, Lu Renkuang would probably have no time to take care of others. Whether Lu Renkuang had gone completely berserk or not, when he was sober, Lu Renkuang should be on par with Yang Nanchi. When he was not sober, it was still the same. Because when he was not sober, he would lose a lot of his power and give others a huge chance to attack him. Han Fei paused for a moment. I think this is a chance. If these people are all dead, it'll be a big loss for the big clans. Anyway, our relationship with them has never been good. If we catch them, we must kill them. Luo Xiaobai frowned slightly. No, it'll be useless even if all the paragons are dead. You must know that our real opponents are not them, but the big clans themselves. You can kill law enforcers, but can you kill explorers? And venerables? Han Fei curled his lips. Why should I care? I'll kill whoever is standing in my way. Li Kuang immediately agreed. I agree. If you can kill one, then kill one. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. What does it have to do with you? Luo Xiaobai said, don't forget that the informant said that they have ways to attack souls. Han Fei smiled. I didn't forget. They have it, but it doesn't mean that I can't stop them. I think I'll go in first and kill a bunch of them. You can come in when it's safe. Having the demon purification pot to protect him, Han Fei was not afraid at all. It was better to kill a batch of them first. Lu Renkuang looked at Han Fei in shock. Are you crazy? Do you want to fight 10 people alone? Han Fei couldn't help but recall the battlefield of the Undying Soul Realm. He grinned. Have you forgotten? I'm the first in the Undying Soul Realm. Zhang Xuanyu hurried to say, that won't do. The people in the Undying Soul Realm have no intention of killing us. I'm wondering if we should go in together. When the time comes, I don't care if you fight 1 against 5. It shouldn't be a problem for the 4 of us to fight 1 each. Luo Xiaobai nodded. Since we're all from the Thug Academy, let's go together. We can come again when the opportunity arises. Li Kuang shouted, oh, why is it so complicated? Can't we go and take a look first? If we really can't beat them, can't we still run? Han Fei looked at Li Kuang. You have a point. Whether we enter or not, we should go check it first. Lu Renkuang suddenly said, wait. Han Fei, huh? Lu Renkuang said with a trembling face, should we digest the harvest in the prehistoric soul realm? I still have some unknown power in my head. I need to absorb it. Zhang Xuanyu suddenly remembered. Oh, right. Fei, what happened to your stick technique? You've punched out 200 layers of waves in a row and extremely fast. Let's spar. Luo Xiaobai said, then let's rest for 2 days and enter there in our best state. 3 days later. Clang. 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 The staff in Zhang Xuanyu's hand was like a phantom. With one attack, the void shook and a black hole opened. Han Fei couldn't take down the weird power quickly without using special methods. However, Zhang Xuanyu was even more surprised than Han Fei. Stop. Let me ask. You, how many waves does your staff technique have? When you attacked, you seemed to ignore space, or you wouldn't have been so fast. Han Fei pondered for a moment. The Monkey King's 3,000 sticks should be able to make 3,000 times, or even more. Pfft. Zhang Xuanyu almost vomited blood. He exclaimed, how many times? Are you kidding me? Han Fei chuckled. However, with my current strength, I can only hit 300 times. At most. Lu Renkuang was speechless. You think 300 is too little, or what? Even Luo Xiaobai's lips were twitching. Although it is not as powerful as the 9-layered waves of the furious sea, it can make so many waves. This staff technique is very strong. Li Kuang smacked his lips and seemed to be considering how to deal with Han Fei's 300 strikes. His expression suddenly changed and he almost switched to another identity. For some reason, he always felt that his confidence had been severely damaged. Han Fei also discovered that Zhang Xuanyu's rod technique had terrifying armor-piercing power. The attack energy was extremely dense. With this power, Zhang Xuanyu's pure combat power was almost 80% higher than before. It was no wonder that Zhang Xuanyu's ranking was so high. It seemed that the man he possessed was indeed amazing at stick technique. A while ago, Zhang Xuanyu had said that he would study the armor-breaking art if he failed in body polishing. Now, it seemed that he had made insane improvements in the prehistoric soul realm. Han Fei couldn't help but regret. I broke a law enforcer too early. If I had known that there were so many opportunities in the ideal palace, I wouldn't have done that so early. Wouldn't it be better to improve his comprehensive combat strength to the limit? No wonder Zhang Xuanyu said that he felt that he would become very strong after becoming a law enforcer. He had almost reached the end of his road. How could he not be strong after becoming a law enforcer? 1. Lu Renkuang was the same. His so-called gains were actually the gains of the sky-swallowing technique. If the sky-swallowing technique could only swallow passively in the past, it had transformed after the undying soul realm and could take the initiative to swallow. Now, after a few days of research, this fellow had actually undergone another transformation. He could summon 3 sky-devouring mouths at once, just like the shield of nothingness that he carried around with him. Not only could it be used as a defensive method, but it could also take the initiative to fight. It could be said to be a combination of offense and defense. Among them, only Luo Xiaobai didn't seem to change, but she also had more tricks up her sleeve now. Li Kuang, can we leave now? If we don't, Li Kiki will come out. Han Fei immediately said, let's go. With our lineup, it won't be a problem to fight dozens of them. Luo Xiaobai said, of course, we'll have to disguise ourselves first. In the ideal palace, Han Fei's 1000-face technique was not needed at all. He could change his face freely. This might be a protective rule of the ideal palace. However, when Han Fei and the others arrived outside of the War Soul domain in batches, they were surprised to find that there were only a few people here. Therefore, no matter what happened to Han Fei and the others, they would be noticed as long as they came. In other words, it was fine if Han Fei and the others didn't come. They could either leave the ideal palace or go to the 6th soul realm. However, the 6th soul realm was known as the Samsara soul realm. It was said to be extremely difficult. Even among the current top 10 prodigies, many people did not dare to casually step into it. So, when Han Fei reached the War Soul realm, he knew that there was no need to pretend anymore. Needless to say, the place had been cleared. Han Fei returned to his original appearance. Looking at Luo Jiutian, Diwu Weiguang, and a sword-bearing young man, he asked in surprise, why are you here? Diwu Weiguang laughed and said, the two of us made a bet, betting that you will not return. TSK, Tian'er, you have lost. Luo Jiutian smiled. I had thought that with Xiaobai's personality, she wouldn't come. At this moment, a blue flower bloomed on the ground, and Luo Xiaobai walked out. I can try. You? Luo Jiutian replied, if you enter, I will definitely enter. Han Fei looked at Diwu Weiguang, only to hear the latter say with a smile. I'm here on the orders of my master. After all, the Thug Academy used to be one of the 8 major sections. It's reasonable for us to support each other. Han Fei was surprised. The Thug Academy doesn't know Sea Cloud Tower very well, does it? Diwu Guangliang laughed out loud. No. Indeed not. However, the 7 great sects and big clans aren't very harmonious either. If Jiang Wanyu hadn't gone to the Monument of Gods, he should be here too right now. Apart from Diwu Weiguang, there was also a man carrying an ancient sword. At first, Han Fei thought that he was from a big clan, but this person cupped his hands and said, Heavenly Sword Sect, Lin Yeni. The characters of swordsmen were usually cold. However, since he was already here, Han Fei owed him a favor. Besides, he knew that everyone would lose their memories here after leaving the ideal palace. But he still came. However, at this moment, other than these 3 people, the others should all be people from big clans. This was because those people were not close to them and seemed to be prepared to escape at any time. Zhang Xuanyu and the others came one after another. They were surprised to hear that some people had come to help. The Thug Academy was already in such a state, and these people still came to help. Lu Renquang said happily, it's good to have more people on our side. One more person means more combat power. When Luo came, there were actually 3 people with her. However, these 3 people stunned Han Fei and the others. Han Fei was surprised. Chao Qiao. It was Chao Qiao, Chao Tian, and Chao Jiaran. Han Fei never thought that they would come to help. Chao Qiao nodded as greeting. Chao Jiaran took a deep look at Han Fei and said, although I still want to kill you, our target this time is the people of the Chu sect. The enemies of the enemy can be allies for a short period of time, but we will only deal with the people of the Chu sect and not anyone else. Han Fei looked at Luo Xiaobai, who looked at Luo Jiutian. Luo Jiutian transmitted his voice to them, the Chao family and the Chu sect have never gotten along. They have attacked each other more than once. This time, there are many people from the Chu sect. I wonder how many of them the 3 of them can deal with? Han Fei thought, it should be enough. Which one of them is weak? Especially Chao Qiao. I wonder how strong he is now. In Han Fei's eyes, Chao Tian could fight against 5 people alone. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang had attacked him at the same time, but they couldn't shake him at all. Zhang Xuanyu and Lu Renquang were enough to be on the genius list. It was obvious that Chao Tian was very powerful. There was no need to mention Chao Qiao. Back then, Chao Qiao almost killed him. Now that he had been adapted to his blood of war god, his strength must have improved greatly. Chao Jiaran wasn't weak either. She was a woman who could go head to head with him, and she even had the ability of a soul warrior. Not to mention anything else, these 3 equaled at least 5 or 6 geniuses that had entered the rankings. Luo Xiaobai said telepathically, we have to prevent the Chao family from attacking us. It's better to keep a distance from them. Han Fei replied, don't worry. If it's only Chao Tian and Chao Jiaran here, I would be suspicious, but I won't be worried since Chao Qiao is here too. Han Fei immediately said, okay. In return, I'll tell you a secret of the Undying Soul Realm. As for whether you can bring it out of the ideal palace, I don't care. Han Fei thought that if these people really wanted to help, he could tell them. the information about the void line in the memorial tower. Although he had taken the golden page, he could show them the ancient picture. Since they offered to help, Han Fei and the others wouldn't refuse. However, both Han Fei and Luo Xiaobai were used to their original team, and even Li Luoluo hadn't gained their trust. Therefore, even with Cao Qiu and the others joining them, Han Fei and the others couldn't leave their backs to them in the Soul Realm. Diwu Weiguang, there shouldn't be anyone else coming, right? Luo Jiutian nodded slightly. I think so. If the people who came this time aren't strong enough, the chances of them dying are extremely high. Also, remember this, after entering the War Soul Realm, the first thing you need to do is find your own people. Han Fei was surprised. Huh? So we'll appear in random places? Diwu Weiguang smiled. Can't you tell after passing the prehistoric Soul Realm? In the ideal palace, anything is possible. The entire world is created with a strange and terrifying divine consciousness. Therefore, whether it's the timeline or the scene that appears, it's actually designed according to the Creator's will. Here, everything that has happened can be replicated, including what timeline you entered, what scene you appeared in, what people you encountered, and what things you encountered. Perhaps there's a deeper meaning to all of this. Luo Jiutian nodded. If the first 4 soul realms are training grounds, then starting from the 5th soul realm, it's no longer a training ground, but a real battlefield. There are no soul fruits, no soul crystals, and no visualization fossils here. After entering, we might be together or split up. We're not only facing the big clans, but also the marine race, prehistoric creatures, and the overlords of the sky. As for what we'll encounter, we can't tell. Luo Xiaobai and the others looked gloomy. How do we find our companions? Quickly? Luo Jiutian said with a faint smile, that's simple. We just need to set a location. Regardless of whether we'll appear together in the beginning or what kind of battle we'll encounter, as long as we find a chance to return to the city and find the sea god statue, it'll be fine. In the city, where humans are protected, humans are not allowed to fight privately. Otherwise, those illusory souls in the soul realm will attack you. Han Fei raised his eyebrow. There is a city in the War Soul domain? Diwu Weiguang grinned. Not only is there a city, but it's also incomparably vast. However, that city is already surrounded by seawater. Also, it's extremely easy to distinguish outsiders in the War Soul realm. Those who don't have a death aura are definitely outsiders. Needless to say, you'll know when you get there. Han Fei said to Luo Xiaobai and the others, if anything happens, run to the city. Luo Xiaobai suddenly asked, where is the exit of the War Soul realm? Luo Jiutian's face sank slightly, and he said, there is no exit. That city seems to be repeating the same war. We will only come out after the war ends. Han Fei's heart sank. Did the end of the war mean that the city was destroyed? Luo Xiaobai said coldly, okay. Come in. Everyone knew what they needed to know. Han Fei and his teammates were few in number, but the War Soul realm seemed to have its own unique rules. In other words, if the big clans wanted to make a move on them, they had to follow certain rules. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for them. As long as there wouldn't be hundreds of thousands of people attacking them. When they appeared, this battle could be fought. Han Fei grinned. I wonder how the big clans will react if all of them die. At the stele at the entrance, Han Fei saw the names of Li Daxian and Tang Yin. Again. One was first, and the other was third. Glancing at the mist-like entrance, Han Fei suddenly asked Luo Xiaobai. Telepathically, if there's a chance, I want to know why humans see demons. And those messy races are fighting. Han Fei said this to Luo Xiaobai alone. The latter glanced at Han Fei and said nothing, indicating that she knew. Han Fei had a deep doubt. From the beginning, he only knew that humans and sea demons were mortal enemies. When he deduced the fish transformation art, Han Fei felt that it was because humans were divided. Some chose the ocean, and some chose land. But even so, the enmity between them shouldn't be so deep, right? They didn't leave any room for negotiation. From the annihilation of desolate Heaven City to the annihilation of the city they were about to go to, and the death of the countless beasts, was it really just because of the human race's split? Also, Han Fei felt that what he saw and heard in the prehistoric Soul Realm couldn't be meaningless. The words of the great ape were one thing, and he did not know whether the Beast Emperor was a Beast Emperor or not. However, what did the words that Luo Xiaobai heard, all lives are sacrificed, mean? Although Lu Renquang couldn't remember what happened in his timeline, he had seen the corpse of a king and there was definitely a deep secret behind it. Are the Seven Souls realms really just training grounds? While thinking, Han Fei stepped into the mist. He felt as if his body had been flying very fast in the void for a very long time. When a light appeared in front of him, Han Fei opened his eyes and saw a real world. In front of him, there was a huge crimson setting sun. Below him, there was an endless sea, waves rising and rolling. Beside Han Fei was a group of 100 people rushing in the sky as if they were on their way. Han Fei didn't know why he suddenly appeared, but these people didn't react at all. However, he immediately looked at his team. Han Fei's heart sank. Luo Xiaobai and the others were not here. F***ck. Didn't they say that there was a chance of us appearing together? Am I that unlucky? At this time, Han Fei could feel a trace of death from the people above. Suddenly, Han Fei realized that 2 people were not dead. When he looked at them, they were also looking at him. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. The clothes they were wearing were obviously from his era. Also, Han Fei could feel their nervousness when they saw Han Fei. Are you from big clans? Han Fei looked at his clothes, and then at the phantom glass wings. He thought in surprise, don't these people notice these features? Isn't my phantom glass wings obvious enough? While Han Fei was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard the person flying at the front, holding a white antenna conch in his hand, shouting, full speed ahead. The battle ahead is dangerous. Roar. The 100-man team increased their speed by another 30%, flying away like a flash in the sky. None of them spoke. All of them looked solemn. Han Fei glanced at them. They looked like they were going to die. Han Fei was calculating in his heart. 100-person team of hidden fishers. The one at the front seemed to be a law enforcer. Such a group of people was an extremely powerful force. He wondered what kind of enemies they were going to face. Han Fei immediately thought of something and approached a man not far away. Hey! Do you think we can go back alive this time? The man asked by Han Fei was middle-aged. After hearing Han Fei's words, he looked at him and relaxed a little. Maybe. Maybe not. But what's there to fear about death? We are not the elites. Our death is not a pity. But if we can live, we should try to live. Han Fei thought to himself, it's true that I'm myself, but these people seem to have regarded me as one of them. Is that also a rule? Han Fei was about to look at the two people behind him, but he subconsciously used his perception. To his surprise, his perception was effective. In all the previous soul realms, perception was useless. However, in this war environment, perception was actually useful. Could it be that because they knew that there was going to be a battle, the rules here specially released their perception ability? Han Fei felt that the creator of this ideal palace was far more powerful than he imagined. Was it really possible for a king to create so many soul realms? And the complicated time and space inside? In his perception, the two people behind him seemed to be mumbling something. At the end of his perception, Han Fei found a large ship fighting. The ship wasn't as large as the dragon ship, but it was close to 1,000 meters long. At this moment, some strong masters were fighting on the ship. The sky was colorful, and half-human fish, shrimp soldiers, and crab generals appeared in the ocean. There was also a huge octopus slapping the hull of the ship. Most of the arrays on the ship had already been destroyed. He could perceive that someone had already self-destructed. Son of AB*TCH, already in such a state? The speed of a hidden fisher was still very fast. Was there a fishing boat in this era? In his opinion, there probably wasn't. Sprinting at a full speed, in less than 10 seconds, Han Fei's team got agitated. The leader shouted, "Prepare for battle." The moment this person spoke, everyone had already fused with their spiritual beasts. In the sky, there were all sorts of strange lights. The armorists had already placed their hands on the armor boxes, and the others also took out their weapons, except for the two people who followed behind. Judging from their behavior, they seemed to want to escape from the battlefield. Han Fei thought, "How can I let you go?" Han Fei shouted, "Kill. Those who retreat will die." The last two, what are you doing? Hearing Han Fei's words, the two people almost hated Han Fei to death. Their purpose was not to fight. Han Fei said, "You want to leave? You have to ask me if I agree. Since you've come, don't leave." As expected, the leader turned around and said, "Those who don't fight will die." The two men had no choice. Fortunately, there were so many people here. Without them, they wouldn't have met Han Fei. They were not top geniuses. Although they were confident in their strength, it was almost impossible for them to survive against Han Fei. However, the two of them also said, "Han Fei, I didn't expect you to come here. Do you want to kill us here?" Han Fei sneered. "There are plenty of opportunities to kill you." Han Fei simply replied. If they dared to run away, he would kill them first. Now he saw the shrimp soldiers and crab generals on the sea, and was ready to experience the strength of such creatures. Before, when Han Fei turned into an ape, he didn't feel anything. He only felt that there were many shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He could defeat dozens of them with one strike. However, he was too strong at that time, so he thought that the other party was weak. But now, he was not that ape, so the other party didn't seem weak. At the very least, the battle on the surface of the sea was in full swing. All kinds of phantoms dazzled the eyes, and all kinds of weapons flew everywhere. Someone shouted, "Kill. You can die, but you can't throw the floating stone away." Han Fei's heart did a flip. Floating stone? The floating stone that makes boats? Han Fei couldn't help but fantasize. At this time, humans had already discovered the use of the floating stone? In his opinion, the appearance of the floating stone should have been discovered by his mother and the other strong masters after they conquered their territory. Now it seemed that his guess was wrong. Someone had discovered it during the war. No wonder the humans were unafraid of death. With the floating stone and the powerful abilities of strong masters, they might be able to make floating islands now. Once humans lived in the sky, they didn't have to be afraid of sea demons. However, when Han Fei guessed the thoughts of the human beings, his heart sank. If the human plan succeeded, the soul realm should not have existed. Or rather, this soul realm was merely a stronghold of the human beings. Local failure would not affect the overall situation. Shua. Han Fei's figure flashed out. His fist was bright and there was an array on it. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals were far from what Han Fei had imagined. Han Fei had thought that the shrimp soldier was a humanoid creature holding a harpoon, and the crab general was a muscular man with a crab head and holding a large bronze hammer. In reality, the shrimp soldiers were indeed in human form. However, they had no legs. The lower half of their bodies were prawns with claws, while the upper half of their bodies was a huge water droplet-shaped prawn head. They also had 2 shrimp whiskers. In their hands, they held either a harpoon or a spear, and on their backs, there were 6 spears. This was different from what Han Fei had seen on the ocean platform. Their shell had turned into armor. And that crab general was not holding the giant bronze hammer. Those chubby pincers were even more terrifying than the giant bronze hammer. His body was like a black iron ore dug out from the sea trench. Almost his entire body was his head. Furthermore, crab generals were not of the same species. Some were big and some were small. Some had many shrimp soldiers standing on their backs. Some of them were long-legged and had barbs and hooks all over their bodies, and some blades. They were of different species. At this moment, Han Fei chose a chubby and sturdy crab general with 3 shrimp soldiers standing on its back. They were going to attack several hidden fissures, but when they saw Han Fei, the 3 shrimp soldiers respectively pulled a spear from their bodies and flung it at Han Fei. The spears pierced through the void and appeared in front of Han Fei in the blink of an eye. This was the void-shattering strike, one of Han Fei's most powerful techniques. But now everyone knew it, so he couldn't beat others with it anymore. Now, as long as they didn't attack too fast, Han Fei could deal with it with a flash. Shua. Han Fei rushed forward 100 meters and punched. The crab general swung its claws and punched at Han Fei. Bang! 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 The void exploded. This crab general was not so powerful after all. He wanted to tear Han Fei's attack apart with just a shadow? Even the full-strength attack of a junior law enforcement officer might not be able to do it. The hammer shadow exploded, and the crab general didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. He raised his pincers and waved his hammers in front of him. As for the 3 shrimp soldiers, they suddenly appeared in the air, past the fist mark, and turned into 3 streams in the air, with strong murderous intent. Han Fei smiled. He spread the void line and appeared in front of the 3 of them. When they were unprepared, he threw the void line out. Swish swish swish. Chi la. Crack. The draw. In the end, Han Fei found that the defense of these shrimp soldiers seemed to be quite strong. He wanted to kill each with a strike, but failed to kill any of them and just shattered the shells on their heads. Gasp! So powerful? Boom! The crab general was hit by Han Fei's punch, but his claws didn't shatter. Had his punch been blocked again? Devil change. Han Fei's vibe suddenly increased. If he couldn't kill the shrimp soldiers and crab generals with his current strength, it meant that their strength equaled that of a law enforcer. And they were only the most ordinary shrimp soldiers and crab generals. However, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals seemed to only be peak hidden fishers. Something's wrong. If they're only peak-level hidden fishers, how can a small fish have such strong defense? Han Fei confirmed one fact: the shrimp soldiers and crab generals also suppressed their realms. Or rather, they had been molded to be like this. In reality, they could really be law enforcers, and it was very likely that they were not junior law enforcers. However, they were currently limited to peak-level hidden fishers, so they didn't have the ability of law enforcers. Chi La. Another slash and 3 shrimp soldiers were beheaded by Han Fei. Han Fei punched again. The punch mark was completely different from before. The crab general was smashed into pieces. Seeing that the two of them had also entered the battle, Han Fei smiled and started killing. After Han Fei used the secret technique, his strength equaled that of a peak-level intermediate law enforcer. It would be a shame if he couldn't defeat a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Bang! 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 Puff, puff, puff. In a moment, wherever Han Fei went, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals were all shattered. Many people were shocked at Han Fei's strength. Kill one with one punch? Someone shouted, "Come and help." Han Fei looked around. 1,000 meters away, a man was fighting a half-mermaid. The half-mermaid was clearly a law enforcer and could control ice. At this moment, there were thousands of ice blades in the air. Han Fei thought, why do I have to fight law enforcers as a hidden fishers? Wherever I go? Not all living beings in this space would have their realms suppressed. Otherwise, the big ape and the other living beings wouldn't have appeared, let alone that huge hand that could slap the big ape half dead with a single slap. Of course, this half-mermaid couldn't reach that level. Han Fei's figure flashed in the void. Every time he stopped, 1 or 2 creatures would die. By the time Han Fei reached the other side, the human beings who were fighting were already covered in wounds. They seemed to have been fighting for a long time. Seeing that the man was consuming spiritual fruits, Han Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. Why did the other party want to consume a spiritual fruit? Of course to replenish spiritual energy. However, couldn't spiritual energy be imagined in the ideal palace? Han Fei wanted to check his data, but nothing changed. This meant that only outsiders like him could have unlimited spiritual energy, but not these people and marine creatures. Thinking of this, Han Fei clenched his fist and attacked. When the huge scarlet fist mark covered the sky, the half-mermaid immediately bared its teeth. Ice walls appeared, and it even grabbed a lot of seawater from the ocean and attacked Han Fei. The human was able to catch his breath. Although he was surprised by Han Fei's strength, he soon ignored it. After all, there were many strong masters everywhere. There was no need to be shocked. This human also slashed his sword through the air toward the half-mermaid. Splash! At this moment, a huge tentacle suddenly extended from the bottom of the sea. It seemed slow, but was actually fast. The millstone-like suction cupped directly sucked the human law enforcer in. Han Fei reacted quickly. In a flash, he disappeared from where he was. Not only did he avoid the tentacle, but he also used the draw to cut the half mermaid. Ka ka ka. Pft. Faced with Han Fei's endless energy, the half-mermaid was chopped into pieces. However, the human law enforcer, who was sucked by the suction cup, curled up into a ball and was sucked to death. Shit. Han Fei tried hard to suppress his anger. This was not real. History was repeating itself. He couldn't be impulsive. Han Fei was about to continue killing shrimp soldiers and crab generals. After all, he would only have a chance to go to the city if he finished the battle here as soon as possible. However, before he could do anything, he heard an explosion in the sky above. The destructive hurricane was so powerful that Han Fei felt something sweet in his throat. He was injured? Bang! 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 The array on the hull shattered inch by inch. Under this one strike, at least several hundred soldiers and crab generals were directly shaken to death by this terrifying force. Gasp! There's such a strong master? Explorer? Han Fei's first reaction was that it was an explorer. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill so many people in this battle so easily. If the human race is not destroyed, we will fight to the death without retreating. Han Fei saw a pair of bloody hands grabbing a ball-like creature from the void and tearing it apart. Rumble. To Han Fei's surprise, the creature self-destructed. F***ck. In a flash, Han Fei dived into the sea, almost one step too late. He was hit by the tremendous energy and vomited blood. Flash, flash. In a few flashes, Han Fei hid under the boat with the hull as a barrier. He could only see whirlpools at the bottom of the ship, caused by the energy shockwaves. However, Han Fei also fought more fiercely. After all, marine creatures lived in the sea. Therefore, they were thinking, it would be the same if I just shatter your hull and let your ship disappear. Blood suffused the sea. Han Fei looked awful. Blood and broken limbs were everywhere around him. Han Fei felt irritated. Although he knew that this had happened before, he still couldn't calm down. F***ck, you son of a b***tch. Han Fei frowned. The great formation at the bottom of the ship was mostly damaged. Some parts had already been destroyed. Because they were fighting around the hull, humans were in a passive position. Thus, at this point in the battle, there were many casualties. Han Fei couldn't fight in the sky above the sea. He only saw through his perception that it was a half-mermaid riding on a giant python and holding a harpoon. However, the humans didn't seem to be weak either. Someone stepped on a lobster with 100 swords floating around him. Sword shadows cut through the void and sword streams filled the sky. The two sides were locked in an intense battle, and they soon left the ship's range. Han Fei's heart sank. The killing in the water was even more intense than on the boat. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. The endless water turned into thousands of knives, and the seawater surged. The blades began to spin like a storm in the water. Roar! Kill that man! A half-mermaid roared, its harpoon breaking through the void. In Han Fei's perception, dozens of miles away, a real mermaid pointed a long whip at him. Then, Han Fei saw two clam girls jumping toward him. Han Fei sneered. Two clams? Who are you looking down on? At the bottom of the ocean, Han Fei began to kill fiercely. Those shrimps, crabs, and sea creatures who had their realm suppressed were no match for him. Blood sprayed everywhere the infinity water passed. On the human side, many people seemed to be motivated by Han Fei's strength. Someone shouted, "Good, good. You're the pride of our human race. Kill." Someone grinned with a fervent gaze. "Let's go. I want one of the two clam girls." A manipulator summoned endless seaweed and rolled it towards the clam girl, as if to buy time for Han Fei. Han Fei's figure flashed rapidly on the seabed. Wherever he went, thousands of knives followed him. His invincible fighting will dye the seabed golden. The two clam girls let out sharp whistles almost at the same time. The eerie sound reverberated, and many people on the seabed, including the shrimp soldiers, held their heads and resisted with great difficulty. Han Fei suddenly felt that something was wrong. Little Black and Little White immediately possessed him. Then, he saw thousands of invisible threads trying to control him. The two people who went to stop the clam girl were now stiff. At the last moment, they shouted almost simultaneously, "Explode." Choosing to self-destruct was the only thing they could do. Sometimes, the strength of a battle technique could not determine victory in a battle. The creatures of the sea were different from humans. They had some unique talents. Han Fei looked awful. "You're asking for death." Han Fei moved like a fish dragon, ignoring the weird noise and rushing out. From afar, the void line surrounded him and the sacrificing punch attacked. Smack! The two clam girls closed their shells at the same time and even spun themselves to hit Han Fei. Bang! However, they underestimated Han Fei's strength. Under the rebound of the array, the two clam girls crashed into the seabed like cannonballs, creating two huge pits. One of them carried the majority of the power of the sacrificing punch. The clam girl inside was probably stunned by the impact and opened her shell. The void line took the opportunity to enter. Han Fei cut the shell into two pieces. Boom! 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 Two large hammers appeared in Han Fei's hands. At this moment, he was hammering the other shell. Die! In the distance, a mermaid who seemed to be the commander of the army rushed over like a swordfish. Han Fei suddenly grinned and looked up at her. On his double hammers, an array appeared. Boom! Crack! Han Fei did it on purpose. "Do you think you're strong? It's not like I haven't killed your kinsman before. Do you think I'm still a junior, hidden fisher?" Han Fei threw away the hammer and took out a kitchen knife. He looked at the mermaid who was a lot lower than Xia Xiaochan and said, "Or should I call you a merman? I want to see how strong the legendary merman race is." Chi La. With a slash, the seawater seemed to be cut in half. "Ignorant humans, you can't escape the fate of being exterminated." Pop! A large bubble appeared. He did not know if it was a type of ability or something else. The bubble had already caved in to the point where both sides were stuck together. Unexpectedly, it did not break. Ah! A strange song sounded from the seabed. The scene around Han Fei suddenly changed. Even with his yin-yang divine eyes, the scene had changed. No, I was pulled out of the battlefield by a huge bubble. Han Fei discovered that the mermaid somehow pulled Han Fei and himself out of the battlefield. Hey! Demoness, what deep hatred do humans have against you merfolk? You actually let us fight to this extent. Han Fei pretended to be angry, but he was trying to get information out of her. Ere as he spoke, the million knife art appeared again and cut through the water. Ball layer by layer. Han Fei swept his perception and found that he had been brought more than 30 miles away. The woman on the other side sneered. In a battle of power, there is only life and death, no reason. With that, the long whip in the woman's hand broke the seawater like a giant scaled snake and lashed at Han Fei with a cold light. Han Fei bared his teeth, set up a coiled turtle array by stomping, and grabbed the whip with one hand. Han Fei frowned. His palm was pierced? But Han Fei did not panic. This small injury was nothing. As Han Fei pulled with great force, spiritual energy surged towards the mermaid through the whip. Boom! Under the spiritual energy explosion, Han Fei's figure flashed and disappeared. The mermaid was wrapped in a bubble and was completely fine. The soul attack technique? You're indeed a peerless genius of the human race. But you can't save the human race. The heavenly trend is irreversible. Water balls, the size of fists, appeared in the seawater. As soon as they appeared, thousands of them swept at Han Fei like cannon fire. Han Fei took out the embroidery needle and attacked with the Monkey King's 3,000 staffs. At this moment, Han Fei was like a villain braving the wind. The shadow of the rod had disappeared, and there were explosions all around him, but none of them could stop Han Fei. The mermaid abandoned her whip, but a spear appeared in her hand. She struck with her tail and waves surged behind her, as if the sea behind her was supported by her strength. Han Fei grinned. He sensed that the B** stars from the two families had already started to run away. Han Fei said, "Why are you running? Come and help." As soon as Han Fei's voice came out, someone immediately noticed them. Everyone could see that Han Fei was fighting really hard, while the two descendants of the big families were getting further and further away, which attracted the attention of others. Someone shouted, "Those who escape will die." Han Fei sneered. "You want to leave? Do I allow you to leave?" The two men were furious, but they were also shocked. Han Fei's perception had reached 50 miles? On Han Fei's side, the merman seemed to have condensed enough power, so Han Fei didn't dare to neglect it. The Monkey King's 3,000 staffs were suitable for fighting, but not for a fight to the death. If he couldn't control his opponent with the void line, then he would go all out. Buzz. The waves around him washed up in the sky. Sacrificing. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed, because there was a finger pointing at him. Damn. Han Fei's face changed greatly. He had thought that this woman was only risking her life to fight him, but it turned out that she was plotting something. Supreme Yang Wheel. Suddenly, a diagram appeared. Han Fei disappeared and turned into a diagram, merging with little black and little white. In this realm, if he died, he would really die. Han Fei didn't want to make this bet. For some unknown reason, the appearance of the yin-yang diagram caused the blue sea to stir, and soul force gathered in all directions. Qi. Qi. Whether it was the might of the spear or the void finger, they both ignited with resplendent flames at the edges of the array diagram. However, they were unable to advance any further. Crack! Crack! The formation diagram flashed through the air, before appearing before the mermaid. Pfft! So what even if he was a law enforcer? If he wanted to risk his life, he had to do it thoroughly. At that moment, Han Fei was completely locked on. He had only two choices, either use the Demon King's contract or attack blindly. The only way to activate the life-risking fist was to combine the two of them. This was also one of Han Fei's strongest moves. Previously, Han Fei could shake Cao Qiu, but now he could shake the two of them. As expected, as soon as the diagram appeared, all eyes were focused on it. The mermaid was directly chopped and fell under the yin-yang diagram. The void finger shattered inch by inch. A strong master was trying to save Han Fei. The fact that the human race had such a genius moved them. Only, someone shouted loudly, "Do you think our human race's heavenly talent is someone you guys can touch?" In the deep sea, a giant octopus aimed at Han Fei. However, someone directly ignited their bloodline and life, shouting angrily, "Die!" Han Fei was like a fuse. Perhaps it was because of his identity as a genius that the Sea clan and the human race both exploded. For a time, killing intent filled the sky. They were locked in a fierce battle. Han Fei, on the other hand, had been killing presumptuously in the seawater. For a while, he was trying hard to control his thoughts. The state of the supreme yin-yang wheel was very strange and difficult to control. It would occupy his consciousness. Inside his body, a black thread was struggling, as if it wanted to break through the shackles. Little Black's violent emotions made him confused. Finally, the demon purification pot shook and Han Fei was freed from the yin-yang diagram. However, when Han Fei returned to his original form, he was surprised to find that there was no war here. The sea was full of wood shavings. As far as his eyes could see, broken corpses were floating in the sea, and blood was flowing along the seawater, dyeing the sea red until it reached the sky. Han Fei didn't even know what had happened. So the fight is over? Han Fei flew alone in the sky. On the horizon, the setting sun was as red as blood. There was no one on the sea surface, not even a living creature nearby. No, there must be something wrong. Han Fei frowned. That's impossible. The war had just begun. It's not like I didn't have the experience of fusing with Little Black and Little White before. Although I used the grand yin-yang image, this time, the battle wouldn't be over so soon. To be able to cause such a completely destructive battle, there must be a strong master who took action, right? If there was a strong master, why didn't he attack him? Han Fei seemed to be the only one left in the world. It was empty in Han Fei's perception range. Wait. Where did those two go? Han Fei scanned the area with his perception and found no bodies belonging to the two. Had they been killed? No, they're still disciples of big clans. Since they dared to enter the war Soul Realm, how could they be incompetent persons? Those two escaped? However, Han Fei didn't think it was likely. If they ran away, it meant that they had been fighting until the end, so nobody cared about them. No. Why do I feel like these people have been dead for a long time? Han Fei frowned and suddenly felt that something was wrong. It seemed that these people had been dead for a long time and didn't look like they had just died. Had it been a long time since he changed the map? Hiss. Han Fei suddenly had a strange idea. Does this battle really exist? Han Fei swallowed. He didn't dare to admit his thoughts. If this war didn't exist, what did he encounter? He even talked to them and the mermaid. Everything was too real. Illusion? Han Fei pondered. If it's an illusion, can people in the illusion have thoughts? Han Fei remembered what Diwu Weiguang said. How was one to tell if a person was an outsider? One only needed to see if there was any death aura on their body. Or rather, those people had actually died long ago. And this world was just repeating a never-ending war? And the motive? Han Fei couldn't figure it out. If he hadn't died, were the two people from Big Clan still alive? Han Fei flew in the direction he came from without any expression. What if he hadn't met a group of dead souls when he came in? After all, the demon purification pot didn't seem to work here. There was no information. However, Han Fei had never seen such undying heroes. He was almost no different from humans. Or could it be that his previous state had allowed him to escape from that battle in the chaos? So, that battle had nothing to do with him? So, those two people from the big clans weren't actually running away, but were actually trying to escape the battlefield? Once they stood outside the battlefield, they would break away from the battlefield, and the battle would automatically evolve? What terrifying rules! Han Fei rushed in the direction he came from. He wondered if he could catch up with them if they were still alive. After about 4 hours, Han Fei suddenly sensed that something was wrong. Han Fei had just stopped above the sea. A flash of silver light flashed in the air. Because he was too fast, Han Fei took out the blood-drinking knife and blocked it, taking the opportunity to flash 100 meters away. Bang! Bang! The water surface exploded and 5 gorgeous red flowers extended vines appeared on Han Fei's wrists and neck like slender snakes. Humph! Han Fei shook and shattered the small snakes. Looking at the stamens that drilled into his body, he waved his hand and cut the vines with the knife art. However, in this short period of time, Han Fei found that a great array had been activated, a confinement-killing array. Han Fei smiled. You want to play arrays with me? The moment the formation appeared, an identical reverse array was quickly outlined. Han Fei stepped on the coiled turtle array, and it only took him 2 seconds to break the confinement-killing array. However, at this moment, a huge hammer shadow appeared in the sky and smashed at Han Fei like a meteorite. Yang Nanchi? Han Fei raised his head and an array appeared on his fist. He activated the devil change and unleashed the sacrificing punch. Who told you that I can't fight when I set up the array? Clang! Golden ripples rippled and the sea caved in. Han Fei stood proudly in the air and controlled the million knife art to attack the manipulator. The previous hunter appeared under Han Fei and stabbed him from below. Roar! Han Fei waved his hands left and right. The 9 palace dragon roar and the gravity law burst out at the same time, and the void line rushed at the man at lightning speed. However, the hunter's body flashed and twisted the space, appearing elsewhere. Yi family, star teleportation technique. Bang! At this moment, the array exploded. Han Fei dodged 7 or 8 times, avoiding another array that was about to form, and left the battle group. Han Fei did not underestimate the number of enemies. At this moment, another hunter appeared assisted by an armorist who launched a sneak attack. However, to everyone's surprise, a golden light appeared on Han Fei's body. He didn't even dodge and let the hunter slash at his back. Pfft! When the bone blade entered his body, the hunter's body suddenly froze, unable to move. Han Fei stepped out of the coiled turtle array and sneered. It seems that you came in a hurry. As I expected, those 2 guys didn't leave much earlier than me. So, you didn't have enough time to gather a lot of people to kill me. The hunter behind him was naturally controlled by Han Fei. The moment she attacked, Han Fei knew that this hunter was at least 2 levels lower than the previous one. That was why Han Fei dared not move at all. Yang Qian, what are you doing? Yang Nanqi appeared with a trace of anger on her face. Han Fei grinned. Do you want to ask her? TSK, I don't know if I should tell you or not. Few hunters can escape from me in close combat. Fuse. When the yin-yang divine eyes appeared, Han Fei immediately found everyone from some concealment arrays. There were a total of 2 groups. Other than the one he controlled, there were only 9 people left. Han Fei murmured, kill me with 10 people? Who gave you the courage? Just as Han Fei said so, Yang Nanqi suddenly shouted, Yang Yuan, retreat. However, Yang Nanqi shouted too late. A terrifying electric arc had already landed on the armorist's body. A huge golden red figure appeared. Who else could it be but Little Gold? As the ultimate technique of legendary creatures, the lightning blade was not easy to deal with. Unless the enemy's body could resist the terrifying electric current, Han Fei would definitely kill him. Han Fei was very fast. He saw seaweed covering the sky, sword grass attacking him, and green vines preparing to save him. But no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Han Fei, who was at the peak of his speed? Having mastered 64-dimensional fish dragon dance, Han Fei's speed had reached the peak. Of course, there was another figure who was faster than Han Fei, the Yi family member, who had appeared in front of Yang Yuan. Han Fei shouted, seal. An array suddenly rose around the 2 of them. The Yi family hunter twisted space again and disappeared into the array. It was not that he didn't want to save him, but he couldn't. Han Fei was not slow. If he was trapped for a moment and Han Fei got close to him, he couldn't guarantee his life. The void line hit the armorist, and Han Fei punched him away. This punch was quite heavy. It had already shattered the armorist's bones. However, others were surprised. Why didn't Han Fei kill him directly? Had Han Fei underestimated Yang Yuan's physique? In the blink of an eye, Yang Nanqi had come up and her hammers were dancing like a dragon. Han Fei punched back and exchanged dozens of blows with her in an instant. Yang Yuan had been saved by the manipulator. Han Fei suddenly grinned. Explode. Yang Nanqi realized something, but before she could say anything, Yang Yuan suddenly self-destructed. Then, before Han Fei could do anything, the hunter who had been controlled appeared beside the manipulator and killed him with a slash of his cold blade. Yang Nanqi retreated in shock. Not good. Han Fei can control other people's souls. Han Fei grinned. In fact, I'm good at setting up arrays too. As Han Fei spoke, another trapping array appeared. When the other party's spirit gatherer realized this and wanted to break the array, it was too late. Taking advantage of Yang Nanqi's retreat, Han Fei also retreated. There were 2 people and 2 soul warriors in the array. Because the battle happened too quickly, they hadn't found a suitable opportunity. As a result, Han Fei set up an array around them. When Han Fei came, the 2 of them used all their secret arts and fought bloodily. However, Han Fei smiled. Gravity law. The void line appeared again. Han Fei was slightly surprised. One of them blocked the attack. It seemed that he was protected by a spiritual treasure. However, Han Fei didn't mind and slashed at him 3 times. Han Fei said unhurriedly, 5 out of 10 are gone. I know that the 5 of you are the strongest. These 5 are just here to make up the numbers. I'll solve them first. At this moment, Han Fei pointed his finger and the hunters and soul warriors under his control rushed towards the other party's spirit gatherer. He didn't stop and attacked. Han Fei said, Yang Nanchi, they all say that you're very strong, but I don't think you have any special abilities other than your strength. Yang Nanchi was furious. This time, she was indeed reckless. When she received the news, she thought that she might have a chance to kill Han Fei if he was alone. Also, she had always wanted to fight Han Fei. She was afraid that Han Fei would run away, so she brought her men here in a hurry. Who would have known that Han Fei had so many tricks up his sleeve? In less than 5 seconds, 3 people died and 2 others became his puppets. Why did Han Fei expose the secret that he could control others' souls so decisively at such a time? It was because he knew a few things. After leaving the ideal palace, the memories of this period would be selectively forgotten. He would not have to worry about his secret being exposed in the outside world. The other was that the 5th soul realm was the last soul realm that most people could force their way through. Including Yang Nanchi, no one had passed the 6th soul realm until now. It was apparent that the 6th and 7th soul realms were not simple. Not just anyone could step into them. Since he was not afraid of being chased into the 6th soul realm, he might as well fully display the power of the void line. At the very least, he could kill a few more people and intimidate some people so that they would not dare to attack casually. As long as Han Fei could get out of the ideal palace safely this time, he would definitely gain a lot from this trip. He and the others would definitely be upgraded at a high speed. Reaching the peak of the junior law enforcer realm was the most basic. At that time, the Thug Academy would enter the era of law enforcers. At least, they would have the ability to protect themselves and be fearless. Even if Yang Nanchi and the rest went out, could they really crush the Thug Academy? Not necessarily. Yang Nanchi sent a voice transmission. Qian Wufa, retreat from this battle and go back to get more people here. The others have the power to protect their souls, right? The voice at the bottom of the sea said, Nanchi, are you sure you still want to fight? Yang Nanchi said, fight. Of course. The others in the Thug Academy are nothing to worry about except Han Fei. Since he's alone, we can't let him go. Han Fei saw a male armorist take a deep look at him and fly away. Han Fei sneered. Ask an armorist to look for help? I thought you would ask the woman from the Yi family to call for help. In Han Fei's eyes, the woman from the Yi family was 500 meters to his left. The remaining spirit gatherer held 2 curved sabers in his hands. Obviously, he realized that he was not as good as Han Fei in terms of array skills, so he was ready to fight in person. As for the manipulator, if Han Fei was right, the manipulator should be stronger than the hunter of the Yi family, second only to Yang Nanchi. Just now, his million knife art seemed to have cut the red flower into pieces. But at this moment, the sea was full of red seeds. Although he didn't know what these seeds were for, Han Fei knew that it was definitely not a good thing. If necessary, he would kill this manipulator first, even before solving Yang Nanchi. Han Fei grinned. What? Do you think 4 people can kill me? Clang. Yang Nanchi's dual hammers clashed. Despite her cute, lowly face, she said fiercely, of course I won't underestimate you. As long as I can stop you for 2 hours, you will definitely die. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Oh, really? By the way, young Nanchi, I understand. That Chu sect wants to kill me. I also understand that the Sun family wants to kill me. But why did your family waste so much effort to kill me? Does killing me mean anything to your Yang family? Yang Nanchi, cut the crap. Everything will be fine as long as you die. Han Fei was not in a hurry. He said unhurriedly, can't you tell me why? If I die, then you, the big clans, can continue to pressure the Thug Academy and even snatch the star beads. But do you think that with the intelligence of the Yang family, you can be sure that you can get the star beads? Yang Nanchi's expression changed drastically. You're saying I'm brainless? Han Fei sneered. At least, I don't think you have any brains. Think about it. Is your Yang family better than the Chu sect, the Chao family, or the 7 major sects? Or are you better than the Sun family, the Zhang family, or the Mo family? Suddenly, a voice rang. Nanchi, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just looking for an opportunity. Han Fei glanced at the sea. I don't know which family you are from. I'm guessing that you are from the Mo family. As for your family, what else do you have? You can't fight, but you keep asking others to marry into your family. I'm afraid your family is going to die soon. Who can your family beat? The Yang family may be stupid, but they can fight. What does your family have? Puff, puff, puff. Red and bewitching flowers bloomed in the air. 5 flowers bloomed on a vine, revealing sharp stamens and the huge mouth in the center. Han Fei waved his hand and the million knife art stirred up a storm. With a step, the coiled turtle array appeared. Han Fei smiled in disdain. Why? Are you angry? Han Fei said, I'm not finished yet. And the Yi family is the most useless family. Apart from speed, all they have is speed. Even if I die, the star beads of the Thug Academy have been snatched by the big families. Do you think the Yi family can compete with the Chu sect with speed? Believe it or not, they will easily slap you to death. The hunter didn't say anything, but Han Fei noticed that her dagger was slightly tilted, ready to attack at any time. Han Fei continued. Let's put it this way. The big clans may seem powerful, but they are just chasing after something that even they are not sure about. Do you know why the Chu sect doesn't fight for the sea-quelling painting? Do you know why the Chu sect is focused on exploring the 1,000-star proving ground? You, including the 7 major sects, don't know anything. Is there any difference between you and the iron-headed fish? Ah. I'll knock you to death. Young Nanchi seemed to be unable to continue listening. With a roar, an incomparably huge old turtle that was like a mountain appeared. Han Fei shouted, What? Are you angry now? Did I say anything wrong? Being used as a tool, it's impossible for you to be successful. At least, the Chu sect knows what they want, and you only know to find that road. You don't even know if that road exists, where it is, what you will encounter when you go there. So why are you fighting here? Hey, you turtle is so big. Are you not fusing with it? Mountain God Force. Yang Nanchi roared and angrily smashed down with the large bronze hammer. The 100-meter hammer shadow produced blazing flames. Han Fei sneered. It was indeed a silly girl who only knew how to use brute force. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that something was wrong. Gravity? Han Fei discovered that the gravity had changed. Within 1,000 meters. No, within a further distance, the gravity suddenly increased dozens of times. Heh. Domain power? You think you can stop me just like that? As Han Fei spoke, dozens of shadows split from the Yi family's hunters and attacked from the sky. Other than that, two curved blades flickered in the air like moons. The spirit gatherer blocked the attacks of the hunters and soul warriors and shouted, "The spiritual energy fluctuation on his body is very fast. He is drawing an array." Han Fei bared his teeth. For some reason, he hated manipulators and spirit gatherers. In a battle, he could treat anyone as a retard, but not the people of these two professions. On the surface of the water, the seeds had begun to glow. The seeds covered an area of over 5,000 meters. It looked like some kind of domain power. Han Fei was indeed drawing an array, but the method of this array was very strange. He drew it in his eyes, and all the spiritual energy he thought of was gathered in his eyes. He was drawing a rather complicated spell array, a killing array. The dozens of times gravity couldn't move Han Fei. With Han Fei's current strength, even if the gravity was 100 times stronger, it would only reduce his speed by less than 20%. At this moment, where Han Fei was, there were mountains on top and endless seats below him. There were shadows moving around to assassinate him. As for a spirit gatherer, it was negligible. What a bunch of fools. The million knife art suddenly disappeared and the infinity water turned into only one drop. Han Fei's first priority was to stop the domain power of the manipulator at the bottom of the sea. At this point, using the void seal would be useless. Since the other party dared to stay behind, it meant that they had a way to defend against the void line. However, Han Fei did not retract the void line. At this moment, his void line was already aimed at the huge mysterious earth black turtle. The infinity water quickly fell into the sea. Although there were red flowers blocking it, it was still water, after all. It could change at will. At that moment, it dissipated into mist, passing through the flowers. Almost at the same time as the infinity water fell into the water, the seeds suddenly spewed out red laser-like beams that shot into the void. This scene was very spectacular. Explode. Boom. Ding ding ding. The Yi family hunters' 13 doppelgangers attacked. However, Han Fei did not move at all. He avoided most of the attacks with his body trembling slightly. Of course, after being slashed a few times, the coiled turtle array was broken. And Han Fei was wounded not because of the hunter's strength, but because of the bone knife in his hand. The infinity water beneath him exploded. Above him, Han Fei's sacrificing punch had already exploded. Dong. Golden ripples visible to the naked eye began to ripple through the air. At that moment, Han Fei's face changed slightly. Such strength. He had still underestimated Yang Nanqi's strength. This silly, lowly's pure strength was almost on par with his own when combined with the mystic technique. This meant that Yang Nanqi's strength at the peak of Hidden Fissure had reached 15 waves. Also, Han Fei was slightly weaker than the mysterious earth black turtle. Not only was Yang Nanqi's side extremely powerful, but the void line had also returned empty-handed once again. When the first void line had struck the mysterious earth black turtle, the giant turtle had directly entered Yang Nanqi's body. An earthing yellow glow appeared on the latter's body. You want to control my spiritual beast? Dream on. Guys, don't release your contractual spiritual beast. On Yang Nanqi's side, it did not succeed, but the threat on the surface of the sea was much less. Within a radius of 2,000 meters, all the seeds were crushed by the infinity water. The laser-like things could not envelop him. Looking at the white mark on his neck, Han Fei snorted. The golden giant appeared and blocked the Yi family's hunter with the war god's will. The reason why he was so passive was that in Han Fei's eyes, a complicated array was quickly being formed. Seeing the laser-like red light beams, Han Fei suddenly felt inspired. Damn, why didn't I think of this before? In the ideal palace, since there was unlimited spiritual energy and energy, why couldn't he create something special? The infinity water returned to protect him again. Han Fei grabbed the air and a strange weapon appeared in his hand. This was a world made of imagination. If the other party could use laser-like battle techniques, could he not? What appeared in Han Fei's hand was a hot weapon similar to a Gatling gun. Han Fei felt that this might be the first and most incredible weapon he had ever created in this world. Da-da-da. Han Fei grasped his hands and spiritual energy flooded into his weapon. Endless light spots were shot out in all directions. Yang Nanqi carried the sledgehammer and had just rushed forward when she was hit by hundreds and thousands of bright spots. Yang Nanqi was stunned. Han Fei was also stunned. He looked at the firearm in his hand and was speechless. It didn't seem to be very powerful. For a body refiner, this spiritual energy explosion couldn't hurt her at all. The weapon in Han Fei's hand turned into a spiritual energy compression cannon. However, before Han Fei could compress much spiritual energy, a large number of seeds covered the sea again. The laser-like red lines were bending like noodles and reaching towards Han Fei. In the blink of an eye, all the compressed cannons were useless. He had to use his own fists. Han Fei and Yang Nanqi were fighting each other. In terms of strength, neither of them could defeat the other. Yang Nanqi had a violent strength and often used her strength as an absolute advantage to defeat her opponents. Therefore, she never practiced any combat skills. But at this moment, Yang Nanqi was also speechless. Does Han Fei have a special bloodline like me? 1. However, Han Fei's attention was not on Yang Nanqi at all. The million knife art swept towards the red lines. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the water blades passed through the red lights and couldn't cut them. He heard a voice saying, "It can't be cut off. I told you before, you are preparing. We are preparing too." Han Fei's heart sank. Should I use the supreme yin-yang diagram again? At that moment, with the embroidery needle in hand, Han Fei completely gave up on the other party's hunter. He attacked Yang Nanqi with the Monkey King's 3,000 sticks with all his strength. Swish swish swish. Clang. 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 Han Fei circled around Yang Nanqi and flashed crazily. The Yi family hunter flashed crazily around Han Fei. From the third person's eyes, a strange scene appeared. Yang Nanqi was spinning in circles, and Han Fei was around her, while Han Fei was surrounded with white marks. Explode. Since the infinity water couldn't cut the red threads, Han Fei summoned it back and detonated it right in front of him. Boom. The three of them were sent flying. At this moment, he could clearly see that the Yi family hunter was spurting blood. Han Fei flew directly into the red threads. Blood flowed out of Han Fei's mouth. What can you do if I blow myself up? As soon as he said that, Han Fei found that he was bound by an extremely flexible silk. More importantly, the silk couldn't be cut. At this moment, Han Fei's array was ready. The 1,000 flowing divine arrows array was an extremely small-scale array. That came from the ocean book. Normally, this wasn't an arrow array that could be set up by a single person. This was because it required a vast amount of spiritual energy, and when a single person set up this array, even if the spiritual energy was abundant, it would take more than an hour to set up. However, this kind of killing array was usually set up on the battlefield at the last minute. How could it give you an hour's time? Therefore, it was usually set up by several hundred people at the same time. When the array was activated, it was as if thousands of experts were attacking with all their strength. The lethality was extremely great. As long as there was spiritual energy, the arrow array would work. Under normal circumstances, such an array was used in large-scale wars to help defend one side. After setting up the array, at least 100 spirit gatherers had to set up a spirit gathering array to complement it. However, all the difficulties were not difficult in the ideal palace. Han Fei only needed time to draw the array. The difficulty of the array was actually not that high. It was just that it was very difficult for a single person to complete it. Once a single mistake was made, they would have to start all over again. Han Fei had been putting all his effort into setting up the array. If old Jiang were here, he would have finished it in a few seconds, but Han Fei couldn't. Buzz. At this moment, spiritual light emerged in Han Fei's eyes. An extremely complicated array was hovering in the air. Swish. 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 Streaks of light shot out from the array, heading straight for the 4 people on the battlefield. However, Han Fei was almost wrapped in the red light. A killing array also appeared under Han Fei's feet. It was the spirit gatherer. The other party was not idle either. Obviously, the hunter and soul warrior controlled were not strong enough to stop him. The spirit gatherer set up the tidal sword array and sword shadows slashed at Han Fei. However, the sword array was not made of bone swords. Thousands of swords failed to break Han Fei's body. Damn it, forcing me? Remove the fusion. Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. Han Fei knew that the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel was extraordinary. Previously, he chose to fuse with his spiritual beasts because he might have been stabbed to death if he hadn't. But now, none of these 4 were law enforcers. They could not kill him in one strike. Therefore, Han Fei did not panic. Little Black and Little White could simply perform the Supreme Yin-Yang Wheel. The Supreme Yin-Yang diagram appeared and swept around Han Fei, breaking all the red lights. When the hunter that was charging over saw this scene, he instantly exploded with rage. What sort of force is this? Han Fei smiled. Be *starred, you are indeed powerful and have many tricks up your sleeve. However, isn't it my turn now? Han Fei stepped on the ground and a great coiled turtle array appeared. With a thought of Han Fei, the arrow light split into 300 arrows and shot at Yang Nanchi. Kill that manipulator. Han Fei took out the compressed spiritual energy cannon again. He had thought it through. It was useless to throw these people away by compressing a bit of spiritual energy. Even if the infinity water exploded in front of them, it would be useless. After all, this was the infinity water that he had thought of, not the true infinity water. Since he wanted to compress it, he would need a spiritual energy explosion. That even he felt was terrifying. Yang Nanchi saw that something was wrong. Han Fei was holding a box-like weird thing in his hand, his arm trembling. Yang Nanchi shouted, Han Fei, no matter how hard you try in the ideal palace, you won't be able to do anything. Die. Han Fei flashed away after the giant hammer hit him. All his strength had been used to compress the spiritual energy cannon, so he was not in the mood to fight. At this moment, taking advantage of the fact that only Yang Nanchi could block the 1,000 flowing divine arrows array, he only needed to avoid her. The most dangerous person was the manipulator. She had never seen anything like the supreme yin-yang diagram before. Spirit plants were ineffective against it, poison was ineffective against it, domains were ineffective against it, and light and shadow threads were also ineffective against it. In any case, any kind of power was ineffective against the supreme yin-yang wheel. She even felt an indescribable oppression whenever this strange pattern approached her. Puff, puff, puff. 1,000 streams exploded. This manipulator was trying to survive using the death substitution technique. However, just as she appeared from another place, a ball of extremely huge spiritual energy appeared. Han Fei shouted, "Explode!" The manipulator reacted quickly. She covered her body with spiritual plants and activated the death substitution technique. Suddenly, she realized that she could no longer move. The yin-yang diagram was already hovering above her head. At that moment, she was stunned. Dao runes? The woman was horrified. Impossible. Nanchi, save me. Yang Nanchi was shocked. Mou was actually asking for help? How was that possible? Mou was a top prodigy ranked 5th among the top 10 prodigies. As long as someone fell into her line of light and shadow, very few could escape. But now, she was asking for help? When Yang Nanchi saw the supreme yin-yang diagram, she gritted her teeth and immediately gave up on Han Fei to attack with her hammers. Han Fei sneered. You're leaving just like that? That will make me embarrassed. Swish. 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 All the sword streams that surrounded the spirit gatherers and hunters attacked Yang Nanchi. No matter how strong Yang Nanchi was as a peak level hidden fisher, she had to deal with them. That was equivalent to the attack of thousands of hidden fishers. Pfft. Enveloped by the supreme yin-yang diagram, Mou even found that her death substitution technique had been broken. It was an absolute Dao rune. Suppression. At the final moment, Ink shouted, the charm of the great Dao. Pfft. Mou died. When she shouted out the charm of the great Dao, all three of them, including Yang Nanchi, were horrified. Their first thought was, how is that possible? What's Han Fei's strength? He might not have understood his own law yet. How can he have the power of Dao runes? However, how could they not be shocked when Mou, who was once ranked 5th among the 10 great geniuses, died in front of them? Having escaped the crisis, Han Fei activated the supreme yin-yang diagram and attacked the spirit gatherer. Shit. Although the spirit gatherer was a genius, his array and combat power were not as good as Han Fei's. The reason he stayed behind was because he had the Guardian Soul Law and Yang Nanchi, and the other two were here too. However, Han Fei attacked him without hesitation. The 1,000 streams sealed the escaping road. This person could not escape in time and was killed immediately. Mou could still resist, but he did not even have the strength to. The road was blocked, the supreme yin-yang diagram came, and so did Han Fei. He was a spirit gatherer and soul warrior that was not that professional. He only tried to resist with an array, but he couldn't resist it for a second and was directly killed. The situation changed in the blink of an eye. Han Fei gave up on the Yi family person. It wasn't that he didn't want to kill him, but he couldn't. Besides, the hunter had already run away. He twisted his body and appeared 1,000 meters away, speeding away. At this moment, Han Fei chased after Yang Nanqi with the supreme yin-yang diagram and the arrow streams. Yang Nanqi could no longer remain calm. The Dao runes are out. Why would I still fight? Yang Nanqi turned and ran. Han Fei shouted behind Yang Nanqi, "Hey, silly girl, I won't kill you. We can work together." "I won't listen. I won't listen. You can't kill me." While running, Yang Nanqi tried to bombard Han Fei with her hammers to block Han Fei's sneak attack. In fact, Yang Nanqi was really panicking. What did Dao runes mean? In her impression, only explorers and above had the right to pursue Dao. Why were people below the explorer level called law enforcers? It was because experts at this level could only grasp a wisp of law at most. It was impossible for them to touch the great Dao. However, when Mou died, her terrified expression did not seem fake. This could only mean that Han Fei had some special opportunity to control a trace of Dao runes in advance. In the face of the law, Yang Nanqi was naturally fearless. After all, no matter how strong the law was, it was only a wisp of power. However, Dao runes were a wisp of the great Dao. How could they be ranked equal? Yang Nanqi did not know that the supreme yin-yang diagram was actually not that strong. Back then, Cao Qiu was able to resist it, and how could he surpass Yang Nanqi's current strength? Therefore, she could also withstand it. Except, Yang Nanqi did not know the strength of the supreme yin-yang wheel. Nor did she know that this kind of power could not last for a long time. At least, when she was alone here, she did not dare to go all out. If she lost, her life would be lost. At least, the strength that Han Fei had shown so far was abnormally strong. There were 10 people who came, but except for one armorist, one hunter, and her, all died. Although Yang Nanqi had been clamoring to have a fight with Han Fei before, she was actually just unconvinced. She believed that if she hadn't passed the 6th soul realm, she wouldn't have been ranked only 5th on the genius list. Yang Nanqi even felt that she could be tied for first place with Jiang Nanyu. However, she was truly horrified by this battle. She didn't even dare to release her contractual spiritual beast in front of Han Fei, fearing that she would be controlled. In terms of strength, Han Fei was indeed powerful. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered someone who could match her strength at the same cultivation realm. Moreover, there were 10 people coming with her. Although not all of them were elites, Yang Nanqi believed that this force was enough to trap and kill 2 experts on the prodigy role. In the end, when it came to Han Fei, almost all of them were killed in just 5 minutes. How could she not panic? The phantom glass wings were faster than Yang Nanqi. Han Fei soon arrived not far away from Yang Nanqi and dispelled the supreme yin-yang wheel. Han Fei said, "Yang Nanqi, I'm serious. No one in your family died in my hands, so why must I kill you? What I said before is true. Even if your family can kill me, your Yang family won't get a share, but I can give you a share." Yang Nanqi swung his hammer at Han Fei, but it was broken by Han Fei's 3 punches. They stood 1,000 meters apart. Yang Nanqi said, "Don't think that I'll believe you just because you took away that black and white pattern. Stay 5,000 meters away from me first before you speak. Han Fei smiled. Not bad. The IQ of the Yang family is indeed not good. Han Fei shrugged. As you wish. In fact, I can catch up with you if I really want to kill you. Do you really think you can escape? Yang Nanchi snorted arrogantly. You can't kill me. Do you think I'm that lunatic Chu Kuangren? Although your black and white pattern is very powerful. If I don't care about the consequences and attack with all my might, at least my life won't be a problem. Han Fei stepped back and spread his hands. I won't. Let's talk. Yang Nanchi looked vigilant. On one hand, she wanted to hear what Han Fei had to say. On the other hand, she was waiting for someone. In fact, Han Fei's purpose was very simple. He wanted to divide the enemy. Once they left the ideal palace, they would still be enemies. However, if he could win over the Yang family in the ideal palace and even keep them neutral, it would be very helpful. Han Fei said, I know you're waiting for reinforcements, but it doesn't matter. I'll only say it once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. I've analyzed it for you before. Even if the Thug Academy's star beads are all handed over, your Yang family won't be able to get them. Yang Nanchi raised her hammers. What makes you so sure? Han Fei sneered. The big clans of the Thousand-Star City might all know the purpose of snatching the star beads, which is to go to that place. Do you know where it is? Yang Nanchi, I don't know, but I know of a mysterious place outside of Thousand-Star City. Once we go there, there will be countless blessings. Han Fei sneered. Bulge *T. If you really knew what was going on there, would the big clans have fought with me for the sea-quelling painting? Look at the Chu sect. Did any of them ever fight for the sea-quelling painting? Yang Nanchi, so much nonsense, what are you trying to say? Han Fei sneered. I want to tell you that in the end, there is only one chance. No, to be precise, only one person can get it. The goal is to become a king. Yang Nanchi's pupils constricted. You know the inside story? Han Fei said disdainfully, do I need to know the inside story? If it's not for the sake of becoming a king, what do you think the big clans are doing? Besides, becoming a king is also a matter for venerables. Does your Yang family have a venerable? Let me assume that your Yang family has a hidden venerable, but is he stronger than Chu sect? They know that the opportunity is not in the sea-quelling painting, so they have been exploring the Thousand-Star Proving Ground. They have prepared for this for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. How can you, a group of people who don't know anything, compete with them? Yang Nanchi said in disbelief, our clan leader can't be a fool. I don't know. But they definitely know. Han Fei sneered. I believe in other families, but do you think your Yang family is smart? You're just a bunch of simple-minded people. How can you compete with a family that has stood for thousands of years? However, if you listen to me, your Yang family may not become a king, but at least your Yang family may not be destroyed. Yang Nanchi tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Don't lie to me. I'm very smart. Han Fei thought to himself, those who can say, this must not be smart. How can you be smart? Han Fei grinned. Of course, I admire your intelligence. Otherwise, I would have told others about it long ago. But they are too stupid, even more so than You. Seeing that young Nanchi's face softened a little, Han Fei couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He continued to trick her. Think about it. What if your elders are also kept in the dark? What if the Chu sect succeeds? Do you know? What will happen to the Yang family? Young Nanchi's eyes narrowed. Continue. Han Fei said, let me ask you a question first. Think about it. If someone in your family becomes a king, but all the other families have the chance to become a king, what will you do? Young Nanchi said fiercely, beat him up. Han Fei smiled. That's right. Look, among the top 10 geniuses, I think you can be the first. What do you think? Young Nanchi immediately said arrogantly, of course. If it weren't for the sixth soul realm, I'll definitely be first. I possess an ancient bloodline, so of course I won't lose to anyone. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Is this Yang family the descendant of the giants? It seems that their brains are not very developed. Han Fei immediately said, think about it. You are so talented that you will definitely be a king. But once the Chu sect succeeds, will they pick on geniuses like you? Young Nanchi choked. Her brain seemed to be racing for a long time. Let me tell you, we're still enemies. Don't try to fool me. Han Fei laughed. Of course, we are enemies, and I have the potential to become a king too. In the future, there will be a battle between us. However, Young Nanchi, think carefully. Don't be used by others without knowing it. If there's a chance to become a king, no one will give it to you, Young family, and neither will I. So, not only am I your enemy, but all the families that came here today are your enemies. You are only working together temporarily to kill me, an enemy who has the potential to become a king. If I die, won't you be the next one to be killed? Young Nanchi shuddered. Han Fei's eyes lit up. That's all I have to say. I know someone will come to help you soon. I have to go. Young Nanchi, it's not without reason that no one in Thousand Star City has been able to become a king for 10,000 years. The big clans will always look at those who have the potential to become a king. I have it, so they all came to kill me. But you have it too. Do you think they will let you go, because of your Yang family? With that, Han Fei left. Han Fei couldn't kill Young Nanchi. Even with the supreme Yang wheel and his powerful array, he could at most heavily injure her. After all, these were all imagined by him. The power displayed was indeed much weaker. Perhaps, her reinforcements would arrive soon. In that case, he might as well let her go and fool her. Anyway, the members of the Yang family were rather silly and easy to fool. If the other party refused to listen to him, he wouldn't mind having one more opponent. However, if he succeeded and planted a seed of suspicion in the other party's heart, would the other party still try so hard to kill him? Han Fei released his spiritual perception and dashed toward the city. An hour later, a large group of nearly 50 people were rushing swiftly on the surface of the sea, and they just happened to encounter Young Nanchi, who was heading straight towards them. Who else could the leader be but Chu Qingyan? The Yi family hunter who escaped earlier was also among them. Seeing that Young Nanchi was alone, Chu Qingyan's face immediately sank. Nanchi. Where's Han Fei? Young Nanchi looked at Chu Qingyan strangely and said, he ran away. Chu Qingyan had an ugly expression on her face. Damn it, where did he go? Yang Nanchi, how would I know? You guys came too slowly. And Ye Kai, you ran away so fast. Why didn't you bring me with you? Immediately, 5 to 6 people surrounded Yang Nanchi. Miss, are you all right? Yang Nanchi harumphed and waved her hand. Something almost happened. Let's go back to the city. Translator *Kenyi Translations Editor *Kenyi Translations. Han Fei could avoid them. With his perception range, it was not difficult for him to discover others in advance. Along the way, apart from Chu Qingyan and others passing by, Han Fei also found at least 3 groups of people passing by. However, those people were all rushing to various places and in such a hurry as if they were on a mission. Han Fei didn't cause any trouble. If they didn't come for him, he wouldn't have to take the initiative to fight them. About half an hour later, Han Fei found that there were more creatures in the ocean. Just like the periphery of the scattered stars island, human beings and marine creatures began to fight. However, the level of these battles was not very high. Most of the enemies were at the level of dangling fishers. Although the battles were very intense, such battles were actually a kind of training. Experts would only watch from the sidelines to prevent any accidents from happening. They would generally not take action. With a thought, Han Fei turned into another person. However, when Han Fei landed, he sensed that several eyes were on him. Han Fei sensed that at least a dozen people had disappeared into the crowd. About 50 kilometers away, Han Fei saw the shadow of a giant city. Han Fei thought, this is much better than when I saw Heavenly Desolate City. When he was in the Heavenly Desolate City, they were really miserable. In the end, even the dangling fishers joined the battle. It was obvious that all the experts had perished in the war. Because the strength of Han Fei's soul had reached a very high level, it was very easy for him to see everything within 100 miles. Therefore, Han Fei saw the words City of Justice on the city wall from afar. Han Fei murmured, the City of Justice? I've never heard of it. It's such a weird name. Even if you are the embodiment of justice, you don't have to give yourself such a name, do you? Besides, can you guarantee that the people in the city are all good people and none of them are evil? That's unrealistic. But that's not the point. Let me go in first. Han Fei knew that he had the aura of a living person, so he would definitely be discovered as soon as he came. If the big families had already sealed the 5th soul realm, he would naturally be discovered. Not only would he be discovered, but Luo Xiaobai and the others would also be discovered. Now, he had only encountered Yang Nanchi and the others. He wondered if Luo Xiaobai and the others had gathered together. Many people looked at Han Fei. However, they were all ordinary hidden fishers, and only one of them had reached the peak. Because they didn't know Han Fei, they only bowed and didn't talk to him. Below the city, Han Fei passed through the city gate and was not stopped. In fact, there was no one guarding the gate here. Perhaps this city was really so safe? However, it was true that in a world of cultivators, it was the same whether there were guards or not. After all, cultivators could sense things with a thought. Why would they need guards? Also, this place was too close to the coastline, so close that if something big happened, someone would immediately notice it. This city of justice was also made up of the inner city and outer city. How was it similar to the Heavenly Desolate City back then? However, the outer City now revealed large expanses of empty land. Many people were cultivating and honing their battle techniques. Bam! Bam! Clang! 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 Beat him to death. You must carve battle into your bones. Han Fei saw a group of peak-level dangling fisher teenagers fighting not far away. It was a real battle, and they were bleeding. On another training ground, two perfect combinations were facing each other. Sabers flashed, shields flew out, and they were locked in a fierce battle. Among them, a hanging fisher with 7 or 8 scars on his face was watching the battle. From time to time, he would yell at them. There were spirit gatherers guarding at the edge of the training ground. Obviously, they would heal these teenagers after the battle. Han Fei couldn't help but feel a little touched. If it were only 1 or 2 places, it would be fine, but in his perception range, there were hundreds of such training battlefields. Because the nearest training ground was too close to Han Fei, the instructor's eyes lit up when he saw Han Fei. It was because under normal circumstances, not many experts would pass by the outer city. Everyone was very busy. The experts in the city always had a lot of things to do, so they usually flew directly from the sky. In times of war, efficiency was everything. So, when the man saw Han Fei, he hurried to him. "Sir, can you come with me?" Han Fei was surprised. "What's up?" That person twisted his ugly face and said, "Sir, a few of my children have reached a bottleneck. I wonder if you can exert some pressure to help them." "I don't dare to delay you for too long, it will be fine in a while." Han Fei thought, so that's what he is asking. He immediately smiled and said, "Of course, these are the pillars of our humanity." Seeing that Han Fei had come, the instructor immediately said to the spirit gatherer, "Everyone stop fighting and heal quickly." Not far away, the spirit gatherer was about to move when Han Fei said, "No need, let me do it." Han Fei knew that the spiritual energy of a peak-level dangling fisher was limited, and his healing speed was much faster. While the scar-faced instructor was confused, Han Fei waved his hand and cast a series of divine healing spells. Under the shocked gaze of the spirit gatherer, he saw the injured children recovering at a visible speed. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Because none of them were seriously injured, the group of youth's injuries healed in 3 breaths' time. This efficiency was simply astonishing. Scarface was stunned. Are you a law enforcer?" Han Fei didn't explain. He just smiled. "Everyone, come to me within 100 meters." The group of youths were already stunned. It wasn't that they hadn't seen law enforcers before. They could often see them. The outer city was only a wall away from the outside world, so they were often taken to watch the battle. However, they rarely saw someone with such a powerful and fast healing skill. So, the teenagers looked at Han Fei in admiration. Han Fei sighed in his heart. It wouldn't take much time anyway. It was better to give them some hope. When the teenagers gathered, Han Fei's face turned cold. Suddenly, everyone within 100 meters shuddered. It was an intense, killing intent that reeked of blood. Even the scar-faced instructor next to Han Fei was shivering. How many lives had he killed to produce such a terrifying killing intent? Even the instructor was shocked, let alone those youths. Almost half of the teenagers retreated, not daring to look at Han Fei. Han Fei shouted, "Don't retreat." The feeling was like a small boat floating on a turbulent sea surface. If they were not careful, they would be knocked over by the waves. Many of these youths were bleeding from the corners of their mouths as they braced themselves to resist the intense killing intent. Han Fei said solemnly, "You will eventually go to the battlefield and kill the enemies bravely. The battlefield is a giant beast of cannibalism. Your companions are dying and your home is destroyed. You have no choice. The road is right ahead and you have to kill. You have to kill your way out with the knives in your hands. You carry hope." At this moment, many people were looking over from all directions. It would be a pity if they did not witness the magnificent sight of a breakthrough. Many people heard what Han Fei said and clenched their fists. Yes, they carried hope. Under the pressure and verbal stimulation, a youth's eyes reddened. Kill. Crack. The barrier was broken, and a new hanging fissure was born. In the short span of 30 breaths, 5 people had successfully broken through the barrier. Han Fei sensed the strength of the remaining people and withdrew his killing intent. In an instant, all the teenagers fell to the ground. Han Fei looked at the scar-faced instructor, who was drenched in sweat, and said, "Most of them have made the breakthroughs. The rest are still lacking some strength." The scar-faced instructor said with a solemn expression, "Thank you, Master Law Enforcer. You are right, the road is right in front, we must kill. I hope that you will follow our city lord Shiman and use the Avenger as your companions to create a bright and clean future by fighting and killing." City Lord Shiman? The Avenger? Han Fei nodded slightly and suddenly pointed at the high city wall, asking in a low voice, "I want to ask you, why is the city called the City of Justice?" This question stunned everyone. Was there a need to ask? However, Scarface reacted quickly. This master law enforcer must be educating them. Scarface shouted, "Are you all mute? Master is asking questions." Many people pricked up their ears to listen. Was there a need to ask? Was there a deeper meaning? A youth who had just broken through hurriedly stood up and said respectfully, "My lord, the name of the City of Justice is personally written by City Lord Shiman Linghan. The City Lord once suffered injustice and went out to sea, determined to take revenge, controlling the Avenger and crossing the sea. In the end, she experienced tens of thousands of tribulations and comprehended the Tao. She upheld justice in the world and slaughtered all injustice in the world. She selflessly contributed all kinds of cultivation techniques and battle techniques, allowing tens of thousands of humans to rise up. She once said that, born as a human, everyone should have a heart of justice." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Wow, a venerable level expert? That's awesome. The name of this city makes sense. In fact, after hearing what he wanted to hear, Han Fei immediately said unhurriedly, "This is justice that you understand. It's too narrow. Let me tell you, what is justice?" In the outside world, the sea race invaded and wanted to kill the human race. However, the heavenly Tao is heartless and treats everything as ants. Chaos is coming, and the age of doom has arrived. If the heavens want the human race to be destroyed, our human race will rise against the heavens, not to mention the sea race. As long as human beings live, the continuation of their race will last for tens of thousands of years. This is the justice of this world. We shall never bow our heads to invaders. Nothing in this world can destroy the human race, let alone the sea race. Do you understand my justice? Hearing Han Fei's words, the surroundings fell silent. Someone's heart trembled. What a bold statement. Someone muttered, "There's nothing that can destroy us humans, not even the Heavens and earth. Some people's minds were ignited with flames. This was what it meant to have an unmatched will. This was what it meant to be the pride of a strong master. Someone roared, "The human race cannot be destroyed. The human race cannot be destroyed." Han Fei turned around and headed toward the inner city amid the roars. He seemed slow, but was actually very fast. Countless youths looked at his back and felt incomparably lonely. They knew that there were often strong cultivators dying. There must be more. On their shoulders. Some people had tears in their eyes as they roared, "What are you all standing there for? Train, train." Huff. Han Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It required acting skills indeed to brag. Seriously. Of course, he was not bragging. He was telling the truth. Although the city of justice would definitely perish in the water of the sea, one could not lose hope. Countless people in this world relied on a sliver of hope to survive. Without this hope, living was equivalent to death. In fact, Han Fei had some expectations. He didn't want the city to be sealed by an unknown force like the heavenly desolate city. Perhaps this city would be destroyed. Perhaps most of these youths would die in battle. However, perhaps one or two would be able to escape alive. In any case, the longer he stayed in the illusion, the more Han Fei felt that it was more than an illusion. Every person here seemed to have existed before. Now, being able to regenerate in an illusion might be the result of a monstrous force. It might not be a coincidence that these people could exist forever in the illusion. At least, someone wanted to remember these heroes who had passed away. At this moment, Han Fei did not know that in the depths of the city of justice, someone was standing on the clouds and watching the scene quietly. That person muttered, "There's nothing to destroy our human race, not even the heavens and earth. Shit, my awareness isn't even as high as a little brat's. Sigh, I feel a bit ashamed." With a thought, a voice sounded. "This kid is not bad. He has a high level of awareness and has the bearing of a king. Bring him to my avenger. I will personally nurture him." Of course, Han Fei didn't know what would happen to him because of his bragging. He just wanted to know why the city of justice was called the city of justice. What did it mean? That was all. Han Fei was strong, so he entered the inner city easily. Because his perception range was very large, Han Fei swept with his perception and found a statue of the sea god standing more than 400 kilometers away. To be precise, Han Fei thought, this statue of the sea god looks very familiar. Is it my mother's statue? It must be. Otherwise, why would it look familiar? Especially after seeing my mother's shadow. Anyway, I can see her anywhere. This means that my mother is much stronger than old Han. TSK, old Han. How did you manage to steal my strong mother's heart? This doesn't make sense. Han Fei didn't stop. There were still many people in this city. Regardless of whether it was the Age of Doom or what era it was, regardless of whether it was experts or ordinary people, they all pursued something called life. Of course, the strong would pursue their own path. Some simply wanted to become stronger, while others wanted to become a king. For different people, their goals were in stages. And at different stages, their goals had different meanings. The city was not bustling. There were many shops selling goods, but the smell of fish filled the air. All kinds of fish bones, deep-sea iron, shells, spiritual fruits, and so on were sold, but the scene Han Fei saw was slightly different from that in heavenly desolate city. Heavenly desolate city had been in battle for too long, and people were already used to living in that state. Therefore, there were people everywhere on the road, and it was bustling with noise. There were all kinds of things to sell. However, in the city of justice, Han Fei could still sense countless people training at home. Han Fei looked up at the sky and found spiritual energy surging like a tide. But it was absorbed in all directions at an extremely high altitude. There are many, many great spirit gathering arrays in the city. It seems that Shiman Ling Han has done quite a bit of work for the sake of the citizens. Cultivation. Of course, Han Fei saw people flying in the sky from time to time. They were all hidden fishers. Law enforcers would pass by occasionally, but they didn't pay much attention to him. Han Fei did not stop. He sensed that Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were here too, but none of the others were. This meant that they had been teleported to different places. It was just like how he had appeared in those people's team and come out alive. In front of the sea god temple, many people were worshipping and praying. The form of their prayers was very simple. They were holding up a hand with their eyes closed. No one knew what they were thinking. Not far away, there was a large garden where Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu were sitting. Zhang Xuanyu asked, "Aren't they in the city? Why haven't they shown up yet?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "It's a probability problem. It's possible that they've appeared in the outer sea. But we can't find them, nor can we find them. We can only wait." Zhang Xuanyu said, "See? We've been targeted by many people. There are dozens of them watching us. I'm afraid that once we go out, a war will break out." Luo Xiaobai nodded slightly. "It's natural to be discovered. It's very likely that there are not many places that appear at random, so you and I can be together." Suddenly, Luo Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Han Fei is here. Zhang Xuanyu swept his perception and found Han Fei. He immediately asked via voice transmission, "Where did you go?" Han Fei flew over. Since everyone was flying, nobody in the city of justice would care. The distance of 100 miles was short. Han Fei soon arrived and asked, casually, "Where are the others?" Luo Xiaobai shook her head. "I don't know. Zhang Xuanyu and I showed up here directly. We didn't need to find the sea god statue at all." Han Fei said, "They might have been delayed by some mission." Luo Xiaobai asked in confusion, "What mission?" Han Fei immediately told them what he had seen and heard. To prevent others from eavesdropping, Han Fei even set up a soundproof formation. Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "What? You said that you've been through 2 battles?" Han Fei nodded. "Yes." "Xiaobai, what can you analyze?" Luo Xiaobai thought for a moment and said, "The teleportation points are not fixed, but they are definitely not many. If you appear in a mission as you said, it might mean that we appeared following the history of this city or historical events." Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded. "But if that's the case, why can many people leave the events? For example, I've sensed the aura of more than 60 living beings." Zhang Xuanyu sneered. "It's fine. These people can only watch. I thought that a war was going to break out as soon as we came in. Who knew that it would be in the city? But look, in the city of justice, everyone is united, protecting the people and defending the foundation of human beings. If they dare to attack under such circumstances, I'm afraid that the people of this city will Tear them apart without us even needing to do anything. Han Fei bared his teeth. Are you that optimistic? Luo Xiaobai shook her head. The big clans are not fools. Many of them have passed the fifth soul realm. If they can't fight here, why would they choose this place? Besides, the fifth soul realm is also known as the war soul realm. However, we haven't encountered a war except for the encounter Han Fei mentioned just now. Luo Xiaobai paused for a moment and continued, also, there is another question. As outsiders, or rather, living beings, is it really an accident that we are here? You appeared in the outer sea area and participated in the war directly. Does our appearance here mean that something is going to happen here? Han Fei nodded. But then he saw several figures suddenly appear in the sky. Han Fei's face changed slightly. An explorer? It was impossible to be wrong about this. If the man was a law enforcer, Han Fei could tell from his aura, but now he was sure the one coming to him was definitely an explorer. It was a middle-aged man with a stern expression and a gray robe. The man shouted, "All hidden fishers in the city, gather under the statue of the sea god. All of you shall return to your positions within half an hour." The middle-aged man repeated it 3 times, his voice echoing throughout the city. Han Fei and Zhang Xuanyu couldn't help but look at Luo Xiaobai. You guessed right. But Lu Renquang and the others hadn't even arrived yet, and the event had already begun. Luo Xiaobai's face darkened. It happens that if Lu Renquang is in the city, he will definitely come. If he doesn't, it means that he is not in the city. Also, all the big clans will gather. However, since something big has happened, they can't attack us directly in a large-scale war. Han Fei grinned. I'm just afraid that Quang and the others will be attacked in the outer seas. Han Fei couldn't help but remember that he found Chu Qingyan and the others on the way, but he avoided them. It was obviously unwise to fight so many people alone. If there were only 50 peak-level hidden fishers or even 50 ordinary geniuses, he wouldn't be afraid at all. However, many law enforcers had joined this time, and there might be geniuses like Mou among them. If 2 more such geniuses came, Han Fei would be worried. After all, they were quite strong and experienced. Of course, to be able to enter the top 10 prodigy role, there had to be something extraordinary about them. Just like Mou, he had almost been tied up by her. If he didn't have the supreme yin-yang wheel, he would probably have been pressed down in the sea and battered hard by Yang Nanchi. While they were thinking, their eyes suddenly blurred. The middle-aged man who spoke just now directly appeared in front of the 3 of them. Han Fei and the other 2 felt a chill down their backs. What happened? Why did the explorer come to us? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei deeply. Han Fei felt his scalp going numb. Had his identities as outsiders been discovered? Before Han Fei could think further, the middle-aged man said, "Not bad. The City Lord said that you are qualified to board the Avengers. The City Lord can train you herself." Hiss. Han Fei was stunned. What? Shimin Linghan? Han Fei swallowed. He had never seen Shimin Linghan before. Why was she looking for him? Han Fei's face stiffened and he pointed at himself. City Lord wants to train me personally? The middle-aged man reached out and patted Han Fei's shoulder. You have to believe in the City Lord's judgment. You must know that this is a great honor. This means that the City Lord has taken a fancy to your potential. Once you get on the Avenger, your future achievements will be limitless. Han Fei looked at Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai and found that they were also looking at him. He thought to himself, didn't you say that you fought in the outer seas? How can you be related to the city lord of the City of Justice? Han Fei took a deep breath. Can I ask why? Han Fei really couldn't figure out why. He had never met the city lord, so why? Did she think highly of him? And why did she have to train him personally? Was he really the chosen one? He was so lucky that even the venerable liked to be associated with him. The middle-aged man said, what you just said in the outer city was very good. TSK, nothing can destroy our human race, not even heaven and earth. These words are very imposing. The pride of a heavenly talent is fully displayed. Han Fei was stunned. What is this city lord doing? There are so many people in this city. Why are you eavesdropping on me? Han Fei thought that he was very lucky. So it was just because the city lord overheard his bragging? Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu looked at Han Fei and were lost for words. What did you do in the outer city? Why did the city lord hear your words? Also, as two people who knew Han Fei very well, Luo Xiaobai and the other two knew that Han Fei was bragging. Human race? Come on, Han Fei had never spoken for the human race like this. Now, he suddenly said this. They bet he was just bragging. But what if Han Fei was taken away? Han Fei's eyes dimmed and he said solemnly, Senior, please forgive me. I can't go with you. Huh? Why? The middle-aged man looked at Han Fei in shock. Is this guy crazy? Does he know what he's doing? This is a benefit that countless people can't get. Is there a pie bigger than being allowed to board the Avenger? However, Han Fei refused. Not to mention this middle-aged man, in the sky, the originally smiling Shiman. Lingen's expression suddenly stiffened, and she was dumbstruck. This brat's head was caught by a lobster? Han Fei took a deep breath and said solemnly, Senior, I admit that I'm tempted, but the rise and fall of a city is every citizen's responsibility. In the outer sea, the sea race is coming over, trying to destroy our city. Even dangling fishers and great fishing masters are willing to risk their lives to protect the city. How can I, Han Fei, escape and board the Avenger? The middle-aged man was flabbergasted. That seems to be the case. But why do your words sound so strange? Has it reached the point where the entire city is ready to die? The middle-aged man said, Han Fei, right? You can actually fight on the Avenger. Han Fei shook his head. With the city lord around, who is a venerable, it's hard for me to die there even if I want to. I, a peak-level fisher, won't have any chance to participate in a battle. I'm glad that the city leader appreciates me. However, everyone in the City of Justice is my brothers, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nieces. How can I, Han Fei, abandon them? Although the war is dangerous, nothing can stop my feet and my fearless heart. Therefore, I can't board the Avenger. If I do, I'll regret for the rest of my life. I, Han Fei, belong to the City of Justice. I just want to die together with all the other citizens, and I will never regret it. Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu couldn't stand it anymore. Zhang Xuanyu had always admired Han Fei for always coming up with new words to subvert his understanding. Luo Xiaobai almost couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. If she didn't know Han Fei, she might have been moved and thought that it was an honor to know such a hero. But she knew Han Fei too well. She could guarantee with her honor that although Han Fei's words were impassioned, Han Fei was doing nothing but bragging now. However, the middle-aged explorer did not know. He looked solemn and looked at Han Fei differently. He didn't expect that there was such a person in the City of Justice. No wonder the city lord took a fancy to him. No wonder the city lord wanted to train him personally. The middle-aged man sighed. This person was indeed extraordinary. If not for the intense battle, this person would definitely be something in the future if he did not die. Even Shiman Linghan was moved by Han Fei's words. Damn it, I almost fell for him. Why is he only a peak-level hidden fisher? If he's a venerable, he'll be a good choice for me. Maybe. Shiman Linghan sighed and transmitted her voice, let him be. This is his own choice, I respect his choice. The middle-aged man sighed and patted Han Fei's shoulder. Try to survive. The City of Justice needs someone like you to protect it. Han Fei said solemnly, I will do my best. What else could he do? The middle-aged man could only sigh in his heart, these people are really the future hope of the City of Justice. It's best if they don't die. He did not notice Luo Xiaobai and Zhang Xuanyu. Instead, he returned to the statue of the sea god and waited quietly. Those below the hidden fisher, retreat. Around him, in the huge square, countless people were standing in a big circle. All the hidden fishers in the city had been gathered here. Something big must have happened. Since Han Fei and the other two were peak-level hidden fishers, they were no exception. They stood in front of the sea god statue. Then, from all directions of the City of Justice, figures streaked across the sky and landed. One after another. The outsiders of the big clans naturally didn't dare to run. Running in front of the explorers? That was almost impossible. Because they were all peak hidden fishers, they were in the same row as Han Fei. These people didn't look surprised at all. They didn't seem worried or anxious. At all. They were very calm. Han Fei and the other two looked at each other and frowned. This was not a good sign. The fifth soul realm seemed to be an endless war. If the City of Justice was gone, it might be the beginning of the story. This was their first time coming to the ideal palace. They wondered how the story here would develop. However, these big clans had occupied Thousand Star City for such a long time. And it was very likely that they knew the history of this city very well. There would always be their clansmen lingering in the ideal palace. Based on this point alone, Han Fei and the others were very passive. More and more people arrived. In just half an hour, there were more than 1,000 hidden fishers. Among them, the number of alive people reached 120. Han Fei's face darkened. It seemed that the big clans were going all out this time. These people were not small potatoes. Not many people dared to enter the fifth soul realm. There were more than 100 of them. This meant that they were all elites among elites. In the eyes of outsiders, they were definitely heavenly talents. Zhang Xuanyu swallowed and said, Kuang Kuang and Li Kuang aren't here. Luo Xiaobai's face was gloomy. They must be in trouble. Don't panic. Act according to the situation. Roughly half an hour later, Diwu Weiguang arrived and Chao Qiu arrived. However, Luo Jiutian, Chao Jiaran, and Chao Tian did not appear. Half an hour was almost up. Han Fei was secretly relieved. He looked at Diwu Weiguang and thought, it was great that Chu Qingyan and Yang Nanqi didn't come. But at the last moment, Han Fei's face suddenly changed. He sensed that Chu Qingyan and the others had returned. Damn, they came so soon? The middle-aged explorer was about to speak, but he seemed to have noticed that some people were returning. He shouted towards the void, hurry up. Zhang Xuanyu said unhurriedly, almost 200 people. Han Fei rolled his eyes and thought, do I need you to tell me? Can't I see? On his side, there were only 5 people, including Diwu Weiguang and Qiao and they were unaware of the War Soul Realm at all, including Cao Qiu. Diwu Weiguang said, don't panic. Han Fei replied, we don't. Soon, Chu Qingyan and the others arrived. They were all peak-level hidden fissures, which made the middle-aged explorer look much better. After Chu Qingyan and the others returned to their positions, the middle-aged man said indifferently, speed is the most important factor in war. Long story short. Not long ago, the city lord discovered a mysterious stone mountain in the outer sea. It might be able to resolve the danger that our human race is in and save our people from fire and water. We've gathered all of you here for this. At this moment, there are as many as 32 battlefields in the outer sea, involving many sea race creatures. This is our chance. The Avenger will personally lead us to attack. At that time, it will be time for all of you to contribute. The middle-aged man spoke for a long while, before his tone turned cold. This battle is the key to our race's eternal foundation. We must risk our lives. This time. Are you confident? As he spoke, the middle-aged man's fighting aura soared into the skies. His infernal energy roiled forth, causing everyone's blood to boil. Some people shouted, their veins bulging. Fight. Someone roared, we will definitely win this battle. If the human race doesn't die. However, when Han Fei and the others heard this, their meaning changed. The Venerable had personally led everyone to fight for a mountain. It must be a floating stone. However, the City of Justice had already been destroyed. Thus, this battle was extremely dangerous. It could even be said that the City of Justice was most likely destroyed because of this battle. Therefore, the crucial moment for the big clans to take action was in this battle. Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath and said, it doesn't matter whether the others are here or not. This time, you have to ensure your safety no matter what. Han Fei nodded solemnly. Indeed, as long as he died, the purpose of the big clans would almost be achieved. Han Fei glanced at Yang Nanqi, who stole a glance at Han Fei. Besides that, they had no interaction. Nearly 3,000 people went to battle. Among them, there were as many as 800 peak-level hidden fissures, which was quite powerful. Not to mention that there were 32 battlefields in the outer sea. How many hidden fissures and law enforcers were there? In terms of strength and foundation, the City of Justice seemed to be much stronger than the heavenly desolate city he had been to. Of course, this was also related to the time when Han Fei went to the heavenly desolate city. After all, in the space-time that Han Fei went to, the heavenly desolate city had been fighting for hundreds of years and its foundation had been hollowed out. Therefore, the battle the heavenly desolate city was fighting was the real battle to destroy the city. This time, it might be a city destroyer battle too, but there was still a huge difference between the two. In Han Fei's opinion, the overall strength of this place was even stronger than the current Scattered Stars Island. It was a force that could not be ignored by any force. Under the thousands of eyes of wishes and prayers, Han Fei and the others soared into the sky. They didn't sense Lu Renquang, Li Luoluo, and the others even when they reached the south coast. As they expected, they should be on one of the 32 battlefields in the outer sea. For example, Sun Wu, who was ranked 4th on the prodigy roll, Li Xian, Zhang Mingquan, and the rest weren't seen either. Han Fei was not so worried. Lu Renquang was not weak at all. Besides, he had attracted most of the firepower, so there was nothing to worry about. Only, since Chao Jiaran and the others who said they were going to deal with the Chu sect weren't here, they were definitely held back by something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Chao Qiu participate in this extremely dangerous battle alone. If there were no accidents, this battle would destroy the City of Justice. History could not be changed, and the people of the City of Justice could not come back alive. In this situation, they had no idea that they didn't exist at all. Instead, they lived in a special way. They had to face endless war every day. City of Justice, South Coast. Han Fei saw large ships lying on the sea surface. They were simple, wooden, and covered with dense arrays. There were some special fishbone devices on them. Han Fei had seen them on dragon boats and ghost boats before. They were spiritual energy cannons that worked with arrays. At this moment, Han Fei immediately understood where the dragon ships came from. That thing was created based on the ships from the City of Justice, but it was much larger. The size of the ship did not matter. With a ready-made model, it was easy to build. There were more than 20 such ships, each of which was not very large and almost less than 1,000 meters long. However, Han Fei would never underestimate the combat power of these ships. There were not only spirit gathering arrays, but also extremely complicated killing arrays carved on them. There were more than 20 such arrays at a glance. Of course, this wasn't the key. At the front of all the ships, a large black ship about 3 times the size of an ordinary large ship floated on the surface of the sea. There were many holes on the black sail inlaid with gold, but they were not big. The stern of the black ship was in the shape of an octopus. Its octopus claws were on the hull. At the very front of the ship was not a dragon's head. Instead, it was abnormally sharp, like a steel blade standing upright. It could easily cut through the wind and waves. One with the steel blade, the lower half of the blade was a shark with its mouth wide open, domineering and ostentatious. On that large black ship, the wood was so black that it shone, and an array that looked like silver patterns was imprinted on it. Han Fei was stunned when he saw the array. What a complicated array. Han Fei didn't understand it at all, or maybe he only understood a little. It seemed to be a terrifying array created by an extremely powerful array master. Even someone of old Zhang's level couldn't compare to the array master who carved this array. No wonder the Avenger is so famous. Just this array formation alone is not something ordinary people can create. It would be strange if it's not strong. While Han Fei was in a daze, a voice appeared in his mind. Are you really not coming to the Avenger? Han Fei looked around and suddenly saw a woman in black and red standing at the top of the Avenger's sail. Her robe was fluttering in the wind. Her long hair was fluttering in the wind too. The voice transmission seemed to have come from that person. Han Fei was surprised. The legendary Shiman Ling Han was actually a woman? Han Fei was lost for words. The name was so domineering that he never expected it to be a woman. Also, this woman was slender, her face exquisite and cold. And her red lips were especially charming. Han Fei took a deep breath and replied, I live and die with my compatriots. The moment Shimin Linghan appeared, Han Fei immediately discovered that there were countless people looking at her with scorching eyes and unparalleled admiration. Han Fei felt that if Shimin Linghan said, die, many people here might not even bat an eye and immediately cut their own throats. Han Fei swallowed. A prestigious woman, the strongest in the City of Justice, and the legendary captain of the Avenger must have an extraordinary life. Zhang Xuanyu was mesmerized by this woman. He murmured, I love you. I love you. Pa. Han Fei slapped him on the head. Shut up. When he saw Shimin Linghan's gaze sweep over, Zhang Xuanyu instantly froze, and thought, it's over. I can see that she's not an ordinary person. Will she beat me to death? However, the corners of Shimin Linghan's lips curled up slightly, and she casually shifted her gaze away. Luo Xiaobai said, idiot. Han Fei also noticed that many people had the same expression as Zhang Xuanyu, including Diwu Weiguang. This guy was not any better than Zhang Xuanyu. He almost drooled. As for Cao Qiao, he seemed to become an aloof Prince Charming through since he awakened his war god bloodline. He was completely unfazed by women, as if he didn't even see them. Han Fei sighed. It seemed that every fatty had the potential to become a Prince Charming. Once they lost weight, they would become lady killers. He wondered what Lu Renquan would look like when he lost weight. While Han Fei was lost in his thoughts, a cold voice echoed in the void. Shimin Linghan said coldly, in this critical time, we're all in danger. In this boundless sea, the sea race rose up and slaughtered our human race. When I was young, I had never thought that one day, my ambition would be to fight for the human race and seek a place for the human race to live. However, since I have taken the position of the City Lord of Justice, I have to achieve something. As he spoke, Shimin Linghan turned to the side, pointed at the vast sea, and said indifferently, this trip will be extremely dangerous. However, with me, Shimin Linghan, here, you don't have to worry. Everyone, once this battle is accomplished, our human race will not be destroyed. If we lose this battle, I will die first. Roar. Roar. We'll follow City Lord Shimin and have no regrets even if we die. We'll follow City Lord Shimin and have no regrets even if we die. The surrounding 3,000 people were all excited. Even Han Fei was excited. The woman had only said a few words, but everyone was willing to die. Luo Xiaobai murmured, such a strong aura and charisma. In Han Fei's eyes, the woman's figure was tall and straight. For some reason, however, Han Fei's heart skipped a beat. Why did she look so lonely? Definitely a woman with a story. Han Fei could only guess. This was the first time he had seen a female. Venerable. Of course, compared with his mother, Shimin Linghan would be nothing. On the ship, he didn't know whether it was heaven's will or they did it on purpose. In any case, Han Fei's ship had more than 100 members of the big clans. The other 70 or 80 were on another ship next door. Due to the fact that it was going to be a battle of life and death, many people were chatting with each other. Zhang Xuanyu and Diwu Weiguang were sitting on the edge of the boat, staring at the Black Avenger in front of them. Luo Xiaobai observed her surroundings warily and was not in the mood to talk. Han Fei was sitting on the edge of the deck with a young man. That person smiled and said, "Bro, I've never seen it before." Han Fei grinned. "You want to talk about this at the moment of life and death?" That person laughed. "Isn't this just a conversation? Moreover, with the city Lord here, we'll definitely win this battle." Han Fei smiled. "Are you that confident?" The man immediately turned serious and looked at Han Fei. "Of course. The city Lord is a legend. Nothing in this world can stop her." Han Fei thought, is Shimin Linghan so great in the eyes of ordinary people? Although Han Fei also wanted to ask how great Shimin Linghan was, and what had she gone through? However, this question was obviously inappropriate. In the city of justice, there seemed to be no one who didn't know about Shimin Linghan. If he asked, it would probably arouse suspicion. Han Fei immediately changed the topic. "Yes. Of course, I believe that city Lord Shimin can win, but we may not survive." "Well, is there anything you want to do?" Generally speaking, people would remember a lot before they died. Han Fei knew that these people probably wouldn't live long. So he wanted to let them talk more about their lives. The person laughed. "That's a lot. My wish is to become a law enforcer." Han Fei despised him. "Is that what you want to do? What else do you know besides cultivation?" The man laughed so hard that his body trembled. "What do you know?" "I told her that when I become a law enforcer, I'll ask the city lord to host our wedding. She said that she also wants to become a law enforcer before our wedding. Look, she only has a level 3 spiritual heritage and hasn't become a hidden fisher yet. How can I afford to wait? I won't listen to her. When I was 8 years old, I showed my talent. She was just a follower of mine." Han Fei stiffened and looked at the man who was smiling and bragging about his life.